Well, hit the
Oh.
go live button. Waiting for the Twitch to actually. Oh, there we
Waiting for
are.
the-
Twitch to actually. Oh, there we
waiting for
are.
the-
Twitch
and
to
not-
actually. Oh, there we
waiting for
are.
the-
Twitch
and
to
not-
actually. Oh, there we
waiting for
are.
the-
Twitch
and
to
not-
actually. Oh, there we
waiting
are.
for-
Twitch
and
to
not-
actually. Oh, there.
Did it
All
work?
right. Oh yeah. I just had to mute the site because I kept going back and forth on sound. Okay. We're live. I'm gonna post to Facebook really quick, everyone,
Yeah.
and that is posted. Also, I forgot to mention that if you two want to follow what people are saying in chat, you should probably go to the webpage and see what people are saying in chat. Yeah, the Twitch.
Oh, that's a good idea. It's a good idea.
Yeah.
I've done this before. I should know better.
Welcome, everyone, to Baelnorn and Friends. I'm your host, Baelnorn. Today, I am drinking Pauliner Salvatore, which you can't read because my camera is mirrored and I can't unchange it. But yeah,
it's coming out okay. No, it's not on Twitch. Aha,
mirrored on
yeah, I
Twitch.
see.
Interesting.
That's weird. That's
weird.
only going to be a little confusing.
Yeah, so you can't actually read what it says, but it's a double bock. It's one of my favorite kind of beers. It's from München or Munich. 7.9% alcohol, and it tastes nice, sweet, and thick.
There's
Nice.
a joke in there about that, but
Oh, I'm sure there
avoid that
is.
for right now. We're going to avoid that for right now.
Yeah. So I'd like to introduce you to my friends of the night. I got Killian. Why don't you say hello?
I'm Killian. I have been. You said you want me to do introductions, right?
Yeah.
Killian, and I've been playing Amtgard and other live-action role-playing games since 1999. Usually up in the Northern Lights at Inland Ocean. I took a long break from Amtgard specifically to go do those other LARPs, but came back and been enjoying my time ever since. Yeah.
And we got down below. We got that boy Sploob.
I'm that boy Sploob. I've been doing Amtgard since 2016. I've been playing sports that aren't really competitive athletic events since like 2010. So pseudo sports.
I'm going to ask about those pseudo
I come
sports.
from Silvermoon, and yeah.
Hello,
That's a
Minerva the Mouse or Mousy is saying hello. We got Count Mezdek in chat saying evening.
Dude.
Hello.
I'm pretty sure I know who Mousy is.
It is
Maybe I know
Minerva. Does that sound
maybe
familiar?
No.
Wow.
No. I got hit in the head a lot today, so.
No. They are also a local person. They've done some traveling. You know Critias.
No, Critias. Yeah.
Yeah, Critias is her partner.
Oh, baby
nifty.
mama.
Okay.
Baby mama, yeah. And you probably know Mezdek.
I know Medzik. I've known Medzik since I started LARPing because he's been LARPing in all the games that I've been doing, except for a couple. But like, I think I met him at Legacies before I met him at Amtgard. Maybe. Medzik, feel free to tell me if so, because I don't remember, and I've drank a lot since then.
So,
but yeah.
Tomorrow at Dusk Hollow in Dallas, that boy Sploob is actually running an archery competition called was a turkey shoot.
It's a turkey shoot, just an excuse to give away some turkeys for people for Thanksgiving. But yeah, there's an archery tournament. It's just going to be single elimination. The point, it's a point system instead of like just no wounding is going to happen. So it was actually a style that was run by the Come Try LARP guys. They did this for their event. So archers, each of them have 6 arrows. They in the Eric, I guess is what you call it, but it's just the field of play. They'll fire at each other. No wounds are taken. Points are awarded for hitting your opponent with an arrow. Once one of the archers has fired all 6 arrows, the round ends, and ties in points are broken by the person who fired all the arrows.
I was 100% sure because I didn't know which land you were from, and when you were talking about it, I was like, they're probably going to go off and actually shoot some turkeys or something. Like I legitimately thought like that's how some amp
Not
guard
real
things.
arrows, just amp guard arrows shooting each other
I
at
figured it was just a
tournament.
shotgun.
No,
I don't
we
know
don't
what's
have.
going on.
It
I
is
don't know
Dallas.
anybody to provide live turkeys to shoot with.
Nah, no.
I didn't raise any turkeys.
That sounds like a lot of fun though. Like we so is this a new thing for you to be doing down at your lands, or is this like a pretty regular event?
This is the first time an archery tournament like that'll be held, and I don't know if we've ever done a turkey shoot down here. It was just we were running. I run a Halloween event. I've been doing it for like 3 or 4 years now. And I wanted to have the archery tournament that, but we didn't have time, so we put it onto this day.
All right.
Mm.
I missed doing my normal Pievember event for Inland Ocean. Normally we do like 4 weeks of pies, but might do Piecember. Maybe. So I love the you don't have one of the things I like about Amp Guard is you don't have to have one of those positions of authority or responsibility to actually do something. I think when I did this I was a regent, but I just decided I'm going to do this yearly anyway, and just have people do like a simple pie convention or not convention competition. So
That
Yeah, my
sounds fun.
Halloween one started with a friend started the Hallows End thing that we did, and I made prizes for the first one, and then after that, since I had made the prizes for this one, I was like, I like making these prizes, so I just kept making prizes and running the event. One time I ran the event, I was in a position, but every other time I've been out of office.
Grumpiest Gus, thanks for subscribing. 15 months. It's amazing.
Woo! Look at
That is
Gus.
Gustav.
Yeah.
I know that guy.
You do.
Yeah, I fought him a couple times. I think you actually got video of me fighting him last time, like right before Yoldi pandemic.
He only
Oh,
pretends to
yeah.
be grumpy.
Oh, he's grumpy. He's just.
He's never grumpy with me. Just super sweet.
It's because you don't do silly things.
I'm very silly.
Yeah.
So, did you also run? Was it Harvest Fest? Is that
Harvest Fest was a joint thing that was planned to be like a yearly event. That was gonna be between Mystic Seas and Silvermoon.
Oh.
And it was gonna be alternating between the lands. It's really hard to keep something like that coordinated between two land levels, especially with how often we change leadership and stuff. We were
Yeah.
gonna do it as like an out of position thing, but I was running that with Octavian, and we did 2 of them, but it kind of fell off. That was in a springtime thing or harvest. I guess it was not spring. It was like fall, like
Fallish.
end of summer.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I didn't know if that
we had
was
2
what.
of them, and
Yeah.
that was cool. One of them had a pie competition. It wasn't a whole month of pies, but
Not a month, no. I think the first one had a lot of pies, though.
yeah, that one was supposed to be really thematic in the sense that it had like a recurring battle game that would happen every time. I've run that battle game outside of the event though a couple times.
Oh, did you?
I had like this whole story and stuff with it, like trying to put lore into the event day.
It's really fun and it's a good idea. I wish more people would do that.
We had one of our
'Cause-
first quests at Inland Ocean today, and it was one of the first times that we've had any sort of like lore or something like that, because we've been going back and forth between do we spend 4 or 5 hours ditching, or do we spend a whole bunch of time doing battle games? Inland Ocean's been known for like we just fight. We just really like fighting. So
Jealous.
when a lot of people are, but then we definitely separate a lot of people from Amtgard into like, oh, I don't want to go to Inland Ocean because they only do ditching. We don't. We like to separate our time. But Ursa, our Baroness, did like a Witcher themed thing. I've never played any of the Witcher games or read any of the books, but I've watched the Netflix thing and I really like it. But it was a lot of fun. We only had like 2 teams, so small groups and whatnot. But I love those themes and those themes of questing and whatnot. I like that a lot more than like the battle gaming, like the Counter-Strike type of stuff. But obviously to each their own. Like I love the idea of Phoenix League. Yeah, Phoenix League. I love that, but like could never get around it. But when somebody's like, "Oh, we're gonna go do a quest," I'm like, I might actually wear a sash for this. You know, do you need any help? Oh yeah, I need help. Well, I guess I'm not playing, but I would possibly do that more than I would do like go capture the flag or something. But that's what 20 years of playing this game does to you at Inland Ocean. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my home park, Silvermoon, um, from the period that I've started, it kind of went through like an evolution. When I started, I felt like it was pretty balanced between ditching and battle gaming. Um, and then I've watched it transition into a battle game heavy park, then into like we were running a quest almost every week, like before the park day officially started or at the very start of the day. One of our veteran players, Torg, was running like a primer thing
It
so
called it
to get
encounters.
encounters. They weren't like full blown quests; they were just small. Um, to get everybody started things, because Silvermoon struggled with like people attending the park at the start of park. It's got a problem that's recurring again of people showing up around 1:30 as opposed to like 12 for stuff, and it was a way to try to bring people out. So
so
yeah, we got
sorry.
questy, and then there was like a backlash, and it turned to ditchy for a while, and then now it's like back to having battle games, which is really what brings people to Ampguard.
So Octavian actually asked a question
Yeah.
about why does playing the game for a length make so many people hate the actual game, and kind of truncating what they're saying there. From my perspective, it's about communication, and sometimes a lack of communication or too much communication on one side. Because I don't view, I like battle games. I think actually to tout Ampguard more, you know, to make sure that I'm giving credit where credit's due. I think Ampguard has some of the best LARP rules for live action role playing and conflict resolution than a lot of other games have, hands down. And I'm kind of a LARP snob, so I think I can actually kind of, you know, put some credit for that. That's really well done. There's well balanced. It's got its flaws, but so when I say that I prefer ditching, it's mostly because I see a lot of things that are done for battle games and quests where if you were to try and pull any of that like low level, low what you see is what you get, WYSIWYG, right? Kind of stuff at like any of the LARPy LARPs, we would look at it and go, "We're not doing that. That's no, you no, we're not doing that because it's so lame." Ampguard, it works out really well if you have a whole bunch of cones in a field and you're like, okay, that's a wall. You can't shoot around that. That's your heavy object. Yes, I understand it's some guy's backpack that we're borrowing. And a lot of the crew that I run with a lot, we're used to like, oh, you have to have a prop. We would go and put up like tarps and the fake Halloween walls and stuff like that to make sure that like when you look at it, it looks like a wall. So you're not spending brain power on that. So, but that's the difference between those two. And I find that the more people put into the props and the stuff for Ampguard, for those quests and those battle games, the better people have. Like even a stick jocks like myself or other people like that, when they go into those, they see that level of interest and they're like, "That's cool. Okay, I'm in." But all it takes is like a couple of months or a champion who's just like going to do the bare minimum, and the bare minimum of communication um, to get battle games kind of thrown under the bus. And ditching can only get so good, but it's always a lot of fun, or can be a lot of fun. I mean, some problems, of course, but like, I think I'm not sure if that really answers your question, Octavian, but that's from my perspective. I've seen a lot of like, really great ambition when you're getting elected, and then all of a sudden it's just not there, and then everybody wants to go do battle games, but like it's the same capture the flag or ring the bell and just some excuse to throw a multicolored ball at somebody, and I'm like, I just don't care. Just don't
All
care.
right. So I'm getting it's a little bit that it's the same old a little bit. Also presentation.
Yeah, yeah.
Um yeah. So almost like repetition over a long time. You just kind of get bored of the same old, same old.
Hmm.
Well,
I
Octavian's
think
got
it's
a follow up question too. But, sorry, Sploob, go ahead.
Oh,
Oh,
I was gonna.
woo.
It's answering what I would think with Octavian's question is I'm not seeing that as much these days, but um with the people separating themselves between stick jock and flurb. Um, but and I think that's because I come from the side that was probably on the stick jockey section, right? When I joined the game, what I wanted to do was fight, and I was like, oh, this warlord looks really cool and stuff, and and I think it's like building culture in my area with the other people that are like that, where we're like, we've found ways now to get into battle gaming where we don't have to think of it as like, oh, we're fighting and we're doing this to get better at fighting. Like going out with like single long sword and like fighting with it like a lightsaber. Um, and I think that the people that have built that this side or that side, you're either a flurby or a stick jock. There, you can't have any crossover. I think those people have finally just given up on their vendettas or
I wouldn't say that
their
they've.
opinions.
Sorry, it sounded like you were trailing off there.
Oh no, go ahead. Yeah.
I wouldn't say that they've given up, but like there's been a strong amount of people who need to push for understand and want to push on both ends. Like we had a KLE up in Inland Ocean today, and I understand KLE or not today, but last week, where we had a whole bunch of torches actually show up too. Like just not necessarily out of the blue, they had planned on it, but it was really nice to see some different fighting styles from like Texas and California and stuff. But we had some really solid battle games planned by Heron, and Dadgar was there, and DeVry was involved, and we had some people from Viridian Outlands that came in. So Crucible brother of mine, Twixter, and Kim Jim, who's always just like, yeah, let's go play battle games. And they had like 40 people over there playing a battle game. I'm not really, maybe not 40, maybe 35, but like a goodly amount of people playing a battle game. And then we had a ditch line of like 15 people, like completely separate, and everybody was having a great time. And I remember coming when I was in Amp like way back in the day. I remember seeing that, and I wanted to encourage that. When I came back to Amp I saw like this big difference. What I think is Octavian was pointing out. Like I saw that where if you were a flurb, I never heard the word flurb until I came to Amp and even though I'd been like role playing for like 20 years or something like that, but it just didn't make any sense. I was like, why? Role playing's fun. Shut up. But you definitely got the stick jocks who are like, hit people, just ditch all day, and then you've got the people who wanted to, go play wizards, which is great. But it was just a weird, like, why you guys got to be jerks to each other? Just calm down and go have fun. Like, if one side's going to lean to another, like, okay, maybe go play with the other one. Like, it won't hurt the people who want to ditch to do a battle game or two, but you can just go off to the side and not be a jerk if you want to just fight somebody off to the side.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, like I brought up in my introduction, like pseudo sports, right? Something that I did before Amp is, I played a lot of paintball, and like it had cultural differences like that too. Like there was the people that did speedball, which was like the competitive sports aspect, and then the people that played woods ball. They just ran around in the woods with their friends and they shot each other. And like, I mean, the game definitely marketed two different things at the same time, and Amp has that too, right? We have like two hats. We have our battle game size, and we have our competitive sport aspect. Like our competitive sport, be it fighting or Phoenix Ball. Um,
Phoenix League
so
before Dadgar comes in here and like just strikes you down.
I think
It's actually
the
Phoenix Ball and Phoenix League. It's
is the game is Phoenix Ball. Phoenix League is the actual league thing. The
I'll
yeah.
just
battle name.
uninstall AmpGuard and I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I
No,
got hit
a
in the
lot
head
of
a lot
people don't
today.
know that.
But yeah, there's those two different cultures within the game, so it is tough to balance them, and people definitely come for one aspect more than the other. I think we always tried to say, well, if we want to get more people to do our side of the game, we have to participate in their side to try to entice them over. It doesn't always work.
No,
I feel I
that used to be the
biasly I
social
think
contract.
yeah, biasly I think though, like the fighters have to try harder to get to the non-fighters to get into the fighting than
See,
the other way around.
I see
But
I see it from both angles. Like there, I see a lot of people who ditch like or don't want to ditch, but like or don't want to practice their fighting. They just want to go throw fireballs, which is fine. But then like I think it comes down to the communication thing where like if you're going to have a ditch heavy day, then your champion or monarchy needs to be like put up a sign like, okay, hey guys, we want ditching, or do we want to do one more battle game and get it, like not necessarily get it out the way, but like we got lots of people here to go to entertain, and some people are here for that, and we don't want to run away because of that. But It's a tough thing to juggle, man, especially if you're in charge.
Yeah. I mean, you have to like definitely fit to the crowd, your audience. Like, and that's probably tough part about running things. Um, is
It
like
is.
it's like how is the day feeling? And today was an example of that, but I won't bring it up.
Oh yeah.
And
Well,
usually bring it
today
up in a positive way, like in a way
I
that's like,
can.
oh,
It was a
Yeah,
learning experience. I
sure.
mean,
There's like we had a day today that was a tournament day. Like everything was there was five. It was very ambitious. There was like 5 or 6 tournaments, and they were wacky ones too, not just like regular fighting tournaments as you would expect. And there was a lot that I was looking forward to of the wacky ones. But because one tournament in the very beginning started a little late and then ran a little long, kind of pushed the other ones out of the way. And there was a lot of people that were waiting around because of it, and I people started to leave without getting anything done or in. And that's something that happened last weekend too. We had a KLE and had a big court, and those important things, but like the delays in the day, nothing filled that space. Nobody was really on the ball about like getting things going in between these big quests or these tournaments. And I'm kind of losing track of ADD out here. I had a brain restart, but um, I'm seeing that problem peak up a little more, and so it's like you lose interest in people that want to participate in your things because they're waiting around too much. And
yeah. I think.
I don't. Somebody save me. I'm losing it.
Oh, okay. So the lesson I took away from this is, and I've seen this before, and it's a problem I've seen in Amtgard, um, is we cycle people, and there's a lot of new people coming in, and some of the people, especially people that were in charge, haven't done anything like this, and they had great ideas and they wanted to do things, but um, they just didn't have the experience to know when to like, okay, I got to cut this off now because the time's running out, or this is the thing I have to take out, and so I think it was a good learning experience for them, although not fun for necessarily everyone else. But I think if I did a better job of proactively teaching these kind of things and pushing the skill forward, and the other veterans did the same thing, it would be a better transition going forward. So I think it is call back to earlier communication and communicating to the inexperienced people that want to be leaders from the experienced people that want to be leaders, and translating that information between Ampart generations, I guess. And that's just kind of what I saw from my perspective today, is the disconnect there. That something that I need to work on in the local park is being more proactive and trying to help
it's a
teach.
it's a constant theme in basically any conversation I have about any sort of education or anything about becoming a better person in any regard is communication. Like you have to worry, you have to work on talking to people, and it's never a thing that you have in your back pocket and you can always resort to. It's always a thing you have to do. Just you got to do it. And being prepared to tell people like, hey, listen, this tournament's going longer than they want. Hey, Miller is fantastic for this. If he's not directly involved in the tournament, like, hey, Miller, can you throw together a really great, small battle game real quick to keep some people going? And you got to turn to your tournament people being like, if you want to do this, like, go, if you want to be in this tournament, just be aware we're going to be calling your name. Be here so we can make the tournament go. But also, like, we don't want you freezing, especially now because it's November, December. It's going to be cold, January. Go stay warm or something like that. Go do something. But 5 tournaments, that's ambitious though. That's
Oh
a
yeah,
lot.
no, it
Like,
really was. Yeah.
you may have shot yourself in the foot just a little bit prematurely with that. But like, hey, it's a learning experience, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I don't have like tons of experience running events, but um, I would definitely take steps on figuring out how long things run before I was to be like, let's have 5 tournaments in one day. You know,
That's
it's
just
like,
Yeah, I've walked away from like a tournament when it's one tournament, because like it was taking forever. I think the last Weapons Master the Northern Lights had, like I was in my own head. I wasn't doing so great anyway, and I was exhausted and tired, just not physically prepared, and mentally I got myself in the head. And then I just waited, and I was like, man, I could actually kill somebody if I could get the opportunity to kill somebody, but it's literally been 45 minutes since the last fight I got in. And I was like, I'm leaving. If it turns 4 o'clock and I'm not doing anything, or if I haven't fought, whatever, I'm leaving. And I took off early. Maybe we left a little bit after that, but like it went on till like, and somebody, if somebody was there and they want to correct me, feel free to. But I think it was like 6 o'clock or something like that. And like that's great for the people who won that tournament. They wanted to stick through it and they showed that drive. But that was one tournament that just went way over the top, and they had some communication issues right off the bat and some timing issues. But like, um, you got to start those tournaments. You got to start your events. It doesn't matter if it's a tournament or not. It could be like your battle games. If you want your battle games to happen, like, and you're noticing people are showing up and they're complaining about not playing battle games, you're like, you can kind of socially pressure them into be like, well, we're gonna do battle games from like 12:15 to like 1:30. Those lazy ditchers can show up later on and be like, all right, I'm here to ditch, and hopefully everybody else had fun, and and then you can do it that way. There's nothing wrong with that. But
I'm a big fan of pushing schedule, like saying like this starts then and sticking to it. And if people show up late, they won't show up late next time if they want to show up to your thing. Um,
if they
but
want to, like, that's a big thing. Like, there's a lot of people who are like, oh, I can't make it because XYZ. I'm like, well, communicate, but also like can't stop everything for one person, right?
exactly, that's what I'm saying is like people will start to be more punctual or they'll plan better if they actually keep missing the things that they decide they do want to be a part of.
I
Um,
agree.
and
Also, can I interject? Screw
Mhm.
amp guard time. I hate that term.
I don't like that concept.
Oh my god, I hate it.
amp
It's
guard
just
time doesn't exist if I'm running something. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah, I'm tired of everybody being like, oh, we're running amp guard time. Like, no, you're late. Just admit you're being late and move forward from there. Like, it's just a lot easier to admit that and learn from it. But no, you want to be lazy. And I've been drinking. Man, this stuff is heavy.
What are you drinking?
So if you'll mind me if you don't mind me giving the story, because it comes with a little bit extra stuff in there, and you guys already heard it, but I want to tell your listeners this if you are
All
all right.
right, go for it.
So over the pandemic, I was stuck in my house for like 15 months. I did not go out of my house. I saw a lot of people online, but I stayed at home as much as possible. And during the fall winter of last year, I was like, oh man, this is getting rough. I've played World of Warcraft for like 18 hours a day for like 6 months straight. My eyes are coming out my nose. I'm just super tired. Maybe I'll just drink the day away. And I'd been drinking like ciders here and there and just trying to keep up with, enjoying my nights or whatnot. And I got to the point where I was like, oh, I'll just drink this night away. So, and I realized that's a bad habit to start. I just don't want to do that. I just really don't want to have like, Killian the alcoholic. So I stopped drinking last November ish, October, November ish, or something like that. And but before that, I had made a whole bunch of my apple pie. And I gave a whole bunch away since then. But like my apple pie is made with mostly Tito's vodka and 90% Everclear, and then a whole bunch of other flavorful stuffs to kind of help take out that bite. But I had it sitting there since last November, and it's like 60 or 40 to 60% somewhere in there. It just hits. And this is like a 20-ounce glass mug thing with my
Pace
favorite stag.
yourself.
Pace myself is something that somebody should have told me a long time ago. Not necessarily tonight, but a long time ago. But yeah, that thing's going to be over there for a couple minutes. So
Yeah, I don't know if scheduling has run its course, but um, oh, I see the rumor there. But yeah, I don't.
Just want
That's
to be
like the
clear.
thing is like I touched on it earlier that my park like starting to meet like a 1:30 instead of like the 12 o'clock start time.
Yeah.
Like and and it happened because I hadn't gone to my home park in a while, and then I went, and then I was the only one there for 45 minutes, and I got used to a different park I was attending to where we show up on time, and I like that much better, and I'll do anything I can to help push a park back to meeting on time, scheduled. Um, our kingdom has a lot of parks that do meet on time, and that's amazing. Like
Yeah.
Dragon's Forge is good about it. I went to Dragon's Forge with a friend the other day, and we got there. I was like, we got there like 10 minutes early. We're like, oh crap, we got here 10 minutes early. We're waiting forever. People started showing up early. I was like, yes, this is awesome. People are here. That's a good feeling for me. And I don't know if Northern Lights has a late show up problem or not.
I have not really been traveling much since since we've been released into the wild. I'm now feeling a little bit more comfortable with the COVID numbers to be able to go out and enjoy the rest of our game a little bit more. I'm going to be hitting up a tournament tomorrow at the Hollow. So I'll let you know. But most of the time, especially with Inland Ocean, we've got like really, really early risers. And I'll throw Unum out there. Unum gets to like the park at like 11, I think sometimes. I'm not really sure. I don't know if he comes from work or something, but like he just shows up extraordinarily early most of the time when he's there. And then he's the first one that we'll post because every once in a while we have to move in Inland Ocean to different spots in the park because it's such a huge park. But you'll get somebody who's like, I'm going to have my quinceanera right here. You're like, well, I guess we're not having Amp Guard in this part of this one, so we'll go over there. But we've got a pretty good idea of like, who's going to be there and who's going to post and whatnot about like when they're there, whatnot. And then once again, that's just communication. Like we just talk about, hey, if we're going to be there or not. And the Monarchy, if they can't be there, they're usually pretty upfront about like, hey, I'm not feeling so well, or hey, I'm going to be out of town. Murphy does this with their Monarchy stuff. He's like, they're like, I'm going to go play Army this weekend, and because they're in the National Guard, I think, not active duty, I don't believe. So every once in a while, they're like, I can't make it to the park, or I can't make it to my own KLE because he's got contractual obligations. So and I really like when I see that. Unfortunately, because these are my friends, I'm like, oh, I won't be able to see them. But like, I like the level of communication that we get when somebody's like, we're gonna be there. Justinius ran a tournament last weekend. I don't know how well it went.
Well, from Miller's post, it seems like it went great.
Well, yeah, but Miller is like a certified like sword
Positive.
foam swinging murderer out there right now. Like he went into the pandemic with a broken arm and he came out with a thirst. And like murder chopped everybody, and it was great. I love seeing that boy do some work. But yeah, Justinius was on the ball for the first couple of the days leading up to it. Like he posted it up on I think not only on Northern Lights, but on I don't know if it was every page, but it was a lot of pages because I'm not on all the pages in the Northern Lights. So he's like, I'm going to be starting at noon. If you're not here by noon, sucks to be you. And it's a little gruff, but screw it. They'll be there if they want to win. They need those kills. So
Yeah, I usually try to make sure I communicate that I'm going to be doing this certain thing at a certain time and stick to it. Shattered Kingdoms has not always been perfect about that, but I've tried my best. Sometimes things just don't work when you're running a large event, but the effort is put in to make sure that things run on time. I hope.
Yeah, I don't know how hard it is to get a crew to be like, hey, this is supposed to happen now, and we got to get it going like now.
Running a large group of volunteers can be very difficult because they have different levels of what they think is an appropriate commitment for their volunteer, which is perfectly reasonable. I'm not downplaying anyone because it is just a hobby. It's just for fun. So
I don't know who this Tina tonight person is, but yeah, Leon is at XPM and literally call XPM if team isn't there on that's your problem. Like, yeah, I like it. I really like that. Sucks for when I gotta go to the bathroom or something and I'm late, but whatever. It's my own damn fault.
And I remember when he was king, people adjusted to it pretty quick for the KLEs. I mean, it wasn't an issue, and people I think appreciated it. But
I was really new when Kine was king, but I feel like I have vague memories of it.
Sorry, my dude. I don't know who you are. I should probably, but yeah.
Prudent, yeah. I don't know if I'll ever run a big event because hurting people seems tough. But
it is. Do you want to be on Shattered Kingdoms?
Man. You got to rip that Band-Aid off, man.
Small events are way more fun, and they are way less taxing.
Just think of Shattered Kingdoms and events like that, just a whole string of small... I most certainly can. I probably would. Just imagine like Shattered Kingdoms and other big events, just like a whole string of small events that need to work perfectly. And if you don't, everybody will hate you. I think. I don't care.
I don't know. Like, Campbells really don't feel like like besides Shattered Kingdoms, they don't really feel like they have anything that matters scheduled wise. Like there's a tournament that matters, there's a court that matters, and there's food, and it's like everything else seems like it's just kind of thrown together. In my experience so far, I haven't gone to any big inner kingdom ones like actually have a lot going on. Like I haven't been to a keep or gathering of the clans or anything, but
I haven't
um,
either. I'm looking forward to it though.
but yeah, I don't know, like Pack War down here. It's just been like Pack War has always been like this is a fighting event. There are battle games that happen, but it's like the amount of battle games doesn't seem to exceed that I could do in any given weekend. If I went to a Saturday and Sunday park, I probably get more battle games in than at a Pack War. Pack War has always been like, yeah, we ditch a lot, people 1v1 a lot. Um,
I don't know, my dude. Like the last couple of pack wars have most certainly been like that. But I remember when I came back to Amp like a little less than 10 years ago, I guess now, and went back to a pack war, and it was just jam packed full of like there was we were in this like this rodeo show area. I don't know where it was, but
that was the
like
one in Washington.
yeah,
In
and it was a
Longview.
lot of
And that
yeah,
was a horse arena. It was
yeah.
sick.
But yeah, but they had like we had ditching out in the field somewhere like, not terribly too close to the tents, but like close enough. And then you had everybody doing battle games. And I remember going over there, um, sober or not, and being like, well, there's another battle game. Oh, there's another battle game. Like, are they still playing the same battle game? Because it's the same people, but like, doesn't matter. They're having fun. Yeah. So
It could have been my limited lens because that's when I started, and all I did was ditch that entire event, but
yeah,
and
yeah,
fought in the war. But
yeah.
There was some. It was ran by Octavian actually, and
I
yeah,
he was
remember that. Yeah.
um, and I
I
think
think
it was
Calzar run
pretty.
battle games.
No, it ended up being Degard Shaden, I think, because whoever
Mm,
was Warcrat had, I'm assuming, what ended up being anxiety,
mm.
performance anxiety, and I don't remember who was um the Krat at the time, but then
That
I
actually
think it
was
was
my favorite pack war too.
yeah, I liked it. I mean, I cooked the whole entire event, but man, it was fun.
Oh yeah, you had your bistro.
Yeah, and then I went off to Japan like in a week. I made a lot of money that weekend compared to all my other weekends. It was like $230 profit.
Hmm.
So, but now because
Yeah,
I
that
was put in the right spot.
that was also my first pack war. Oh, it was so fun.
I don't know if that was my first pack war. That's my first pack war I remember.
I have
Mm.
very fond memories of that horse arena.
I think I was like coughing up dust for like a week after that. I'm also allergic to horses, and I didn't realize it was a horse arena until like I got there, and I was like, "This is we're allowed to swear, right? Because I'm gonna do anyway." It
Yeah.
was bullshit. Like I was not happy with that. I was drugged up most of the weekend.
I didn't sleep much that weekend. I did a lot of fighting.
I
I
brought this
drank.
really, I, I drank too. I remember very much like I brought this tent that I had gotten from a friend of mine, Takara, and she'd given me this canvas tent, and it was so cool because all it needed was like one tent stake or one thing in the middle, and then it had like stakes out to the side. It was really kind of nifty, but like there was no zipper to close it or anything. So I was like, I think I'm gonna sleep in my garb tonight, like all of it. It might be like what, June or July or something like that, but I was like, nah, I don't feel like, yeah, I'll just be in my cot in here. This is weird, but I was drunk, so it worked out. It was really windy down there though.
I brought a trailer to that event. It was worth it.
Yeah, I'm getting to that point right now. So I haven't been like, going to any big events right now for a while, but like I'm really getting to that point in my brain where I'm like, I'm just gonna look at where hotels are. But then I got to realize like, I mean, I like to drink and I like to go on the ditch line. And sometimes I like to drink a lot.
A lot of people have been looking for sites with cabins lately, especially
Yeah.
for the winter events.
Oh yeah.
And and that's great. Like I like the camp outs where you get to stay in a cabin on the site. I'm not a big tent guy personally, but
I like them both, but definitely like, and I guess I'm a little bit hardy of a person. I don't need a cabin or I don't need a hotel room or anything like that. Like I've got plenty of that stuff from all the like weekend LARP stuff that I've done for a bajillion years. And I'm not afraid to go in and sleeping out in a parking lot if I have to. Not my car. I can't sleep in my car, but I'll make it work. Uh, but I'm more apt to just be like, oh, this isn't working. I'll just drive home and come back. I don't care anymore. But having a
yeah.
trailer, see, that seems like cheating, also winning, because that's awesome.
You gotta
like
cheat to
those,
win.
It was awesome. Yeah, I made. I got to make my own breakfast in the kitchen.
I used my station wagon for a while. I was just sleeping in the back of the station wagon because I also need electricity because I need a CPAP. So I love the fact that we have electric cabins. It makes life so
Yeah.
much easier and less complicated for me. But I'm a
That's what
special case, so
yeah, that's
I
what I
mean, I
really
feel
like
like
about
it.
Millersvania.
What is
It's
it?
there's a site Millersvania. That's what I
yeah,
really
that's
like about
nice.
Millersvania. It's like because that's where I had been LARPing. Like I started LARPing with Legacies out there, and went to like 2 or 3 events way back in the day for Ampguard at Millersvania way back in like '99 or 2000 or 2001 or something like that. And I loved that site, just fantastic. And I LARPed there for like 8 years straight every month I was down there. So it was fantastic. But it's expensive, so screw that place. If we can find something better.
Question.
Or
Oh, you're right.
Pennsylvania, the other LARPs that you used, did any of them use the trails up on the hill ish?
all the
Because,
time, all the
all right,
time,
Kai and
every
I
single
were
time.
thinking about using it for Shattered Kingdom once, and we walked the trails. Like, why isn't Ampart using these trails?
The more difficult part about it was like since it's a public park and like every single time I was down there, you'd get some bicyclers or some hikers, and
Oh,
if the
yeah,
farther
I
away
did
you
see
get away
that.
from there,
Yeah.
the farther away you get down from that tavern area, the more and more you start to see the other tourists there, and there's only so many explaining you can do before you're like, no, we're supposed to be down here too. I promise.
Oh,
Nope,
okay.
nope. Just watch out, and or like a random arrow, or in the other games of spell packets because they're dense little rocks you throw at each other. They're not really rocks, but they feel like it if it's raining. So, um, yeah, it was. I loved using that site. But maybe it's time for it to go away. Like use other sites, give them opportunities to grow.
Yeah. I mean, the new site that we're using for
Hey,
Shattered Kingdom's Middle Ground. It's nice.
yeah, I know
It's
those
the
guys.
Fry.
Hi
Hello.
guys. I'm gonna eat this salad. Keep talking.
Nice
Okay.
Gryffindor shirt. I like it.
Yes, Gryffindor.
There is I like to think of it as a friendly rivalry between our two fighting companies. Um,
What's your fighting company?
so my fighting company is Crucible, and I don't have anything on.
Crucible and Gryffindor.
So it's not Gryffindor. It's
They're Gryffindor.
Hybris Legion, and I think it came about because like Dogboy's wife was going to make me a tunic, and our colors are gray and auburn, and just so happened to have like a whole bunch in there when the pandemic started because she was going to make me one, and then these guys out of the blue come up with a new fighting company that happens to be mostly auburn and a little bit of gray.
I thought it was wine. I thought they were gold, wine, and gray.
Gold. They've got a lot more gold, which is awesome. But man, yeah, those guys are awesome. I like their company. They're good people. Yeah.
They almost joined mine.
Almost
They
joined
almost joined Arcana,
Arcana.
Critias's
terrible
company.
Oh, okay.
So Sploob's been in there, I think, longer than Crit, haven't you?
No.
No,
Same.
same.
Well, Crit's been in the more because like there was a point where I wasn't in it.
Oh, okay.
At early on, there was tribulation.
Lan, I say Crit's company because he actually knows who Crit is.
I do know who Can? Yeah. You were right. I looked you up on the orc and was like, "Oh, I do know you. Yeah. You're the guy with the owl shield."
Yeah, James isn't wrong. They definitely people see us as the Critias company. Literally, anytime I tell people, they're like, "Oh, what company is that?" And I'm like, "Oh, that's Arcana." They're like, "What?" I was like, "It's the company Critias is in." It's like that's like the only.
Well, I mean, I didn't help with that.
To the best of my recollection, I don't have a lot of like interaction with Criticus. Am I saying that right? Criticus?
Critias.
Critias.
The Yu-Gi-Oh card or the
Crit?
Pluto or the Pluto book.
No, man, I am way too old for that. I don't know Yu-Gi-Oh at all.
Do you know Pluto? Because he's older than.
Like my brain went to the planet. I'm like, yes, I know the planet. Oh, you meant
the
like
philosopher.
Disney. Oh, the Pluto. No,
I was
I
thinking
don't
the
know
Disney
that.
character.
Yeah, same here.
No, the philosopher. Like Socrates is. Yeah.
No, it's not. Pluto wasn't a philosopher. He was the god of.
Yeah, you're
like
thinking Plato.
Plato. That's what you're
Sorry,
thinking.
why did I say Pluto? Plato. Yeah, Plato. Excuse me.
You're thinking
You're
about
not
the dog.
drinking, man. What the hell?
Things happen. Plato.
You could have owned this one.
Sorry. Oops. brain slip.
Yeah, but it comes down to like I think he's got a fair amount of charisma, and like every once in a while you get some people who are just a little bit more on the quiet side for these sorts of things, and then all of a sudden it turns into somebody's company.
Critias is so quiet.
Oh my god, he has charisma?
I
Minerva,
don't
tell
know. Every
Critias
time
he
I've
has
had to fight him,
charisma.
like he like every time I've fought him, he's like happy, smiley, and chatty and whatnot. Maybe not chatty, but like maybe I'm just
No, he's a
thinking.
happy, easygoing, good luck or good going
He's a
guy.
teddy bear
Yeah.
that
Is he?
slaughters
Alright,
people.
alright. Yeah, he was good. I remember the one weapon master I went down there like a few years ago, and like I would go through a line of like murdering as many people as possible, and he'd come up right behind me, and then I saw him like go into Super Saiyan mode, and he would take me out. I'd be like, all right, cool, and I'd be in the back of the line, he'd be right behind me. I'm like, what the hell, bro? Like, what's your problem? Get back up there. And he's like, nah, I spent it all on fighting you. I was like, okay, that's cool though. That's cool. Jerk.
Yeah, I'm coming for him for your guys' weapon master. Him and Big Mac.
Oh, I'm gonna win the weapon master right
Big
now.
Mac is a monster though, man. Like I did not realize how much that guy had.
I don't
And,
think
like,
I fought him recently.
He hasn't fought much.
He's
Yeah, 'cause
been
he got
reviewing
hurt,
tournaments.
Yeah, he got hurt. Yeah.
Last time I fought him was Winter Bash, I think. The last
Yeah,
Winter Bash I went to.
that was like when he was like putting the grind in again.
Yeah.
It showed too, because like I went through like 4 or 5 people, and then like I'd get this guy named Big Mac, and I'm like, oh, it's a nihilist. I wonder if he fights. I'm dead. Wow. Oh my. I didn't even see that coming. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
Big
see
Mac
what.
used to. I mean, still has it. He just has to come out and show it again.
Yeah.
But you know, yeah, he got hurt, but like he had some strong Florentine, pretty oppressive Florentine. Reminds me a lot of like Shaden's Florentine fighting. The way they both do it, they kind of just don't stop. Like, there's no breaks.
They
There's
lean
no
in
breaks
forward
in
and
that
just
fight.
go like this until you fall down.
Kind of. I mean, I wouldn't say that. It's not. It's
Not
like
the murder shop.
actually planned out, but it's just I don't know. It's like you don't get time to think.
My first interaction with DeVry was exactly that. I was like sword and board, and he just comes up, and this is like this little kid. I don't know. You weren't much bigger, like than you like. You were much smaller back then, but like you were very very loud. And then like you had 2 weapons. So it was like, I've got a shield, sword, and board. I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna beat this kid. And you like drum rolled the ever living crap out of my shield, and I just about peed myself trying to just like, oh, what am I? What is he doing? And you were just like hit me once behind or something. Like, what did just happen to me? But you just and I died.
You have 2 swords. You should use both of them.
Yeah, I mean, no, it made a lot of sense. I was just very new back then too. I had no idea what was going on, and you just scared me. It was great. Very, very strong memory.
DeVry can be a scary guy sometimes.
Nah, I'm a teddy bear.
Teddy bears can be scary.
Holy, I am
You're a
so
teddy bear that
tired,
looks like it
guys.
wins headbutt competitions.
I do genuinely win those. Like, my dad's got a really hard head. He told me one time he had a sledgehammer bounce back and hit him in the forehead. Like he hit something with like a 2-pound sledgehammer, bounce back and hit him in the forehead. And he's like, yeah, that made me kind of mad. But like anytime I got head to head with somebody, like in wrestling, I usually won. So.
Oh, it made me feel bad. No, it's just like constant concussion.
Yeah.
That sounds healthy.
Oh, guys, I'm so tired. So I was just at a Bohurt training camp. And like Saturday night at a long camp out when you've done a lot of fighting, you're just, and you think you could do some more, but you also just want to go lay down. That's where I'm at right now. So I'm probably not going to be on for a super long time.
All
I
right.
just want to stop in.
You just came in back from like this fighting plus dinner, and then you came here to have a salad. Yeah, I've been there, man. That's I've fallen asleep on the couch after a weekend long LARP or something like that, where I'm just like my plate of food is still on my lap when I wake up at like 3:30 in the morning. I'm like, oh no, this is not right. This is gonna go get messed up. What am I doing? So I don't fall asleep. Don't fall asleep. We're recording.
Yeah, we're not live on, and like as soon as we get off of here, my girlfriend's coming over. So
No sleeping anytime soon.
I'm like the biggest Bohurt fan for somebody that doesn't do it. I love it. Jealous of everybody that does do it. Seems really cool.
Explain what that is, actually.
Okay, so if you look up Battle of the Nations, That is like the big international tournament. There's some other ones, but that's the biggest one. And basically, Bowhurt is full contact steel fighting. So you are fully encased. Usually it's brigandine. Like you usually will wear brig. That's kind of the meta, because it's easy enough to make and it's more protective than like lamellar. Like I know people who've used lamellar and they're like, yeah, no, I'd get hurt if I used that again. Like it's not enough. Um, so they'll wear like full, like SCA-ish helmets. I don't know if I don't know the crossover between what's legal, but if you felt an SCA helmet, they're like 12 to 15 pounds. Well, Bowhurt helmets are like 12 to 15 pounds, same kind of thing. I think rules might be slightly different. I'm not sure, but effectively, Bowhurt itself is a melee, so it's team fighting, and your objective is to punch, hit, cut, grapple, or otherwise throw your opponent to the ground in a team fighting situation. So, like, I can hit somebody 30 times with my sword. It doesn't matter if they don't fall over. Um, so the whole point of the game is kind of like it's kind of like Kima, Greco-Roman wrestling, or judo, and football had a terrible baby. So it's a lot of fun. I've only and so there's a couple of rule sets that people who participate in Bowhurt fall under. There's generally three. There's dueling, which is basically you're just fencing and you're scoring points. And like you don't do really any grappling, punching with your shield or your sword handle, your fist. That doesn't count for anything. Doesn't count for anything, really. Um, there's pro fight, which is basically like armored MMA. They don't do submissions unless you just like tap out from pain or being exhausted, which does happen. And that's usually scored similar to an MMA fight. I think it's a 10-round must system. I'm not exactly sure. I don't.
It's 10
I'm not,
rounds.
no, sorry, 10-point must system.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me, not 10 rounds. No, it's usually 3 twos or 5 twos, depending on the organization. Like M1 Global did 5 twos, I guess. And that's a legit like Russian MMA organization that did some steel fighting stuff too. So it really just depends on the organization, and so that's scored more like MMA. And then Bowhurt is the big melees. So and I just went and did a 2 day. Apparently, there's more tomorrow, and it's like an hour away, so I could go, but I've had enough. I'm gonna go out to Greenwood Keep and see Miller because he's gonna be down. Maybe we'll throw it down a little bit, but
Nice.
I'm gonna take it pretty easy the rest of the weekend. Last weekend, I was home for an hour from Friday evening to Sunday evening at 7 p.m. I was home for an hour all weekend. Now, granted, some of that was because I stayed over at my girlfriend's house, but like I wasn't home, and I like being home. I've got cats; they're cool.
That makes a difference.
It's awesome.
So you're a big fan there, Sploob?
Oh yeah, I think it's super cool. It looks super fun. Definitely dangerous or injury prone. I don't know. I'm a big martial arts fan. Obviously, I'm not a martial arts guy, but yeah, I don't know. It's like I like fighting in almost every aspect. Um, be it actually fighting people, hitting people with foam sticks, or hitting people with metal and knocking them down. There's something visceral about it. It's the you. I mean, in like actual fighting, it's like, oh, if I don't stop them, they will kill me. Obviously, in like competition, you're not gonna die, but like at the end, it's like that animal instinct thing. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. Like I didn't even like sports really and care about them until I found out that UFC was a thing. It's like I know what they're doing, and it's like I understand this game, and it was Like I can't do
mean,
the things, but
I mean, you
it
look
was
at
great.
fighting, right? It's like this is like instinct. You look at it, you're like, I know what they're doing. They're hurting each other. There's not like it's not like football or something like you have to guess the rules. You know, it's like that guy's hitting that guy more than the other guy. He's probably winning. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, so have you guys talked about SKBC coming to
We're
Washington yet?
we're waiting for you.
We touched on
Oh,
it slightly, but
I'm here, so yeah, I'm super excited about that. I actually am also super excited about the site. I kind of wish I had toured the site before we settled on Middle Grounds because Middle Grounds is cool, and I hope he does. He's successful and makes it even better than it is now. But it is not set up ideally for AmpGuard. And this other site that the Panhandle site, it's got like a full industrial kitchen. It doesn't have 150 heated bunks. That is a downside. But it's got like 80 heated bunks and then enough bunk space in Adirondacks to supplement up to 300 people. So there's 300 roofed bed spaces basically, and 80 of them are heated.
Uh,
Um,
I'm just as an event runner, I'm curious. What is the compared to Middle Grounds? What's the cost? Is it similar, or is it more per person? Or
um, hold on. Let me, um, fuck. Where
I'm
was
just
it?
thinking ballparks. I don't need specifics.
Yeah, well, it depends on it depends on the time.
Oh,
But
okay.
so if you are in off season, like for a winter bash or an NLCC, it is significantly cheaper than Pilgrims. If
Oh,
you're
okay.
not in off season, it's a bit, it's a, but it's
I'm sorry,
doable.
you cut out there for a second.
Sorry, if you're not in off season, it's a bit doable, and we are getting like a 20% discount because we are a nonprofit.
Oh,
So,
okay.
let me. I'm trying to figure out what the last messenger because I sent out like I had a screenshot of the write up that I did for the math. Uh, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, well, you're looking that up. Ethany, what they're looking or what they're talking about is Sword Night Boot Camp. They won the bid to have it up in Washington next year in May the 22nd, the weekend of the 22nd, I think.
May 19th through the 22nd.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Like, I have like set up to record stuff, and I hopefully will have a shotgun mic. And if I don't, I still have like lapel mics. But like, I want to get some quality recordings of teaching because it's been very inconsistent with recording of uh, lessons from SKBC. So
That'd be
hope,
great because I'm going to try to get LARPDAD up there too. So you guys should be able to get a bunch of good footage.
yeah. So I'm looking forward to it. Also, I love like the higher, like I can't do a lot of the fighting stuff, but I love the fighting theory and the principles and some of the more um, mental or the mental games that people talk about at the higher levels.
Okay, I'm going to screen share really quick.
Sure.
So this is the base price breakdown. So for 100 people or less in April, it's 300.
Oh, you're cutting out huge. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Is this any better?
No, that was worse.
Testing, testing.
That's
Super
better.
good.
Better?
Yeah.
Super good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you look at the screen,
And then it cuts out.
It was super good, and then nothing, man.
Oh man, sorry.
I mean, we can see what's going on the page
But we
there.
can see it, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's when I swap over to the. Maybe that's why. I don't know. Is this working?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, weird. Anyway, so you guys can see it. So
Oh, he cuts out.
got out
It's
again.
gone again. Completely gone.
Oh no.
Weird.
I didn't like it so much, DeVry. I would ad lib for you, but none of it would be.
Oh, he
oh.
bailed on us.
He's like, nah, screw this noise. Oh, he's back.
all right, I'm back. Is this any better?
Yeah, I can hear
we
you.
can
Yeah.
hear you.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Okay, weird.
It's just like you're talking and then it cuts out. Like
Well, yeah, except for at there, it was like all the way gone.
All right, well, there's the writing for the costs. If you want me to send you that screenshot, Baelnorn, I can.
yeah, I wouldn't mind. It doesn't look, just kind of looking over the numbers, it doesn't look terrible.
I think it's better for a bigger site. Like if you, fuck, there we go. If we, am I still being heard?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. If we can get, the 200 people, it's pretty cheap.
So it's $4,500 for 200 people per head.
For 200 people, and it's $24.75 per head for 3 days.
It's going to be easy to get for 200 people for SKBC up in the Pacific Northwest. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's going to be easy to get.
First
pro-
SKBC after pandemic.
Yeah, the problem is we are May to September, so the prices are significantly higher.
Mm.
It's still like basically they're going to be, because they have to pay. They have to do 6 meals. We're going to be charging.
Yeah.
We're going to be charging $50 a head and still losing money most likely. But SKBC is used to losing money, so
Yeah.
But this site is a 4-H club, and so we might be able to do some like work parties to kind of offset some of the costs too. So
Nice.
we're gonna see about possibly doing.
So I'm curious, who's on the bid doing what? Because I'm curious who's making the food.
So I asked Murphy who he thought could run the kitchen, and he gave me a list of names, and they all said yes. And out of that list of names, Akron decided he was going to run the kitchen.
Akron?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we got Akron running the kitchen, Steele and Bowden and Tracy Poole when she's not running game. He will be in the kitchen, and Akron's got his own team he's bringing in too. So we'll have a few people in the kitchen making sure food's getting churned out. I am not doing the damn thing at the event if I can help it, except for taking classes. I have passed that responsibility off to Chiba.
Nice.
I wanted somebody who is not burnt out. Number one, has the capability to run the event, and then like 3, I want somebody who has not really had an opportunity up here to show their stuff. I know Chiba's a master smith, and I want to see what Chiba can do with an event.
He moved over here, didn't he?
Yeah, he moved here with a master smith, and he hasn't run anything. So
I never met him, but I know you're talking about. He was pointing out to me last time I was up.
Dude.
He's a good dude. Yeah. And so far, like, I kind of got so Kismet and Sam and Dame Savon were looking around for sites a while ago, and this was one that came up as a possibility, and for various reasons it never got used. So I was talking to Sam, who ran the last SKBC up here. I was like, I can't really find any sites that are, ideal for this. And she's like, have you tried Panhandle? And I'm like, no, I didn't know what that was. So I checked it out, and it's a really good site. So all credit goes to those ladies for finding this site initially.
Nice.
Then I finally get to use it, which is cool.
Yeah, I'm excited. I've never been to an SKBC.
And it is an experience.
That's great.
Having your butt handed to you for like 3-4 days straight
Yeah, I've heard that it's like a really big benefit for like newer fighters. I don't know if I still fall in that spectrum, but
I think
I think I
it's a
could benefit.
it's a benefit for
Everyone.
new. It's a benefit for new-ish fighters. I think brand new fighters, like your first month or first year, even it's gonna be you're drinking from a fire hose. Like you're gonna bring one or two things home. I think the more skill you have, the more you'll actually be able to uh, adapt to and learn because you have a higher base of knowledge. Like now, if somebody shows me something in kickboxing, I can usually pick it up a lot faster than a day one newbie, right? Because I've done so much. Same thing with foam fighting. Like Brett's been doing Bohurt, Warlord Brett from Texas. He's been doing Bohurt the last few years, and he's now one of the best guys in the nation at it. Four of the best fighters for Bohurt in the nation were at our event training, so it was pretty cool. And so he
Brett
showed
was there.
me. Yeah, I fought him for a little bit today. It was cool. It was fun. But he changed his money shot. He showed it to me, and I think tomorrow I'm going to hit Miller with it. So, like, I'm going to try anyway. I don't know.
It's a heavier level change with the knees, right? He doesn't bend anymore.
Yeah, he's not bending at the back at all. He's
Yeah,
basically going into a deep squat.
that's from fencing.
Yep. So
I've been advocating for changing the direction with your knees instead of bending for a very long time.
yeah, it's pretty cool. He doesn't throw. He throws it like almost a Moulinet when he drops. So instead of like throwing him like tweaking his wrist, he like does a backhand and drops into like a Moulinet from it. And then when he's coming back up, he'll like throw an upwards cut towards the arm. So
In case he hits the leg.
That sounds beautiful.
Blocks. Yeah, it's really. He hit it a couple times. I've done some cool stuff too, but he's mostly been doing Bohurt. We're both tired. He wasn't using his equipment.
It's cool that you talked him into doing it.
Well, he said it was fun.
Are you also running an LCC or part of the bid?
I am the autocrat, so yeah, that's going to be exciting.
2 big events.
I'm not running shit on SKBC.
You just got the bid
stuff. Okay.
If I am both fortunate and unfortunate, I will be teaching at SKBC because I am technically.
Oh, if you become a warlord.
Yeah, I'm technically qualified, but I don't know if I would get both awards fast enough, and I still want to win some more tournaments before I would. I want to win a couple more tournaments. I want to, and I've qualified, but I want more. So
I like that hunger.
Oh, DeVry, are you in the chat and Twitch by chance?
No.
Okay. Yeah, they're saying, "Damn, DeVry, you go get it."
Thank you.
That's from Effany.
I'm excited that you're coming down to our Weapon Master, though.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
I never do well in the Weapon Master or War Master tournaments. I suck at brackets really badly. But
when is that?
An SKBC class for that.
Yeah, it probably is. I'm not. It all depends. It all depends on which instructors can make it.
Yeah, I had a really good interaction with a class where they taught you like mindset stuff for tournament fighting, and it really did me well.
Yeah, the mental game.
That was nice.
They usually teach that one every year, so there's a solid chance that'll be done.
Tyrannosaurus X is asking, where is the Blackspire Weapon Master?
When?
Where?
It's December.
Oh, when? Oh, okay.
December
they answered.
15th, I think.
December 12th.
12th.
Oh yeah, we were just talking about that. There is a Knights Circle meeting.
Dallas, Oregon?
It is.
Harrison. Is that?
It's down in Salem.
Yeah, that's by Salem. 20 minutes out of Salem. Yeah, you should come down.
And I'm already just barely traveling for the Northern Lights. That's That's like a 5-6 hour drive for me, pretty easily.
We don't have any COVID
5,
anymore, then it's
maybe.
fine.
Oh yeah, no COVID
Oh, yeah,
down there.
none.
I just have to
None.
avoid Vancouver, Portland, and basically everywhere else where there might be people.
Just stay in your car.
I'll fight for my car. I'll just fight for my car.
Well,
Actually,
once you
I
get
could
to
probably make that.
Dallas.
I could make that actual trip in my car and back in my hybrid. It's not an issue. It just
That's still a long drive for a day
It's
event.
a drive.
yeah.
If I go up to Seattle, generally I want to like stay at like
somebody's
Trevor's house or
something.
something. Yeah,
Yeah,
make
yeah,
a weekend of it. I
Who's
mean,
running Winter Bash?
Bailey. Yeah, I don't know who
Our
is on
Winter
his
Bash
team.
is not in. It's not in 2022, is it? It's in
It's
2023.
2022.
Oh, it is in 2022.
Yeah, it's in February. It's at the Middle Ground
Oh.
camp out.
Yeah, it's over my birthday weekend. I
For
thought
some
about
reason, I
going to
thought it
that.
was still a year out. Wow.
That's
Okay.
gonna be a wet weekend.
Yep. I did talk to the guy after you left to ride when we were visiting the site to ask about flooding. It's never really flooded there, and it gets kind of wet, but not a mud pool. So it might not be as bad as you'd think it would be, considering there's a creek running through it, according to the guy.
Yeah. I like his property. It's cool.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to using the trails and messing around on it. It's going to be new and exciting for Shattered Kingdoms. New spots to hide things.
I think it's going to be a really good site for Shattered Kingdom. I think for NLC, I would have preferred the Panhandle site.
Yeah.
When's NLCC?
Same week of the Spring War. Somebody was asking me if I was. It's March 16th.
And it's so long to wait for any of these things. It's months. Nah, December's close.
Yeah, NLCC is going to be my birthday thing.
March 17th. There we go.
Oh, I was reading the bid that you posted for it. Pretty good bid, by the way. I noticed that my name's in it.
Well, talk to Erin because she's the one that actually wrote the bid.
Oh, okay. Well, then I will talk to Heron.
What are you contracted to do?
Nothing.
Feast guy?
They wanted to talk to me and the White Bear commissary about meal plans and stuff. So I guess I'll talk to Heron, and Heron, you're in chat, and I'll message you about it later because I had some ideas that I wanted to pass. I was thinking about maybe bringing back Bistro or something.
Yeah, if you want to do that, that'd be great because that site's kitchen's just small. So if you've got a portable kitchen that can help feed people over the weekend, that'd be good.
Nope, I thought of ways to do it in the kitchen.
Okay. Well, then we will have to have you talk with Jim too, because we got to make sure you guys aren't overlapping on your plans.
Oh yeah. Like
he's basically going to do a ROM, so it's going to be ahead of time, so he doesn't have to do a ton in that kitchen.
Oh, that's smart. Heron, yeah. I read the bid, and I was just told by DeVry that you actually wrote it, and then at one point you said that we're going to talk to the White Bear commissary. Yeah, the meal plan, DeVry's upcoming NLCC event. And so I'm thinking, it kind of got me I was going to talk to you about it and reach out, and I thought it was DeVry that wrote it. I didn't know it was you, Heron. And so I was like, maybe I could do it myself rather than just offering advice. So I was going to talk to you about that because I was like, it'd be kind of fun to do to do it. I enjoy cooking for people. I just don't feel like doing a 150-person feast right now.
Doing a feast seems lit, but so scary.
I like helping with feasts, but I don't think I would want to run with myself.
Why is that?
Because it seems like a lot of work.
Oh, it is.
I would rather just go in and help for a couple hours than go ditch.
Yeah.
It is. It's a commitment for sure.
I mean, there's a whole different level of stress involved with cooking and cooking for an AmpGuard event. So,
yeah, you gotta make sure your chicken's not raw. Oh wait,
nobody's using
that happens more than it should.
Nightshade in their drinks to the monarchy.
Oh hell!
Baelnorn.
Yeah,
I do have a recipe that I think go pretty well for a feast. Just trying to figure out if you can do it at scale. But I do a sautéed cabbage, onion, and carrot. Like, who the fuck is this? Hold on, somebody called Aspire Karate's behind me. Oh,
Are we gonna be like live twitching a
Oh, yeah,
phone
dude,
call? This will be
speakerphone.
great.
actually, I think this is my dad. So give me a second.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
I mean,
cool.
That's less fun for us, but that makes sense.
I don't know how you
Yeah.
get over the anxiety of like a feast, because like it's like people are hungry, and when they don't get fed, they get very upset. So it's like
Yep.
if I drop the ball, like I might get killed.
I thought
You know?
you were gonna be like, I don't know how to get over an anxiety of like answering my phone. I don't answer my phone
Oh,
for anything.
I used to work at a call
Oh, I
center.
don't answer my phone anymore.
I'm an Uber driver, so like my phone makes new like noises for Uber and nothing else. So if somebody
Yeah.
tries to call me, I'm like, good luck.
I used to have
Oh.
pretty bad phone anxiety, but forcibly having to take phone calls fixed that.
Answer your question about the anxiety. Well, it wasn't a question; it was a statement. But I'm going to address it anyways. Yeah, it's huge. I overcame it by pre-planning, which made my events go a lot better because I'd do at least 2 test cooks before I would actually do the main feast, and the second would be scaled up. And if it didn't work out, then I'd have to replan. So like I battled my anxiety by just planning the hell out of it.
I went to
So,
culinary school and I just refused to go back to cooking for people. I don't like
oh,
cooking anymore. If it's
I
not out of
used
a microwave, I'm just like, I don't care.
I used to want to become
Jack
a,
in the
a
Box,
chef.
man.
Oh yeah, Jack of the Box. I wanted to become a chef, but like now, like I don't know if I can handle the pressure, the heat in the kitchen, on a daily basis. Because like Ampart has made me realize that I can do it under pressure. I've been under pressure. I've done large meals for lots of people. Got out on time. Problem solved. I know I can do all that, but oh my god, is it hard and stressful and exhausting. And so I changed my mind about what I want to do with my life.
Restaurants are different
yeah.
than catering, but
I mean, they are.
So the meal idea, I've done this. Do
I mean,
onion, cabbage, onion, carrot, and mushroom. And I saute it all. Then I've been like spicy sausage and just to cook it. And then I cut it up, sit in there, and I canned Alfredo.
I
And
lost
then
him.
Is anybody else getting like every other word but still need to go to the store to get food because it's very, very tasty sounding?
I got most of what you said. You put the Alfredo sauce and then you kind of cut out for a little while. Oh, I was trying to fix it. Okay.
Smash it with a hammer.
okay, better.
For now,
Well,
yeah.
We'll
It's just
see if
like-
it cuts
I don't know,
out.
It like cuts in and out. It's so.
Well,
It's like a
so-
connection issue.
Yeah, cabbage, onion, mushroom, saute it, and I do like spicy, and I do an Alfredo sauce, and then I do.
It looks like a Is it a mic sensitivity thing? Do you have noise suppression on?
Yeah, that could be it too.
It might be the noise suppression in Discord. The thing
Talk
next to
and
the end
talk
call
and
button.
talk,
And
Cut
that's
out.
muted.
talking.
Hear you
Is that
there.
better?
Yeah.
Okay, weird. Maybe it was. I don't know. So, anyway,
Alfredo sauce.
Since I'm on keto, I put it over a bed of cauliflower rice,
Oh, okay.
and then like if you're not doing a keto, you could do noodles or rice or whatever. You just put it on a bed like a gravy, and it's super good. Like I've made it a couple times. Made it for my girlfriend. Made it for my brother, who's a notoriously picky eater, and he was super happy with it. So I'm just like, all right, this is good. Like,
No, that
it's
sounds pretty solid.
it's pretty cheap to make. You know, cabbage isn't expensive. It's bulky. Onions aren't expensive. Carrots, I just did baby carrots, but you could do whatever kind. And
I've-
then sausage goes a long way. So
I
Yeah.
think based off like just working it through my head, I think I probably wouldn't saute necessarily. I'd be oven cooking this dish in
Yeah,
big
yeah,
pans. No, I think
you'd
it could
oil
scale.
it. Yeah, you'd oil it and then roast it basically. Yeah, and I think that would work fine. But I just been doing it in my little cast iron. So
Yeah, I think that would scale.
yeah, I think it's pretty good.
I think it'd be really good for like meal plans for sure.
Mm-hmm. And I think if you cook the sausage separately, you could also basically do it not add the sausage, and then do vegetarian, and then add the sausage, and then do a meat dish.
Oh yeah,
So
I like that option.
it's
yeah,
it sounds modular, which is important
yeah,
for
yeah,
catering and stuff like that. For AmpGuard, anyways, in my
yeah.
opinion.
Eat
They're
Uh,
before
super
you get
good.
out. You know.
Send me that recipe. Actually,
Okay.
when you get a chance. It was just cabbage, onions, carrot, Alfredo sauce, sausage,
Yeah, and then
and
I put
cauliflower rice.
fresh garlic in
Okay,
there and stuff too. Like whatever
I might season
spices
it
you
up a
want to
little
throw
bit.
in.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. I use salt, pepper, and garlic mostly, but you can throw whatever you want in,
I
basically.
might use a gravy.
A gravy, yeah. I think
Is
I
that
think
just
if,
like your house gravy, or is that just cuz? Like,
A little bit of both.
all right, all right, all right.
I mean Alfredo sauce is kind of like gravy.
It's kind of like a
Cheese
gravy.
gravy.
It's
Yeah,
basically gravy. I mean, like,
it is gravy.
Cheese
It's
I
a
don't want
milk
to turn
gravy.
this
gravy.
into like is it a sandwich or a hot dog meeting? Like, but it's basically gravy. So
Yeah.
it's a
I think
sauce.
I think I'm gonna make it because we're doing a potluck type thing for Thanksgiving. I think I'm gonna make it, but then add like some fresh herbs and stuff. Like do
I think
some
I'm making
fresh herbs in it.
baklava.
That sounds great, but not keto.
No.
Sounds amazing. All of this sounds amazing. I should have
Yeah.
had more to. I've been having this really bad habit of, except for like the last couple of weeks, like showing up to AmpGuard on Saturdays and being like, okay, I've got enough calories, and I fight for like a couple of hours, and I'm just tanked after that because I didn't have enough calories or I didn't bring in anything to eat. And that happened again today. I thought I was good, but I'm thinking I have to bring like some sort of sack lunch or something like
No.
that. So
At least some granola bar or something.
Dude, just
Usually-
start slamming honey.
we do have a lot of honey here. I live with a
Just-
big.
Just a gallon of honey, just
Yeah, and
blasting it.
then you're gonna get out here and you're gonna stab me in the stomach, and I'm just gonna be like, that was the worst decision ever. Oh my god.
I'll just start calling you Pooh Bear. It's fine.
I'm
Well,
just
I'll
saying,
never be able to go to China, but yeah.
I'm just saying, when I was doing like a lot of lifting and we'd be like 2.5 hours into lifting, I would slam honey to get through the rest of the workout. Just start
I've never
to
actually
get
done
shaky.
honey like that, but I'm like, that's interesting. Maybe I will look into that a little bit more. But
if you're
I mean-
not slamming honey and then hitting the smelling salts, are you even trying?
I mean,
another smelling salts. Now, mate, just do drugs. Just do drugs and get it over with at that point. I think, right?
I mean, if you're looking for carbohydrates and protein,
If the ammonia
energize you.
packets aren't
Peanut butter and honey.
melting your brain.
Peanut butter is
and honey
usually
was-
been my go-to. I've been really hitting hard on that the peanut butter and jelly like diet type of thing. Not really a diet, but like when I'm gonna go out to AmpGuard. For our fighter practices, we ended up getting somebody found us a racquetball court, an indoor racquetball court. So
Jealous.
it's super nice if you don't care to hear what the hell's going on, because like you have to lean in to talk to somebody like right in their ear because it's a small
Loud.
court. And if there's fighting, like it echoes everywhere, and we keep the door closed because like, there's still a gym out the other side, and we're gonna be yelling at each other, whatnot. So
Do they make you wear white shoes?
no, we wear tennis shoes or whatnot. But yeah, you go like 3 hours and you don't even realize there's no windows, there's no clock or anything like that. So you're just like, oh, I've been fighting. I'm very, 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 very tired. Oh, because I've been here for 3 hours. Okay, that makes sense. So when I realized I was doing that, I carbo loaded and ended up planning out my body's intake of calories. And for whatever reason, I just could not do that for a normal Saturday AmpGuard day. But I did the last couple of weeks and I felt fantastic. And today I was just like, nah, I'm going home. I'm gonna bite somebody's head off.
I want to
I
hear more
think-
about this racquetball court.
What's that?
I want to hear more about this racquetball court.
It's like-
I need this. I need to get indoor AmpGuard practices in my
It's
area.
a game changer. So like normally I'm a big proponent of like if you're going to AmpGuard, if you're going to do AmpGuard, you dress like you're going to AmpGuard. Like you wear garb. Like we were talking to AmpGuard. That's why I talked about it on the chat. Was like, oh, are we wearing garb? Because that's we're talking about AmpGuard stuff.
It's a
But
uniform.
if it's- yeah, it's part of promotion. It's part of advertising. It's part of recruitment. This is how we get this. But if I'm in a racquetball court, it's like a 40 or 50 by maybe 20. Wood, basketball style court, thing. It's got a high ceiling, and it's no chairs in there whatsoever. We can bring some chairs in there, but like we can get like 2 or 3 fights, 4 uncomfortable fights together. Like we don't do ditches, but like it is some serious like one-on-one training where you're just getting the we'll just beat the crap out of each other for a long time for 3 hours straight. I go through about 2 Nalgene bottles worth of that, or an energy drink if somebody's stupid enough to get it near me. So, but yeah, we've had it for like 2 or 3 weeks now, and it's fantastic. We used to have one where my man-at-arms brother Bjorn and his buddy Taryn lived closer to us, where we got to use a basketball court, and yeah, it's really awkward to like go to AmpGuard, do AmpGuard stuff in like sports shorts and like a normal T-shirt or like a tank top or something like that, and because you feel like you're doing sporty workout stuff, and then you're hitting people with foam sticks. It feels a little bit weird, but you get over it. And I don't bother doing the garb thing if I'm going to go in to be like in this cube of sweat and grossness. But it feels really, really cool to feel that dojo feeling of like, okay, now we're training. This is our training day. This is not like battle game day. This is not like we're gonna go, do ANS or anything like that. Although we can do that. People come in like, I'm not feeling so great, but I want to show up. Like, you can go knit, crochet, do whatever on the side. Perfectly acceptable. But we're here to train melee, and it felt really, really good to get those to find a indoor thing. And I think all credit goes to Rowan and Cole for that. For our current ones, they're letting us use their racquetball court, and it's fantastic. Oh my god. But I go through a lot of laundry through it because of it.
I should have taken that middle school PE teacher job. Dang it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Like, just kind of get myself in on some school places that aren't being used. We used to use like outside stuff, like just some overhang, but like
that's where mine currently is an elementary school outdoor basketball court.
That's a good spot. That is nice lighting. It's like Gustav. Everyone here probably knows Gustav. His mom worked at our local school, and so we would have our AmpGuard feast in the cafeteria, and we'd do like the battle games underneath like this giant like court, like undercovered area at the playground. So yeah, it's kind of cool to
yeah, it's really good. When I got back into AmpGuard, I ended up like pushing for really hard for like 1 or 2 extra days of fight practice, and then we used like a school parking lot, and then when it got really crappy outside, we'd use just like the concrete or the asphalt, and we were like, yeah, leg on death, or we're not going to worry about legs.
Mm-hmm.
And it really worked out really well. But and then they had like a little basketball, like for toddlers, or not toddlers, but like elementary school, little basketball court, and we used that. It was super uncomfortable when they had like parent teacher conferences, because you get these rough and tumble people, all the Templars from the back in the day, and come out there, and yeah, it was it looked a little awkward, but the cops would come out once a year and they'd be like, "What are you do? Oh, you're fine. Get out of here. What are you're fine." But now when we got to the inside, it's just I even felt like my own progress, or my own concentration, or my own ability to like land shots, or my like the things that I was working on actually got a little bit crisper and cleaner when I did that kind of stuff. So if you can make it work, and it's a different game.
I've been trying for a while to get my coach to let me use the MMA gym, but his wife is weird about the liability and stuff. I'm like, what?
We have insurance.
Yeah, nobody's gonna get hurt. Like,
I mean, yeah.
I mean, I could see it though. It's like people are doing things in your place, like what if they break something or whatever.
I mean, if you're doing an MMA gym, like there's not much more that you can break with foam sticks than you would be able to. When you're like trying to like legitimately punch somebody,
Yeah, that's basically my argument. But also, like, I don't really want to have the fight about it. Like, it's just,
and they're not paying to come to your gym either, right?
Yeah, and honestly, half of me feels like if I were to make a big deal of it and try to like push and like make that effort, like I get like a couple people to show up once or twice, and then nobody would show up. So
yeah, it doesn't sound worth it.
Yeah, I'm super jealous, Mike, that you got a group of people up there that want to grind. I'm super jealous.
I'm gonna toot my own horn. Like I've been really working hard on making sure fighter practices happen, and like the memes help. Like the legitimately actually 200 memes that I've made for fighter practices over the years, like, and I never recycle. I always make a new one. Usually it's only like 4 or 5 people, but like and you missed the part about this earlier, but like communication, just talking to people and be like, hey, you're gonna come out, you're gonna do this, you're gonna come out and do this, you gotta come out and do this. It's annoying, but like, they feel better at the end of the day when they're gross, sweaty mess, and they're like, it was so good. I'm glad I go home and like, you guys want to go out for like a food, or I'm gonna go sleep. Somebody text me when I make sure I get home. It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling, but you definitely have to push your people for that. And I mean, if they don't want to fight, they don't want to fight. It makes it difficult.
Yeah, like in the summer, or when we have light, I've got a group of people that'll come out and do it. But like, I just don't know if that group's going to come out. And also, like, frankly, I only have time during the week, unless we start earlier than we have been. I only have time during the week in the evenings for like an hour because I got to go do kickboxing. I got to go do grappling. I'm doing now 3 sports. Like Moses, before he moved, and I started getting into Bohurt kind of like during the pandemic, but like when AmpGuard was shut down, but the lockdown wasn't full on. So I went to a couple practices. But Moses has been trying to get me to go for a while. I was like, dude, the last thing I need is another hobby. And then like I did like 1 practice. I'm like, I've got another hobby. And I don't do the Bohurt stuff nearly as often because I have to drive an hour no matter like which way I want to go. Like I have to drive an hour to get practice in, and it's just so much easier to just drive 15 minutes down the road to Greenwood Keep or my park or my gym. So
it takes a little bit of this, a little bit of that to make sure everything works out for that kind of stuff. But like I mean, if you don't have people who want to grind, even during the winter, like that sucks for them. Like I mean, it sucks for you, but like
are me, Critias, and this one guy that only comes to fighter practice. He doesn't go to regular park days. That's like the consistent 3, and then we get like 1 or 2 that show up occasionally, but like we don't really peak more than 5 or 6.
Same thing for us. Like we get 5, 6, 7 people. We've gotten a couple of newbies who are like just showing up to AmpGuard. They've been finally, or not finally, but finally we're getting newbies who are showing up to fight practice and then just don't want to fight. They want to go out to the battle games too, which has been super great. Because like I had the hardest time. Inland Ocean got to be a Dutchie because of our fighter practices. People would show up from all these other LARPs. They wanted to go be better fighters, like all the people that went up to AmpGuard. And they showed up, and it was a great fun time. But like, I got tired of like our elevation or our status of Inland Ocean being a duchy as opposed to a barony because none of these kids would be going out to Saturdays. And I told them like, okay, you guys are gonna have to try. You guys are gonna have to try. But we were having fighter practices of like 15, 20 people pretty regularly during the week. And
Sounds wonderful.
It was pretty good, especially when you get that different styles of fighting because the LARP fighting versus like AmpGuard fighting or anything else when they get in. They always bring in something else, and you're always learning something. May not be the most efficient way, but you're always kept on your toes, type of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it kind of petered out. We ended up going back to Barony after that because like we just couldn't keep up the numbers, and then whatever happened. But
the plague.
Yeah. Then the plague happened. We were stuck at Barony. Yeah. But yeah, about five people's good. Like aim for 5 people. If you can get 5 people during the winter. Man, that's good, especially for the Pacific Northwest, because everybody wants to go stay at home, or they got 15 hobbies like DeVry, or, maybe they're just like, I'm just going to stay at home and play video games. I don't want to go get wet, or, I'm tired, or, work schedules always get in the way, or somebody's gaming schedule or something like that. I try not to hold it too much against them, but I will pester a whole bunch of people, be like, hey, come fight me.
Yeah, I
fight
think,
a lot of Critias.
yeah,
He's a good fighter, man. Like, it's a good challenge.
Yeah.
I think for me, coming out of the pandemic, but I came out of the pandemic like 40 pounds lighter than I went into it. So like even that, like I came out and I was kind of rusty, but I'd been moving. I'd been doing MMA and kickboxing for a while, like during the pandemic before we started coming back out. Like our gyms opened up and business opened up faster than our hobby did. Go figure, right? So I was doing that. So when I finally came out, and I sparred a little bit throughout, on a couple people here and there, but I came out and I was just like, man, I can so much better than when I was heavier. Especially like looking back at like video of me fighting at like 370 pounds, and like I would talk to Dalos back then and be like, well, you're not moving your feet enough, and I'm like, yes, I'm fat. He's like, oh, there's fat people that can move. I'm like, yeah, but it'd be a lot easier if I weren't fat.
Guess
I
what
feel
else,
you.
huh?
I
It is
feel
you.
easier when you're not.
It is so much easier. I'm moving so much better than I was. So, um,
Yeah,
I
I
still
uh,
lose 60 pounds.
the weight loss to fighting thing is huge. I just remember like I actually had this. I moved down to a smaller shield when I lost weight. I was like, it's too
Gained
big.
I gained like 25 pounds or so. Like I was pushing 300 for right as I came out of the pandemic, and I think I've kept like anywhere between 280 to 290 or so right now. And I use a smaller shield just because I'm tired of decking myself with my own strap shield. So I use a small oval shield. It's not really small; it's a little bit medium, smallish, but like I just like the responsiveness of that one. When I'm fighting people like DeVry, I can't use it because he's just a little bit too quick for the size that gets around it. But I'm working on it, man. I'm working on it.
Oh, speaking of an oval shield, so the SM tournament that Justinius and Dagar and Kismet ended up running. And Justinius made a bunch of prizes and had prizes made. And so
Supposed to make some of those.
I got one of his oval shields. And the first person who was able to fight with it was Warlord Brett. Because I had my punch shield I was used to, and I'm like, here, you can use this one. I'm not used to it yet. And so he's like, here you go. So, Justinius, I don't think you're watching, but if you are, Brett got to use your punch shield first. He said it was nice.
Nice.
Yeah, I was involved in making a whole bunch of stuff for that, and
Brett
like
fought with a oval before.
most probably,
Maybe? I don't know.
Does
I find I've
he's a strap shield guy, right? He doesn't use a punch.
Justinius? Brett?
Brett.
Brett likes a low strap, but he said punch is close enough.
Hmm.
So he wasn't using his equipment. He's like, next time I come up, I'm bringing like, 'cause he comes up sometimes. One of his teammates on the Dallas Warlords lives up here, and so they go back and forth and train together. So he said next time he comes up, he'll make sure equipment so we can get some rounds
Did
in.
they ever play with the Portland guys?
Yeah, so that's mostly Cerberus.
Yeah.
So that's like
They're pretty good, aren't they, Cerberus?
yeah. Cerberus is like the second best team in the country, and they have couple of the best guys. So
Is it Magpie on that?
I don't know. I don't know who's all
Magpie.
Cerberus.
Yeah, he's part of it. I think he's on their B team.
Is that Oberon?
I don't know
his
what he
name
calls
in
himself there.
yeah.
He drives a semi truck, if that helps.
He's a truck driver.
I don't know most of their team.
I think he got moved to their B team or something.
Yeah, they put
recently
him on the B team.
Yeah.
Basically, there was a team up here based out of Seattle, and I'm assuming some of Portland too, called Iron Phoenix, and they split up because of personality conflicts. And so Colin was on Iron Phoenix. He moved to Australia because his wife is Australian and has health issues and can't afford to live in America because we're trash.
Yeah.
So he moved. Craig, he joined the Dallas Warlords, who are trying to recruit me. And there's a fella on that has pretty bad reputation in Amtgard. And I'd rather not get. I'd rather not get. I'd rather not. Yeah, the big B. I'd rather not get mixed in if I'm going to continue to be part of Amtgard.
That's pretty forward thinking of you.
I see everybody else on the team I like, and individually, Brennan. Brennan, now that he knows that I'm a good fighter, like in like Bohurt with wrestling and stuff, that I have skills. He's nice to me now, but he was a dick to me when he was when I was just some scrub Amtgarder. So take that what you will. So
Brennan loves me.
He does. He does love you.
He does. Really does.
I think he tolerates me. But
anyway, so and then there's a Matt, who's like one of the best guys in the country. He's on Cerberus, and Johnny, one of the best guys in the country is on Cerberus.
I know Johnny. I know Johnny good. Or I don't know him very well, but I know him from
Johnny
the
be good.
from
He's
the
cool.
EMP.
Yeah, he's cool.
That skinny kid brought like some like SDA martial arts stuff to the EMP and just ruined everybody's day on day one. It was fantastic to watch.
His wrist is fucked up. Like he's got like some tears in his wrist. He's got cysts in his joints. Like he's gonna.
But the kid's like 22 years old. He'll be fine next week.
No, I don't think he's 22. I think he's like 20, he's like 27, right? 28, something like that.
Yeah. I just remember when he showed up, and I was like, "How is this kid doing?" And apparently, like his father and his grandfather were like super big in the SCA for like just fighting. Like that's all they did. So they developed a whole bunch of stuff, and it showed. That kid was marvelous to watch. I kind of wanted to put foam in his hands and be like, I wonder if I could actually touch this kid if he had foam. But
he's not bad with foam. He's done some Belgarth, but it's not his main thing.
Yeah.
He's really like. So for Bohurt, with the Bohurt grappling and the Bohurt striking, he's really good. And he's had some MMA fights, and he's had some MMA training, and I brought him down to help train for the Shinigami fight. Or maybe the one before that ended up being a boxing match when I signed up for an MMA match. But I was like, I'm just going to like import somebody. And I'm a lot bigger than him, but still like, he's not bad, but I was just like, oh, like because he beat me up in Bohurt, I was like, of course he's gonna be better in MMA than he ended up being. Not that he's bad, it's just I'm a lot bigger than him, and it's not his main thing.
Do you go by DeVry, like do you go by DeVry in Bohurt?
Don't they just use real names?
Most of the time, like I think with like depending on who he talked to, like if he knew him from foam fighting, would get called Moses. But most people just go by their real name.
Yeah.
So Gustav has a question. Is Matt from Buhurt Kredican, ex-Navy, used to play Bell? I don't know if that rings a bell.
I don't know. I don't know what his last name is. But
I hope that's ex-Navy because it could be ex-Nazi. But like,
oh yeah.
he was talking to a guy who was there. That's a Marine, and they were talking like he was talking like he knew about weapon systems and stuff. So it seems like he might have had a military background. But I don't know. I don't know him super well. He lives up in Arlington, so I've met him like 3 times now. So
like, the Marines are part of the Navy. They just don't like to admit it. So
right. It might be. What's his Gustav? Message me the dude's last name, and I'll look him up.
There we go. We'll have an answer to this question hopefully in a couple of minutes. Gustav, you ask the hard-hitting questions, and we will have to make sure that we can answer them. Gustav, did you... So did Killian, complete topic change.
Did he say Kitterick? Is that the last name? Kitterick?
Kredican, I think.
Kredican. Yeah.
Kredican.
Like Fred,
I
ICAN.
That's a persona name, though.
Yeah, that's a persona name.
Matthew Kredican, yeah.
Oh, Matthew Kredican, that's a real name. Okay.
Real name.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's him.
Oh, okay. We answered the hard-hitting question.
Leave it to Gustav.
The right did.
Hey, Gustav, can Belgarth in Portland open up again so that I can go?
Gustav would like to answer that because I believe Gustav would like to go.
Yeah, they haven't opened up Bell in Tacoma either, which I'm like, I kind of figured they'd open before we did,
And they're super cautious.
We also came out with like a super big plan and a whole bunch of good ideas right off the bat.
So, we should have just started with mandating vaccine. But
that would have been better. I think you and I were on the same meetings for that.
Yeah.
My kingdom doesn't have any vaccine mandates.
I believe this is the controversial topic that I want to avoid.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Positive. We're all on the same page, I think, pretty much.
Get your Fauci Archie.
Gustav has been talking in chat about you
right now. 3 of them right now.
The guys seem to be nice, part of Bakhtar's unit. Bell's more of a less...
Bakhtar.
Yeah, Bakhtar's great. Bell is more of a less closed nationwide. Anytime someone says we should show back up, gets heckled like crazy.
Yeah, apparently Bellegarth nationally does not like the idea of opening back up.
Yeah.
I guess they don't like playing games.
You would think Bell people would end up coming out to Ampguard just to get wax in. But...
So there's I was part of another organization where I had to rewrite all of the policies for how their board of directors interacts with the organization that it was in charge of. And I had to start from scratch because I felt like that was probably the best or the smartest or the most efficient way to doing it. And I had a hell of a time starting. And then I found Bell or Dag's website, and I can't remember which one was which, but they're kind of synonymous in my own mind anyway. And I looked at their policies and went, oh, copy, paste, Alt F, copy, paste, and I just put our name and a whole bunch of other names there, and just took their legalese because they have seen some shit. So when their games are like, we don't want to fight yet, I'm like, dude, they just be really, really hesitant with a lot of stuff, which is fine. But like, I mean, if you're gonna talk about something that I think Baelnorn doesn't want to talk about, then maybe we could talk about that later, and then maybe they could get their own wacky bats on, which would be great for their own wacky bat time.
Yeah.
See, I definitely avoided the thing you wanted me to avoid.
Good job, thank you. Gustav is talking more about it. Gustav is making good points, but I'm trying to say more positive and stick away from the.
We can move on.
Grumpiest Gus, never stop. Don't ever censor yourself.
Let me tell you, Grumpiest Gus, SKBC seems to be requiring a vaccine card. So.
Yep.
Yeah. We can go to a different topic. Although I'm before we do that, the KOE at Inland Ocean, nobody was sick.
Oh,
it was the first one we had vaccines like mandated. So like
yeah,
weird.
Everybody's good.
Okay, I'll stop.
All right, no, but Baelnorn, you had a question for me. Baelnorn, you had another question for me. You had something. Complete topic change.
Oh, did you stop drinking?
No.
Oh, okay. I just haven't seen it. I slowed down.
I don't know if I slowed down. So we've been going on for like an hour 45. Now I'm making a pretty good clip. Yeah, I haven't stood up yet though. So.
That's always yeah.
So DeVry, you said you got 10 orders now?
I've got my 9th and 2 tournament wins. Two
tournaments. Okay, and one of them was smaller, right?
Yeah, that was the VO tournament. There wasn't really, in my mind, there wasn't sufficient competition. Not to say that Twixter and Kinjin, not to say they're not good fighters and they didn't make a good account for themselves, but I want to win off people who have at least as many orders as me, if not a warlord. So that's about the box tops, not about their skill.
Yeah, so now you're in the traveling stage of what you
my goal is to win every kingdom in the next 2 years in the Pacific Northwest.
Take you to task for that. I'm going to work on
That's a lot of traveling.
Yeah. I've been trying to get Critias to travel.
You're not
tough.
You're not going to the tournament tomorrow, are you? No, you're going to the G-Walk thing, right?
That's not a kingdom level tournament, right?
No, it's
Duchy
level. Yeah, I'm going up for Duchy level because I was like, I wanted to get my 5th because I've been sitting at 4 for like more than a few years now. And then today at court, I got my 5th Order of the Warrior. So, and then I was like, okay, yeah, thank you. But then I was like,
5, that'd be cool.
Are you guys giving out orders of battle up there?
Yeah. A whole bunch of people got orders of battle. A whole bunch. I don't know what the thing is about that. But then I was like, oh man, now I can't go up to the Hollow and do their Iron Man tournament tomorrow because like they're barony and I got a hold of Medzek and Medzek was like, nah, we're a Duchy, and I'm like, I'm gonna go hit people. I'm gonna go hit lots of people tomorrow. So I just left my stuff in the car. I don't, as an Uber driver, like I keep my car as clean as possible. But I was like, no, I'm just not even bothering. I'm gonna go up there and I'm gonna go hit people.
Gustav has a conversion question.
Yeah, Gustav is
I
don't really did that. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I don't really care, Gustav. I mean, it happened, and some people got them and some didn't. It didn't
Well-
even happen across the board. It was kind of frustrating, but
What's the conversion question? 'Cause I'm not reading
Oh,
chat.
okay. So
the
basically,
warrior conversion, pushing
Gu-
people up with the
Gustav
new
got pushed
RP.
up from 7 to 8. He hasn't won anything in first place in a long time. And so he's like, should I just rescind it? Because now I'm 8 and I didn't really feel like I earned it, basically.
I I was told that I did not get my ninth off of the award conversion. I was told that was not why, that somebody had simply not awarded me for something a while ago. I'm not sure, but I'm just going to win every tournament I can and not care.
Grubus Gus, it was up to the Monarchs at the time, I believe.
Yeah.
So it wasn't
But
just straight across. Sorry, Dry.
It's
Just-
fine. I think my girlfriend's here. We'll be momentarily.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, no. Basically, I already turned down my ninth once for
Really?
the defender. I did not take my defender, and then now it's no longer. It's now crowns, so that's fine. And then I turned down my ninth, and I had a 22 streak that didn't get awarded, so I took my ninth.
For the 22. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, like they gave Critias, I think it was 8. They gave Critias 8. Technically, they gave it for conversion, but he had just won our War Master.
No,
so-
what happened was at Winter Bash, he had a strict 19, I think, which would have given him his ninth, but they didn't give him his ninth because Big Mac got his ninth for winning the tournament, so they thought it was weird. And so they just gave him his ninth for his conversion.
Oh.
That's
That's
Yeah.
yeah. I don't
anyway,
disagree.
friends.
I'm salty
Anyway,
about my
friends.
5th, anyways.
Yes, DeVry, you have a very wonderful evening ahead of you.
I'm probably just gonna fall asleep, to be real.
Wonderful.
I hope you sleep well, man. I hope you sleep
I
well.
will.
Thank you for
All right,
coming.
have a good night.
Okay.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, if they should give crit for the War Master. I'm still stuck on that, but yeah.
With conversion, he should probably be a 10.
I think that needs to be a conversation between Crit and the Monarchy team, or like his own knight or squire, whoever he's under, whatnot. Just make sure that they're all on the same page for that kind of stuff. I had a similar issue where there was a mistranslation because I missed the end of reign where the last king gave out a whole bunch of awards, and I may or may not have agreed with a whole bunch of them, but like, you know, credit goes to credit where it's due. And they gave Steel, I'm his man at arms.
Agreed.
His 7th Order of the Warrior, and he was like, I did what? How did I get this? And I was like, I have no idea. But at first thing, they told me that I got it, and I was like, I'm at 4. I think I was at 3 at the time, and I was like, you can't skip. Like, I felt really, really bad about like maybe taking a 7th over that. I was like, I don't. No, I'm gonna earn that. Like, I'm gonna give it back. I feel really bad about that. But that's a conversation I think that needs to happen with people to make sure that they're all on the same page. Because if you don't feel like you earned it, like, that's on you.
Yeah.
But if
Critias isn't very proactive about assertive. That's the word that is most appropriate. He's not very assertive about his own awards, his own achievements.
That's why I really like the family or the knightly family and the fighting company kind of standard we have, or even households, where Crit could be like, you know, do I deserve this or whatnot, and somebody should be going to bat for him and be like, no, go take your paper, dude, take it. You got him. All right, good.
They just, yeah, I don't know. They frustrated me. I mean, yeah, I can't talk about it anymore.
That's cool.
Oh, Minerva, you're still listening. I don't know if that means Critias is still listening, but we're gonna get him. I'm gonna talk to people now.
We'll
I just
talk to
want my
people.
fifth.
but
It doesn't
they'll
mean
just be
it's
like,
going to
"Who
do
are you?"
anything.
just
I don't
want my
have that
fifth,
kind
you
of.
know?
Also,
I'm up
I
for the
talked to
hollow
you.
tomorrow.
I gotta run an archery tournament tomorrow.
Sploob literally met the qualifications for the 5th and did not get it.
Yeah, it's because in the I 17 streaked in a tournament, and then I won the tournament, and they gave me my 4th.
You can.
They
Yeah, I
didn't
could
give
see
me-
where their head was.
Yeah.
I don't know who was in charge, but maybe
I won the
their
tournament
head-
by a lot too.
I mean, if you get a 17 streak, yeah, like, and you didn't win by a lot, like, I'd be impressed. So, yeah, that's. Oof, I don't think I've done a 17 streak ever in my life. Like, I just placed in our one of our tournaments, and I was like, yeah, okay. I wasn't gonna take it because there was only like less than 10 of us in this tournament, but like there was a couple people there who were just like, I'm not letting you win, Mike, and I'm like, okay, no, never mind.
Just take it.
Yeah, it's only fifth. It's not like I'm getting my warlord out of this. Like I
Exactly,
would have to do what Fry did for his body and how he deals with his own, like how he dealt with everything. I'd have to do that to a lot to get my warlord. So I'm gonna push, but like, ooh, that's a lot.
What do you like Battle Master?
Me like as a title.
Yeah, I mean, just like the orders of battle. And
Oh, I
everything.
love it. I love it.
Yeah,
and I wish it was its own thing. I don't want it to be under the Sword Knight path. I wish it was its
I
own
don't think
knighthood.
it will.
It is its own. It is its own knighthood.
It's per kingdom, if I remember correctly.
No,
Our kingdom is going and doing something weird, unless something changed in the last couple of weeks. Which
I don't think it is under sword. I think it's
it's
just
not under sword. Some people want it to be under sword, but
people are
that's not what got
pushing for it,
voted
yeah.
in.
Okay, well, I may have misheard, and I'm okay with that. But like, yeah, I think it's really cool because like, there's in a lot of communities, and Amtgard is not exclusive to this. Like, gatekeeping's a thing. And too many people are already gatekeeping, like, oh, this person participates in the game, but they don't do it exactly the way you did it or harder, so they don't deserve what you got. Well, that's not right way of thinking about it. And Battlemaster's just another way of saying they did good. Give them some awards. Give them some recognition. Let them wear a white belt.
And so with it being a knighthood or a masterhood path, that's finally about the core of the rulebook. You know, most of our rulebook's written for that part of the game. There's going to be an influx of a lot of people that are going to be at high awards. You know, it's the thing they do the most, right? Are
Yeah.
you and do you think it's a good thing, like that we're going to have a lot of people getting them right away, or do you think it takes away from it?
I do not think it takes away from it. Because
people are going to say, "Oh, this is the easiest knighthood in Amtgard."
it's
like,
not
it, right?
easy. Like, I mean, looking at the people that they are looking at to get for knighthood for that kind of stuff, like, I'll use Dagar as an example. Like, he should have been given his white belt for that kind of stuff like a long time ago.
Right.
Because just his levels of dedication. Should DeVry get it? Yeah, maybe in the future, for example, because DeVry plays a lot of battle games. He's good at playing battle games. He's smart about it. He actively participates in multiple different ways. Like, helps. I think he helps Reeves and also like participates in the battle game.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? Does he do as much as Dagar? From my perspective, and I might be wrong about that. I'm okay with being wrong with that, but like, no, he doesn't. And Dagar is one of those people like, no, he already worked hard on that. Miller already worked hard on that. Like, why would we hold this recognition, this level of, hey, wow, we think you did good? Why would we hold that away from our friends? Even maybe even the people that aren't necessarily our friends, but they already did the work. I don't understand the argument about it until it gets to people who are just uncomfortable, guilty, or selfish about their own levels of achievement. And then I don't care about those people. So I mean, I do, but
I can give you some context for that. For me, like, I've been around long enough that I was aware of the conversion from the Sword Knight from Griffin to when they got rid of the Griffins for Sword Knight.
I had no idea it was there.
Yeah, you used to be able to get Griffins and stuff like that.
You could combine them, Griffins and Warriors.
Yeah, you could have like 5 Warriors, 5 Griffins, and become a Sword Knight. Basically, when they made
actually how
Hawk,
how Delos is
Delos.
Sword Knight.
Oh, Delos. Okay.
He's not a warlord.
What was my point? Oh, yeah, they just said, "Oh, we're starting over." Like, they didn't. Over. Yeah, they just clean the slate. If we were changing, if you didn't do this, then you have to earn it. And that's just the last time we did a major revision to knighthood. That's how we did it.
So like,
so that's like the culture.
There's a big difference between something that can be done like every weekend, like battle games, versus something that can be done like once a month at best, and that's for tournaments. And you get your, as far as I'm aware, I've been wrong like at least once tonight. You can only get your warlord through tournament fighting. But we can have battle games going on Saturday, Sunday, and then every single event. Like,
yeah.
And you have the opportunity to do that now. And does that make it cheaper? no, because if I wanted to do Serpent Knight, which I do because I like leather stuff, I can just throw in 1,000 items in one Dragon Master.
Yeah.
If I wanted to, there's nothing keeping me from just like showing off a level like 1 through 10 plus, master, or 10 is master depending on where you are. And just dropping that in there and saying, I'm good. Oh yeah, and I sewed like 15 tunics and some other things. Here, give me a whole bunch of garbers, and I wrote some poetry or took some
We
pictures
had it
of
happen
everything.
in Blackspire.
Yeah, and like there's nothing stopping them from doing that. Now, are they going to get knighted? Probably not, because they showed up for one event.
They didn't
But
get.
should they? Well, that's a conversation, and that's an okay conversation. Be like, hey man, you showing off, like that's good stuff. Do you want to teach? Do you want to be a part of Amp Do you actually want to participate? Give them the master title. Master title doesn't mean they're knighted. That just means they're an expert in that field. Battlemaster should be no different. Like, what if they show up and they've been doing this for like 20 years? They know what they're talking about. Give them the title. Give them the recognition. That's what it's there for.
Yeah,
Right, but
I think it could go to Sword Knight in that case, too. Right?
yeah,
Like,
Yeah,
Er,
more or less.
because they're a battle master. They're not a warlord. Like they're.
You're gonna like for the sword knight. I think like you're gonna be fighting ego a lot more than you're gonna be fighting like actual practicality.
Sure.
DeVry had a really good example of I think really good ego there, where he was like, I want to go win because I don't feel like I did what I wanted to get for that ward or that award they wanted to give me. I'm gonna take it because it's the right thing to do, but also I feel like I need to push myself and earn that one. Same thing if when I got this 5th level Order of the Warrior today, I was like, maybe I feel like I should probably go to another couple of tournaments and just like do extraordinarily well to make myself feel better. And that's ego. That's not checking off the boxes or anything. That's just straight ego. And we have to
Yeah.
be comfortable with a certain amount of ego, being like, well, this can be healthy so long as you're pushing it. You're not pushing people down. You're not punching down type of thing.
I mean, I've been hard on myself for a long time. My friend's finally trying to get me to just take it.
Yeah.
yeah.
Just take it. Just take the damn paper. Put it up on your wall. It makes you feel good. I mean, my stuff is. It's in my living room. I put it.
My problem was there was like today there was a 5 and under tournament, and one of the participants didn't want to participate because I was in it.
Sucks for them. That's their own ego.
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time. Like, I don't want to throw them under the bus, but like, I mean, if they're intimidated by you, maybe. I mean, you shouldn't be intimidated by anybody. Like,
No, I agree. I was just like, but it was like it put me in a pickle. I'm like, so wait, should I not, so that I'm not stopping people
No,
from fighting?
Absolutely not.
no,
Like,
no.
it's really
You
on
should go to
them.
the champ. You should go to the champion and be like, hey, we need to figure out. They're obviously probably not going to do what I. If I say get in the tournament, they're going to be like, no, you're just going to murder me. Like, go up to the champion and be like, okay, you need to put some fire underneath their feet or something, because like I don't want them to prevent them from having fun, but I'm not going to hold back if it's a tournament. So.
And for a 5 and below tournament, and if they're worried about not being able to win so they can get their awards, I think they need to readjust their intentions in Amp
They just
for
said they didn't want to be part of my
readjust their
bloodbath.
intentions for tournaments. What?
They said they didn't want to be a part of my bloodbath.
Well, they say that like in like a joking manner, like they would jump in like eventually, or are they just seriously like?
They legit asked if I was participating in it to decide if they wanted to or not.
I need to know who that is, but you can tell me later.
No,
I don't want to call them. I don't want to call them out on stream. That's not cool.
Okay, yeah, that's
But-
absolutely. That person, I feel like needs some ego. Like they need to go to some training. Take them to fighter practice. Go be like, all right, I'm coming out to pick you up. You're gonna fight. We're gonna fight. We're gonna do this. We're gonna beat that ego back into you.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's just like, man, I want people to fight. Like that's like what I like. I want to get people to fight. It's like, how do you encourage them to fight if they're like, oh, I just don't want to do it. I'm gonna lose.
Some people just don't have that push.
It makes me mad that I'm not better, like haven't gotten like good enough to get myself out of that like accessibility of that tournament.
No, you're fine.
That's not you. It's about being rewarded.
Don't worry about that. That's not. I don't think that's something you should probably like focus on so much as like, you bring people with you. But if you bring people with you and then you're one step ahead, you're just one step ahead. And if they don't, like the rules of the game are right there. It's 5 and under. Fight like it's 5 and under. I mean, there's no warlords in there. There's no like generally there's not going to be a whole bunch of squires that are just been fighting for like 15 years, just trying to get their 8th, 9th, and 10th. So fight until you're not part of that anymore. And if they don't want to fight, they're worried about that. Well, hopefully they'll get some ego like into them, and they'll be able to celebrate some wins. Maybe you'll get out of their head and they'll buckle up their own.
I think
and,
they
like,
just
go
need
to the cause.
Yeah, they just need to reframe the issue in their own head to make it more acceptable. it is not up to you to. You're not doing anything that is like specifically targeting people or making them like. I don't know. It's not your fault that you're good. I mean, that's it. It's not your fault.
I see
Yeah.
way too much of that, like that weird modesty that's gonna haunt you later on if you don't just like push through it and be like, okay, well that sucks. Let me know if you feel like there's a way I can help you like succeed in your fighting or your battle gaming or your crafting or whatever. Because that's the same sort of attitude that could happen if I see like Unum going and throwing in for stuff at Unum or Medzik, for example. If they're throwing in like a whole bunch of stuff at this Dragon Master, I'm like, well, I'm probably not going to get it, but you still need to compete because they may mess up, they may not make something great.
Yeah.
But it's the same mentality.
Ooh, I'm gonna be doing my first Dragon Master at Winter Bash.
Like
I
trying to win it.
am.
I don't know.
I like.
That's the wrong attitude. No, you're going to win it. You're going to smash it. Is it going to be up at the Northern Lights one? Because I'm going to win that. You're not going to win that.
No, it's the Black Spire one in February.
Yeah, all right.
Actually,
It just
I
happens to
was.
be lining up when I'm making a bunch of stuff, so I figured I might as well enter.
People
It's
were
the season.
super surprised I entered the last Pack War Dragon Master I think we had, and I won like 2 categories, and like fucking Baelnorn did that. What?
You have
Like
what you made?
It was
Do
like
you have what you made writing?
stories and like fucking cook.
Writing?
Okay, yeah.
It was like writing and cooking and like it was made so like I could actually have a chance of winning the Dragon Master, and I actually wasn't that far off. I also did photography. So like yeah, it's
And did
part of
Elskry
its
win
mentality.
that, or
Octavian was running it.
who won it?
Effany.
Effany won that one. Okay.
Yeah, but I won like 2 categories. Like best in. I didn't get best in show though.
I mean,
But I still did really good. I mean, I'm very happy with what I did.
That's awesome, actually, because like I feel like most of the time I feel like Garbers and Owl people win Dragon Master.
Yeah.
Like
Owl was
those
really
are the-
impressive. Sorry, I sorry I interrupted you. But owls are really easy to use to impress people because leatherwork
Exactly,
is
they're
like
not
chef's
just
kiss
leatherwork,
stuff.
like just like constructing like cool things like braziers and stuff, like things that probably aren't really like they're not super time consuming. And they do have skill, but yeah, I think they are very impressive. And Garbers, people that sew a lot, they sew a lot, and like people love garb. Obviously, amp guarders love garb, and people make nice garb.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So I'm trying to see if I actually
It's
ever
hard to
won
do, the
a
writer.
Dragon Master here.
Hmm.
Nope, I did not win. I've not. I've tried. I've been in plenty. I've gotten some awards from Dragon Masters. My apple pie won some awards. So
That was
And
my
I'm
first time that I
Mid-level crafter. You
Mid-level
don't have to do
crafter,
anything
yeah.
special. But...
I need to work on my owls though, man. Like
Hmm.
I'm close. I'm very close.
I had like 1 or
gotta
2
do the
owls
best.
for so many years.
I'm at 7 owls, so yeah,
I
I need to
You got
smash that out.
6.
6.
I was going neck and neck with Unum for a while, and then that boy just like buckled down and like put his nose to the grinder and like I don't know, made a deal with some devils at a crossroads or something because his stuff is like I don't know. Maybe he's got some deals with some people in China and just keeps on ordering stuff over there. He says, put my maker's mark on that.
He is, but
And,
he is above what I would require a master to be at.
yeah,
Like I do not have anyone
fantastic.
that I would like. It came up in our kingdom right before the pandemic. Like, well, do you expect me to be as good as? And I'm like, no. Like in this,
So Medzik actually brings up a
yeah, I was
thing.
about to.
I'm actually really curious about what you would do to rework a Dragon Master because I happen to actually really like Dragon Masters. I just don't like a few things about it, like how judging works.
Well,
Like,
judging is hard.
It's super subjective. You got to find people that actually read what you write down, and this is just from one side of that perspective as opposed to the opposite side where you're like you got to get people to actually write on the damn notes like what you did and how you did it, actually fill out that form, and if you want those high level awards, you got to give a good description. So there's that. But like also I've been in plenty of times where I'm like, they didn't read this. They specifically, like very very significantly did not read that this is an infusion, this is a mixed drink. I did not use yeast, I did not use bar or like oats to, or well, not oats. I didn't use anything like that, but like,
Yeah, I agree completely. Oh, my
Oh.
brother just brought my food here.
oh,
That's more than enough. Yeah.
I believe Tyrannosaurus X is Heron.
It is
Yeah,
Heron,
Right?
yes.
Yeah. Heron brings up a good point. It's like there's 7 categories, 7 entries across the categories at least is a lot of high level work to submit to win, and that can definitely be intimidating. It needs to be toned down
I,
the
I've
amount of stuff you have to enter.
It does, and I've seen different versions. Octavian, for example, when they ran the Dragon Master pack war, they chose a slightly different format, and I've seen a couple other people do slightly different formats. Olympiad is a different format than our Dragon Master, for example. It's a lot
I wish.
more open, and you don't have to do as much like broad work, for example, to
Wish we
get
would
to
have got
win.
the Olympiad to happen, but
Oh yeah,
I was
fucking
so looking
pandemic.
forward to that. Like that killed my like momentum
I was
entirely.
looking to get like my Tin Smith off of it. It was going to be so awesome. Yeah, Kai and I had a pretty good thing planned till the pandemic
Yeah.
happened.
I feel really bad about Kyan and that.
Yeah.
He lost a lot of personal funds, but
Oh, he
um,
did? No?
yeah.
Did he?
Mhm.
He told me he didn't. Oh.
I don't know.
If later.
If it wasn't supposed to be public, I'm sorry for doxing you, Kyan.
Oh.
But
Well, too late now. I'm going to talk to him about it.
yeah.
I thought he got his money back.
But I would like to go less there and more back into the question.
Oh, yeah.
Or the stuff. It's like,
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna let you guys talk about this real quick. I'm gonna
okay,
go to the bathroom.
okay, yeah. So, Dragon Master. I think there could be. I kind of want him to be involved, Killian to be involved, since like that's what he's talking about. So I guess we
Okay.
could go over the Olympiad stuff.
I forget exactly how they did it,
I
but
think
it was
it
like.
had to do with deposits.
Oh, that. Okay.
Yeah. And
I thought it
they
was
came
because
to
it got
price
closed
for
down for
two.
the pandemic. It wasn't like it was. Oh well.
They still didn't. Yeah.
Oh fuck the state. It was a state
The
park, so
yeah
or
the
was it a
state
county
park
park?
like
It's a
but
county
like
park.
they refunded partial, but they didn't actually end up refunding the whole thing, and it was a whole thing.
Oof.
Yeah.
Well, I'll talk to Kyan to see if he cares because he should get
Mhm.
reimbursed.
But
Especially
I guess we can go a little into Dragon Master. It either like it could be a best in show competition. Might be more appealing for people. I'm not sure. Or it could be a rain long thing, the Dragon Master. It could be a whole rain long event, and then it's more spread out for people. People do better with deadlines like, oh, I have to finish this item by this day and enter it, and they can do that as opposed to like I have to finish 7 items by this time. So it's like you can lose track and be like, oh, I have enough time, then you run out of time. Or
yeah.
you start procrastinating because you have so many items that just kind of overwhelming.
I can't say that I've never ran Dragon Master. I've been Regent and I've ran like multi stage competitions. So I found that the longer you go with the competition, the fewer the people commit to the competition.
Huh. I felt like I had really good commitment to my rain long competition when I was Regent at Silvermoon.
Well,
It led into Dragon Master though, kind of like I was saying. Well, it wasn't a Dragon Master. We did Worm Master, right? Our park level one.
oh yeah,
But
yeah.
but I mean I had those tournaments, those different crafting, not tournaments, but like competitions.
Competitions.
Like
Yeah.
we were like recognizing and shouting out people for winning them stuff. But each entry that they did, they could also enter in the Worm Master at the end of the reign.
Yeah.
And like that was the idea, is like helping them spread out their crafting over time so that they didn't lose track. So I think it helped get more people to enter. Rowana was entering, that helped, but it also hurt because some people were intimidated.
Yeah.
She actually stopped entering in the Worm Masters because people were getting discouraged.
That's actually understandable for like
But I mean, she was also winning Dragon
park
Masters.
holder. Yeah, I mean, if I am a warlord, I'm not entering my park level fucking.
I would.
I wouldn't. I would reeve.
I don't know.
I mean,
It
depending on
changes.
my
It
mood.
changes when you get up there, like into that warlord status. Like I've seen a lot of guys who, they get that up there, and they're like, this feels bad. Feels
Huh?
bad when you're
I
in
don't know.
those ones. Like
Critias
every
still
once in a
fights
while,
in
sure,
park
but
level.
like, what's that?
Critias still fights in our park level.
Not that
Yeah, but
often.
it is
He's
not.
usually even running it lately.
He fought today.
Did he fight?
Mhm.
Oh, okay. I'm wrong then. Well, I mean, in my
I
experience
think you have a
with
duty.
a duty
A
to
duty to
fight,
fight. Mhm. In
you
open
do
stuff.
for kingdom level stuff, I think.
Yeah, Kingdom, I'd see that like all the time, but
Well, for
park level
example,
stuff maybe.
yeah, for example, like event running and stuff like that, running fees, stuff like that. There, it came to a point where I did a bunch of stuff at the local level, and like but no one else had a chance because I was the go-to guy, so everyone didn't. I kept doing it, and so
Yeah, it is
I like.
different. But
It is a little different, but it's the same principle of I always win because I'm the best at this park and there's no one that can beat me. And
I don't
so,
think you even
like,
won today.
I did. Oh, well, stop
Oh,
making
Big
me
Mac
look
also fought in it.
wrong. Oh, Big Mac was there. Okay, there's bigger fish in the. Yeah. Uh, so, like, when you get up to like a higher level, you almost like want to like give room to the local level and help them along the way, but you want to give them a chance to progress.
But they want to see you fight too. You're like the fighter. Like they want to see. They want to.
I mean, yeah, there's a whole lot of things you can do that is fighting that is not a tournament.
Yeah.
I'm not
But
saying anyone
Killian,
should
we
not do it, but
yeah, I kind of held back with the Dragon Master thing. I just a quick summary while you're out was like trying to think of ways to either reduce the load on people for entering to get more entrants, and it maybe even make it easier on judges. Would be like either less entries or having them like rain long competitions as opposed to single entry tournaments. I don't know ideas that you have maybe for improving Dragon Masters.
I think having themed Dragon Masters is a lot more important
Themed.
than having like just open stuff up. One of the things to make kind of a weird analogy, maybe like, oh, I won't even skip. I'll just skip the analogy. Like, if you have like a really active or proactive regent, you could say like, hey, listen, we're going. Here's my schedule, and the schedule could be like, this is going to be the owl tournament. This is going to be the Garber tournament. This is going to be the dragon tournament. This is going to be whatever else you feel like it is, and then have a big one at the end.
that's a good
Um,
idea. I
because
like
at that
that.
point you've got somebody who's like focused on there, and then you have the time where you can hunt down those people who those serpent knights or those people who know what they're looking at but aren't participating and like aren't putting anything in, and you can have them specifically be
The
very good at it,
correct judges.
as opposed to have this like hoshmosh or like mishmash of people who are like kind of good at some things and but they really know pottery, but everybody throws in for like
Yeah,
armor
you've
for
got
this weekend.
garbers
You're
that are
like,
sitting there
great.
grading armor all day.
Yeah, and it
And
doesn't work out because like
yeah.
just doesn't work that way.
Or like,
But
yeah, it's like this guy draws a bomb ass picture, but
yeah,
can he grade garb? No.
nah, nah. But like that's an idea. I really want to push and see like this is gonna sound really arrogant, but like we need to have more people who actively teach how to judge things at Dragon Masters, Wyvern Masters, and everything in between.
Yeah.
Well, like, okay, what if what about this? Um, what if you had a head judge? Like you have a head judge for your Dragon Master, and then everybody else is more like jurors as opposed to judges. Like they're guided, they're guided by this head judge into getting like between items. So like you have one guy that's like really like, hey, what do you think about this part of the item? And like they're going in and they're looking at these. Like one
I've
guy
been
is
to
like super experienced and the others are guiding him and making decisions.
I've been to a couple of on both sides of like, hey, this person knows leather armor or this person knows garbing. Um, I've seen it been worked, and I like that idea. I wish it was used and like emphatically. I wish
In
that was used
fact,
a lot more
Mm-hmm.
because or like and pushed harder on that kind of stuff. That way, people actually have like knowledgeable stuff to say about this kind of stuff because like I don't know how many times I've been a part of a Dragon Master on both ends of been like I don't know anything about pottery or garbing like at all, but you put like chainmail or actual armor or like amp guard weapons or non amp guard weapons in front of me, I'll know how to do that. But I don't know how many times I've been in like, does anybody know how to sew here? Does anybody know anything about a sewing machine or what they should be using? And now we got lucky a couple times, but like, I feel bad for those people, but also like, then I feel bad when my stuff gets judged by people who don't know how to read.
Yeah, like one of my items in that I entered in something that wasn't Dragon Master, but I entered a plastic tip shield once and it was glossy.
Oh,
And,
that was fucking ridiculous.
I got
It's like,
feedback that
Jesus
said,
Christ.
looks wet.
Well, fuck. That was ridiculous.
At least they gave you feedback.
It was the quals. The feedback, yeah, but the feedback just said, looks wet. It's like, it was glossy.
Thanks. Yeah, that's the finish that I wrote down about. It's called glossy, you nerd.
About the
Chu, I've been here for like 2 hours and 20 minutes or so, and this Jack in the Box is calling my name. And
well,
I don't eat
I'm
on
eating
camera,
my noodles, and he had a salad, so
I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna eat on camera.
why
Sorry.
not?
No.
Are you saying you gotta go?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Because it's been 2 hours or so.
40 more minutes?
Can I do 40 more minutes?
Normally we go from 8 to 11. You don't
I did
have
not
to. I'm not
realize
gonna
that.
guard, like, say you can't.
That's
Because
fine.
you're
fine.
Critias
Alright.
is offering to jump in.
Critias. I mean, we could do more. It's fine. It's fine. Hold on. Hold on.
Oh,
I didn't realize we were doing this for 3 hours.
Oh yeah, we've gone to 5 hours once, but I don't really require
I'm
anyone.
the ocean. We can barely count up there. We just do like 7 more dishes and then keep on calling it good. So yeah,
How long you eat? How long you eat for?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's just go. Let's go.
Oh my gosh.
We need to get Criticus, Criticalicus,
Critias.
Christmas.
We need
Critias.
We're getting Critias in.
Alright, so everyone watching, the screen's about to go wonky because wait, I got my phone somewhere, right? I can do it on my phone. I don't have my phone. Damn. I lost my phone.
Is offering to take Killian's place. If you want to eat, I think you're up.
No, I'll be fine for a while.
I've been really enjoying this conversation, and I would love to have you stay on a little bit longer.
Stay online, yeah. If it gets any more worse than that, I'll be an adult and take out if I need to, but I can wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, so everyone watching this is going to get a little wonky, and you're going to see my Discord now, because I do not have my phone. All right.
So, by themed Dragon Masters, you mean like categorized?
Yeah, because that makes sense. Like, why would you, like, there's something about, like, having a theme. I've done a couple of, like, low-level theme stuff, but, like, it just never really took off. But, like, we had a hard time trying to get things taken off and, all over the place. Like, oh, this is going to be a weapon, or this is going to be, something else, or this is going to be, fantasy, or this is going to be, weird themes, right? Weird LARPy themes that we're supposed to do, which is great, but also it just didn't work out. But I think on a kingdom level for Dragon Masters, like, I think that would really, really work out a lot better.
Like loose themes, like by your interpretation, or like you give out a list of like this stuff you can make.
I mean, giving out a list would be a pain in the neck.
Right.
For everybody involved, and then you get people who want to nitpick and like find the weird
do you have
things
your
between.
Do you have your like warmth? This is our warmth theme. So it's like make something that brings warmth to Amgard.
Oh, I would hate that. No, I would not do that. I would not do that. Like right now, it'd be like, yeah, if it qualifies for an owl, you can do it. Okay. I wouldn't do like an actual theme stuff because that's like there's way too much room for. I don't remember who this dude was, but like there was one Dragon Master where a dude put in like his legit 3D printer.
Yeah, I was gonna ask this question to you. Actually,
I was like, that was
what do you
like,
feel about non-Amgard related crafts in the Dragon Masters?
Get it out, man.
I agree. Fuck
like,
that.
Don't get me wrong. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I want people to practice their stuff. If they want to paint their Warhammer 40K miniatures, that's awesome because it takes a grotesque amount of skill to be able to do that well. And if they want to take like photography of like something that isn't Amgard related, photography is challenging. The art and whatnot, but like we are wearing garb. We are a medieval fantasy typical European game where we could branch out from European. We could actually go like worldwide. That'd be really cool.
I don't think we're not actually European. People just believe that. It's not said anywhere.
No, it's not said anywhere. It's just the culture because we all wear tunics and we all wear weird pants.
I've
But like,
been
it's
accepting of Asian's been big.
I mean,
I've
yeah,
seen.
I made one of my company mates a Howery. You know, it's like that's East
Yeah.
Asian garb.
one
Wait.
out of how many other company mates?
Alright.
Well, he's the only one I made.
All right. I've never been discouraged from doing anything outside of European, but European is the major.
Yeah,
You're right
that's
about that.
That's the
I mean,
perspective. Like, I don't want anybody to not feel like they can't do anything. No,
Yeah.
please do. Like
everybody's
push boundaries.
you know, that's like the major American fantasy genre.
Mm-hmm.
There is some philosophy that I could go in for LARPing, where it revolves around like I think it's the Lost Flute, the Magic Ring, Tolkien, and
Wheel of
white
Time.
suburban America and disposable income. All kind of makes LARPing happen. So once we start pushing those boundaries, which I would really love to do, because we'll start getting people who, more people of color, which why they don't play is a big topic, and I think I've been drinking just a little bit to have that conversation.
I think it is a very important conversation to have. I'm not sure if I would like to have it on the show.
I'm big on that one, but
I don't know how comfortable I would be wearing garb of non-white culture.
oh, that's not what I was going for.
Oh, okay.
But
Just
that's
just inclusion and why we don't have it.
yeah, but it's not an amp guard basic thing. That's a
nerd thing. That's a nerd culture thing.
That's a nerd culture. That's live action role playing. All of it is.
Like, do I think Turkish garb could look sick? Yeah, I don't think I could wear it though without feeling.
There's a little bit of like there is some wiggle room between a cultural appreciation and cultural appropriation,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a lot of like, I don't know if I'm.
There's a
gonna go
fine
to
line.
Yeah, and it is a fine line, but it also, like, I don't know, maybe you've heard me say this a little bit. Communication.
Yeah,
You got to talk to some people about it.
Mhm.
I was talking to a buddy of mine at IO today, because I was super cold, so I was wearing my Shadowrun hoodie. I love Shadowrun. Shadowrun is my jam. But they've got this really cool, the Shadowrun S for a lot of the latest editions, the last few years. And I was thinking about getting it tattooed on my forearm. One of these two, I'm not sure which one. But then I realized, like, that is a straight up. It's a Salish. It's done in the Salish art style. And I'm a quarter Mexican, but I am not Native American by a long shot, as far as most people would be able to make those differentials. But it's very much like okay, but this is not. You have to understand what you're looking at to understand that it's a Salish symbols, or maybe not symbols. I'm terrible with this. Symbols, icons, that kind of stuff. The way that they do their calligraphy and whatnot. Yeah, iconography. And I really want it, but I'm like, I think I have to go and ask permission. And as an Uber driver, I get a whole bunch of people in my car, so I've asked people, and they're like, "Man, do it, you'll be fine." Of people who are Native American, they live around here, but I'm like, yeah, I still feel like I should probably go to like one of your cultural centers and be like, "Hey, so how do you guys feel about this? Like, what's going on?" So there's like, I mean, not everybody wants to do that. Not everybody wants to go to that level of like, "Hey, can I wear your garb or whatnot?" A lot of people want to go and play, samurais, and like, okay, but where do we draw the line between hakama and anything? That's not for me to say. Let me be very clear about that. If it's not German or Mexican, I probably shouldn't be talking about it.
I mean, it probably comes down to like what is cultural and what is like sacred and religious.
Yeah.
That's
once again, like,
it's a very complicated issue.
Yeah. But I want those boundaries pushed for people who do want to represent that, because that is their culture, that is their heritage, so that they can bring that into our game, or in our LARPs in general. I had a buddy of mine who posted about wanted to make a LARP based in like south of the border fantasy style games, like fantasy Mexican or fantasy Puerto Rican, that
like
they have
and stuff like that.
They have like an amazing culture. And I was like, my dude, give me. And then I thought about like all of my friends who are, by and large, not all of them, but by and large, very, very white. And I'm like, I don't know if they're going to feel comfortable playing this. I don't know if every single one of my friends is going to have the wherewithal to think about if they should feel comfortable about this. I still want to do this though. So, because man, that stuff is great.
It could be done. Probably.
It could be done. It could be done.
Yeah, it's like I don't want to be part of a problem.
Yeah. I want to be part of a solution, not a problem.
I'm going to use the restroom. Continue this talk. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Now's the time to get Josh's stream banned.
All right, I'm going to open up so much. No.
But I mean, like, okay, so we had a guy at Silvermoon who was Aztec persona, but that's his culture. So it's like obviously it's okay and
Yeah.
it's great. And it's like, but I don't know if he would be cool if John Smith did it. So
Yeah, like I mean, there's some things you just can't get around, can't get away from, like as far as like if you want to personify an area where people live, like people wear colors and they have patterns to their clothes, like it's really would be very difficult to get that. But I think there is like a very definitive line between like that's a sacred headdress, you're not allowed to wear that, that's not for you to wear.
oh yeah, but I mean,
Or like hey,
there's even just more subtle things. It's like as a a white guy, like I don't know if I could, even if I think the garb and stuff would be really cool and like we did it respectfully, I don't know if there's a way that a white guy could wear something from a culture, that my country has actively oppressed over time.
I mean, well, then you're going to be pretty limited. Like, you're
Yeah.
going to be wearing a lot of you're going to be wearing a
Well,
lot of like
I
French,
am
German, and the
Yep.
British Isles. So
It's like I'm a settler colonizer. That's kind of what what I'm stuck with.
I mean, the good news is like, hey, all that garb I think still looks cool. Like, you could probably pull that off no problem. I mean, you are right now. Your tunic is largely probably European based as far as like cut and like neckline and all that kind of stuff, which is
I mean, I think
totally
it's just
fine.
it's just t-shirt basically.
Yeah, I mean, like that.
Yeah.
But where do we draw the line between like, okay, that's a thing that goes over their tunic or their torso? Like, is it a gi like you would find over in like Asian cultures, or is it more Mongolian, or is it going to be? I know that Asian cultures, but like gi as opposed to let's say Japanese versus Mongolian versus like, nah, I just wanted to wear a robe, bro. Like,
Yeah.
I
I mean,
mean,
like the Haori, it's like it's a coat, it's like a
yeah,
Japanese coat, but it's
yeah.
like anime is, grown so much. It's like it's easier. That one's like less. I don't know. East Asian culture feels less wrong for white people to wear.
I think it's the culture of us just being like, okay, if you're gonna shove Naruto down our throat, we're gonna wear some of his clothes.
Yeah.
I
We're
don't
gonna
watch a lot of
Databayo
anime,
your
so
ass.
like if I'm stepping on some toes here, I'm sorry, but like,
This is literally from Naruto.
oh Jesus,
Yeah, it is. You did that
oh,
to troll a person.
oh,
Correct.
all right,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, there's a difference between that and like wearing. I'll go back to to like the Mexican headdress. Like, nah, you can't do that. Like, you're just not supposed to. But like a
Right.
tunic with like symbols or whatnot on it, like, there's some things you probably don't want to wear, but like, why not like enjoy the culture alongside somebody so
I
long as
say
you're
this
not
because,
like,
like my pants are like very, very like Pakistani. Like
yeah, I mean, what they work, right? I mean, like, and
yeah.
also like, are they meant for like a religion out there? Are they meant for somebody
No, they're
who's
just
like
clothes.
gone to war and came back alive and done
Nope,
some
just
XYZ?
clothes.
Like, no, they're just clothes. Like, all right, I think you're probably in the clear.
But
I'm not
our garb
Pakistani, so
our garb is, based on like warrior clothing, and I don't know, like can military uniform be considered sacred? I'm sure it could be.
in some instances,
Yeah.
yeah, because it's part of their religion.
Exactly. Like a
Like the Native
Maori or
Americans,
something like that. Like, any like
yeah.
Polynesian. Yeah.
Yeah, for a long time, I wanted basically what The Rock had for tattoos, and then I realized I was way too
You,
white for that.
you're like, I can't do that.
He's got super cool tattoos, but also I can't.
Yeah.
Sucks. I'll have to go find something else. And then I realized, wait, I'm Mexican. I can do something that looks almost exactly the same thing, but just a little bit different. So
Yeah.
I still have no ink because like I'm a chicken or I
Me
just
too.
haven't
I have
really settled on
nothing.
anything.
I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to commit.
So when I was growing up, I really wanted to like I was gonna wait and like I told everybody I was like, okay, I'm gonna get a tattoo when I could program my tattoos. And I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure we have that now, but I don't have the money for it, and I'm not
There's those
going to
like
get the money for
tattoos
that.
that last for like a month, and they have like almost like a printer that you can run along.
I'm not going to do that. Nah. All right, I'll just need to suck it up and go get my Shadowrun tattoo somewhere. There's plenty of other things that aren't like specifically the Salish stuff. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to do that. That'll be cool.
Things are going to get weird in the video again.
Is he gonna join?
Yeah, but he's
Yeah,
under Minerva's account, so I have to change my permissions I gave.
weird.
But I think it would be easier to do cultural themed events and stuff than the garb. I think it would feel
I didn't mean.
less weird. I don't know. Like you were saying, he's got that south of the border themed LARP stuff
So
within
it's there's like limitations as to like what, especially for LARP stuff, when you're trying to portray somebody that might be from a different country or a different origin than you have. Like, it gets really dicey, because if you have like a small group of like 20-30 people, and it's only 20-30 people, and it's only those people, like, you probably get away because you're exploring things, you're having fun with people, and you're trying to engage, and be understanding that you're not trying to like squash somebody's, lifestyle or their culture or their religion or whatnot. You're playing nice, right? As soon as you start doing the things that like Ampguard does, or a lot of other games to do, where they just invite whoever, you got to really clamp that down, because then some jerk is going to come in there and be like, well, I saw Joe doing it, now I'm going to do it. You're like, oh man, no, Joe was trying to be nice about it, you're just being a jerk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get that. I get that. It's kind of tough, because like
It really
authors
is.
struggle with it too, right? Like, authors writing from a perspective that's outside of their experience, often, there's unwritten rules about it. Like,
Well-
if you're writing from a
Oh my god, I'm so like dealing with the writing thing right now. With like there's like
As a
things I
white guy,
want to
how do you
do,
write
but
about
I'm
a
not.
character?
Just
You don't have the
just
experiences.
yeah, like I feel like if I write about it, people will judge me about it, and maybe I'll do something wrong. But like I want to explore these different things, and I explore things through writing. So like it's frustrating. So I've been thinking a lot about that recently.
All right, can y'all hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
And yeah.
Sweet.
Saw you for a couple seconds too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened.
You
Turn
broke
back
it, man.
on.
You broke
Turn
it.
the camera back on.
Probably. I tend to do that.
Just click the camera button again.
You got to take your
Again.
finger off the thing. You got to.
Wow.
There you go. Oh, yeah.
There you
it
go.
worked.
Oh no, you have a
Yes,
Christmas
good,
tree.
good.
Turn it off.
Turn
No
it off.
Christmas.
I
Going
don't.
to
We
town.
It's
we
not
can't
my
have that
choice
cat
to
in the
have it.
background doing
That
that.
cat
We
is
can't.
against TOS.
No, that's perfectly fine for the TOS. It's just a Christmas
We're
thing
gonna
that I'm
get
just.
we're gonna get a COC out of this. What the hell?
That cat is going to town.
Ham, knock it off.
The,
There you go.
the fucking look. That was awesome. Hello, Minerva. Goodbye to
Say hi.
Minerva.
Look at that Christmas tree. You're so festive.
Already, it's not even Thanksgiving. What the hell?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Dude, I didn't put it up. I was against putting it up.
All right.
I got
All right.
overruled.
So
That makes
Critias, you had a whole
He's
bunch
got a
to
lot
say.
to say. Yeah.
Say it.
Yeah, you said you had things. You said you had things.
Minerva said you had things.
I don't remember what they were though.
We were
on, you
talking
gotta
about
remember.
fighting and
Um,
gatekeeping and what
yeah.
else?
Okay. The idea of like once you get to a certain point, you shouldn't enter in park level tournaments. I disagree with on the fact that when I was first coming out, the reason I wanted to become good is because I saw Kang doing so well, and I don't think it's fair to get to the point to where you're like, okay, I'm like the top there is. Maybe I shouldn't be in this, because when you're in it, you're actually like, I don't know, like people learn differently. I'm a very like I learn by like getting upset at something, and then that drives me to get better. So I would enter like tournaments when I first started, get just absolutely destroyed, get very frustrated, but that would push me to get better. And I know there's more people that is sort of like that, maybe hopefully not as hard on themselves as I was.
Yeah,
But if I get to warlord status and I don't enter tourneys unless they're kingdom level, I feel like I'm doing a discredit to everyone at my park at that point.
that's fair.
I think it also comes down to like reading your crowd. If you've
I
got
do,
like
yes.
if you've got some hard hitting like stick jocks out there who maybe should have like 5 and up or 6 or 7 when they're sitting at like 3 or 4, like okay, yeah, go in there and push them. But I've seen way too many from my perspective, a lot of people who have been like doing some serious ass kicking, and then they turn around and tell me like, no, it is our job to keep people from getting their high level tournament stuff. Like, and if you are a high level fighter, you will be preventing low level fighters from getting their high level awards by just putting them at the back of the line. And that is not going to encourage people to continue fighting. Now there is some back and forth in that, and I agree that like you got to read the room. You got to see if that's like, am I going to be kicking puppies today? Because if I'm going to be kicking puppies, you need to put on that reeve sash. If you're going to be given a good challenge, that's a totally different thing. But most kingdom level fighting is done with people who are getting their aiming to go for their warlord. Most baronial and lower you should be reaving. You should not be should not be kicking puppies because they're not going to make those puppies better by just sending them back of the line. So it's time and place for everything, but also like if you've got your own squire or your own man at arms in there or woman at arms, person at arms, whatever, and you're like, I'm gonna go beat up my friend. Yeah, go beat up your friend. Whatever, man. It's still just a game.
Yeah.
I don't know if
yeah.
it's me being comfortable with myself in fighting, but it's like I don't know. It's like if somebody gets the high level and they don't want to participate, it just seems either like they're afraid or they're just like I don't know. It just seems snooty to me. I would prefer they fight.
I think it's
like
sorry, go ahead.
no, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Like I think I agree with you on the point. Like you definitely have to read the room. But I think if there's people, I guess it's not fair because I'm like thinking of just my park specifically. I didn't really think of it anywhere else. My park has like that are decent fighters like Sploob and Indra and a few other people. But like I I really do think like having that person there that's like the person they're like, oh, I want to be that good or something, or oh, I need to get past that or something like that. I think that's an important thing to have, and I don't think it's I don't know. I guess I just disagree on the fact that you shouldn't do it. And reading the room though is like super important for that because you're definitely right. Like if it's just like certain people there, then no, yeah, that you're completely right. You shouldn't just go in there and stomp people because that'll just discourage them and make them not want to do it. There's got to be like that give and take a little bit. So I agree with that.
So we also have. I'm sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, go for it.
So we also have this really unique way of judging whether you should be in a tournament or not. Are you actually going to get an award out of that, or are you just there to beat people up? Because if you're not going to get an award out of it, like it's a really good measurement of your skill already, and like where you are on your own fighting path, as opposed to those who should be getting there. Now, it's all kind of a moot point because like they want to get where you are, or they want to get to that like 8, 9, 10, right? You can't get 8, 9, 10 at like a small land level tournament. So if all these ass kickers are coming in and preventing all of the fighters from getting to the point where they need to be in a bigger tournament, then that's just another version of gatekeeping. Once again, like if you're in there and like you're just seeing some people in there who need the challenge because there's nobody else in there to challenge them, yeah, okay, because you shouldn't be giving out awards if you're just out there kicking puppies again, right? So there's a little give and take. I think more often than not, I think if you're only can get awards from doing like high level fighting, or you're up to like a 20 bajillion streak, like going down to like your local land level, your barony fighting, and you're kicking around kids, it's probably not for you. I'm not saying don't. I'm just saying like probably get more out of it by like helping out and teaching and showing and reaving,
Yeah.
and being part of that part of the fighting community because we get masterhoods for being able to teach how to do leatherworking and being able to teach how to run events and being able to teach how to fight. You can't teach how to fight if you're just sitting in the bear pit wondering who's going to get you into the back of that line because you've been in there versus like 50 people.
Small caveat. Not caveat. Clarification. When I view a masterhood and knighthood, masterhood has nothing to do with teaching. It's about demonstrating skill. Teaching can be a way to demonstrate skill. It is a path, but masterhood, I don't think like a warlord could just shoot through the tournaments, get all the wins, never teach anyone, and I think they should still get their warlord. Are they?
I don't think you're wrong. I just think like if you want to learn how to become better, you have to learn how to teach. Like there's very few people out there who cannot become good without teaching.
I've been telling Critias that for a little while. And
really?
Critias has gotten a lot better at teaching. I was really impressed. They were teaching their Page, Man at Arms.
Yeah,
Page. And I was like, wow, you've
Critias
came a
is
long way.
Very encouraging fighter, actually.
Mary?
I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like I remember Critias a long time ago. It's like he is coming on the up, and he just wouldn't like feel comfortable teaching. He's like, I don't actually know how I do what I do, and like you figure out what you know how to do by showing other people how to do it, and you've gotten a lot better at that.
I
Helps you
also struggled
refine.
with teaching because my brain doesn't work the same as a lot of people. Like I've yet to meet people that kind of think the same way my brain does. So I'm afraid that I'm going to try and teach someone something. I'm not so much afraid anymore because, like you said, I've gotten better at it, and I've like went through steps to try and be better at it. But like before, it's just like I don't want to try and teach someone something and then have them not be able to understand what I'm trying to say, and then get like kind of frustrated because maybe they think they're just not grasping it.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's an, I think I mean I learned this in like grade school when I was like not learning anything. It's just sometimes the way people teach just doesn't work. And it's not fault of either person. It's just how that works, It's just kind of how those people learn. Like that was a big fear I had of like trying to teach but not getting through. So that was a
Yeah,
big issue I had, and I think I've overcome that a little bit because I'm able to like break down what I do, but I can also explain it in like two or three different ways.
that's
So
very important to be able to
yeah.
explain it in multiple perspectives.
So that was like my biggest problem with teaching. I'm glad I've gotten better with that though.
You definitely gotten a lot better at that. You know what you're doing now, I think. So I was really like Miri. I guess maybe it's taboos or I'm getting a little personal, but like I asked her to be a page, because I like saw some stuff and I like wanted to teach her and I wanted to like help her, and then she basically said, well, she didn't basically, she literally said, no, I'm going to go with Critias because he can teach me how to fight. And I was like, well, I can teach the basics. But then, like, I was like, I like it. I was like, kind of going back and forth on it. Like, Critias, you're a great guy, and like, I had nothing against you, obviously, and like, she made her choice. That's what you wanted. But it was that time when you were teaching her, and I was sitting there, and I was just watching you teach. I don't know if you remember this, and I was
Yeah.
listening to you teach, and I came up to it after you were, and like, you've gone a long way. And it's like I was happy that she turned me down, so you had the chance to have someone to more teach on a one-on-one basis because I think it helps both of you more than it would have helped me.
Yeah, it was cool because she actually approached me about it. She's like, "Hey, I want to learn about fighting, and people tell me you're the person to learn from." And eventually, she's like, "I would like to be, belted to you so I can learn." And I said, "All right. I think before I give you a belt, though, I think we should do like a month trial, and I will teach you stuff. Like I'll act like pretty much you're my page. But if my teaching, doesn't work out for you, or we just don't click or something, then I'm not gonna do it. And it's nothing against her. It's just like I can't teach someone if it just doesn't work.
Mm-hmm. It's very
Um,
important.
so we did like a month trial, and I was blown away by how quickly she picked things up and how well she did it. Um, so that was like super exciting for me because like she had the drive for it, like she had someone lit a fire under her, and she was just ready to go. But she would also pick up everything so quickly that she was consistently getting better every time I saw her.
I was disappointed that they were not able to make it out today for the non-women's tournament and the five below to see what they could do
Yeah, me
because
too.
they've progressed pretty far. Like newbies can like surprise the hell out of you sometimes. Like sometimes they'll like play and not really advance for a year, and then sometimes they'll like a couple months and they'll like shoot off. It's just finding out that they had the natural aptitude for this activity, and they just absorb it, and it's fun.
You got to keep those ones driven. That's the
Yeah,
Yeah.
thing.
Yep.
Don't let them fade. Don't let them plateau.
I've actually been pretty lucky with both of my belted people. They're both been really good. Like immensely proud of both of them. So
Who's the other one?
Ryan is
Oh,
my
Ryan.
woman at
Right,
arms,
right,
and
right,
then
right.
Miri's page.
It's interesting. Like both your belted people are women.
Yeah, it just kind of happened.
Do you feel like more comfortable teaching women?
No, it. I approached Ryan because I could see like it was there, but she just didn't have someone teaching her, like the fighting aspect. And then Miri approached me, so it just kind of I ended up having two women belted. No, there's I don't see any difference in it.
All right. I want to push women. I want more women fighters in the game.
I
I
think that'd be
agree.
really cool too.
I was
Yeah.
really disappointed with the number of entrants today for our non-men's.
Yeah,
Yeah,
free's a
I
little
would have
low.
personally advertised it a lot more, just that specific section.
Well,
We
I
have
mean, I think They did the
on our-
tournament 1 week before they did it, so
We have our non-men's, and Heron, I believe, could probably correct me if I'm wrong, on the 18th up here, and it's going to be in like Centralia or something like that. So not terribly far from you guys if you're interested in pushing
Yeah. Just a
your
couple
non-men's
hours.
up here to come fight people like Heron and Takara and Imogen and Cole and Roe, and they're going to be pushed. I push these ones as hard as possible. I don't get to fight Heron nearly as much, but like I don't. I'm not nice to these peoples. They
Minerva's
like they like to hit me.
Minerva's pretty
Heron's
good at
real
sword
good.
and board. You should ask them to go up there, and then you'll have a chance to fight a whole new group of people while they're fighting a whole new group of people.
I see
Yeah,
Minerva
I-
making a face in the back because she doesn't think she can beat Heron.
Everybody can beat
Tried-
everybody.
Minerva does
That's what I
better
say.
than they
to,
think they do.
Oh no,
Yeah,
you're just
working.
off in the distance. I try to get her to fight more, but she's got like pain issues, so that's like the main reason she
Oof.
doesn't.
That's
Which,
a good
yeah,
reason.
I completely understand that.
Yeah,
It,
take care of your body.
yeah, it
Uh,
does suck because she could be special. She could be a special fighter for sure.
Yeah. Heron has confirmed that is on the Morgaine
18th.
tournament is on the December
Morgan,
18th.
yeah.
Morgaine.
Wait,
tournament,
December
yeah.
18th? Oh, that's the same day as our.
No, that's the week after.
Oh, it's a week after. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the 12th. Okay.
Yeah. So we're good. We can travel to both.
It's so far.
I want to record all the non-men's tournaments that I can, just to put it up so they can. So it's
Honestly, I
more.
should too. I should record
Yeah.
non-men stuff since I can't fight in it anyways.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing to publicize.
Yeah, I agree.
Cat's going at it again, different angle.
Excuse you.
Yeah, Northern Lights, you guys screwed yourself. I think we could definitely. I think Kingdoms should probably branch out in tournament styles. We should not only have bracketed, but
Wait, we screwed ourselves. What are you talking about?
like, didn't Northern Lights like have harsh requirements on what is a Kingdom level tournament? Like, you have to do it a specific bracket.
No idea. Like,
I mean, Blackfire did.
I mean, Blackfire has
realistically,
it. Yeah.
I don't even care. I just show up and they're just like, okay, we're gonna have to fight this way. I'm like, oh, okay, sure. I like all of
Yeah.
the fighting tournaments. Like, I love bear pits. I love brackets. I love like the Iron Man things that I'm pretty sure we got to come up with a different name for it. But like, I don't know how many other tournament styles there are before somebody's just like, Killian, you're going to go fight this person. I'm like, excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like the. I hate bracketed tournaments, but
I
some people
tend to
hate bear
dislike them
pits.
too.
I think there are alternatives to tournaments, different ways to do it that can get people fighting more and get people more interactive. Because bracket, you can have one bad fight and then you're just out of this bracketed tournament.
Yeah. Yeah. I like all of it, but all of it for like its own unique reasons. Like sometimes bracketed is just like, I'm just going to town, and sometimes bear pits are going to town. But if you're losing in a bear pit, you don't get to win anything. So it's kind of the same mentality as being in a bracket. So
My only tournament success comes from bear pits. That's it.
It's less pressure because if you die, you still get another chance.
Yeah,
there's
for
that,
sure.
there's that.
I get to get in a groove too, and I don't get
That
to do
too,
that
yeah.
in brackets.
That's-
That's so much downtime.
When they
That's
started
what I
doing
like about the. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
when they started doing best 2 out of 3 for the bracket tournaments, that changed the game for me because like that first fight, I'm going to I'm probably going to lose because I need to adjust. That's just how I've noticed I fight. So the best 2 out of 3, it made me feel like I had an anxiety loss I could get rid of, for example, and then like, oh, I can go for the other 2. I can do that. So the bear pit really opens it up even more because the bear pit came after me, so it feels like I can have a better chance because I keep getting to do it over and over again.
I really liked Grand Melee that I had in.
I think they're awesome.
They're intense because you're like, okay, you get 15 minutes. And the issue that I found with that is like the ability to reave and keep people honest is non-existent.
It's
like
a
you have to be,
self-policing.
It's not
tournament, for
non-existent.
sure.
It's very hard.
yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah, I would say it's a self-policing one up to a point. If you just have another issue I found with that one is like you'll get somebody who has a bad ego and they just keep on picking on somebody that they know they can beat over and over and over, and they don't vary it up.
Yeah.
And I've seen that happen, and I'm like, no, okay, this is terrible, and there's nothing you can do about it except for go fight that person. But then you're picking on that person, and you're not varying
Or
up
tell
your own
the other
fight.
person to be like,
That's
hey,
not necessarily true. The one time I reviewed a Grand Melee, I like, oh, you're fighting that same weak fighter? No. As a review, I'm telling you, you move over there. You're gonna fight
Yeah.
in that area.
the
So if
one
the
I was
Reeves are
in, the Reeves were
proactive,
actually like pointing, go fight this person, go fight this person.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
you would just come off
that'd be
and do
awesome.
that. Mhm.
That's
So
the one
it,
I was in with you, Cam.
Yeah, it was the one that was at the 4-H center.
Yeah, okay. That's the
Mhm.
only one I've ever been into.
I mean, like, I think it was like Shaden and somebody else was the Reeves, and they were just like, you would come off from being dead, you'd just go and report the person that beat you, and then you'd be like, they just point to you and point to somebody and you go fight them.
Yep, I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, Reeves matter. Oh, Heron has been talking. Uh, let's see. They said Weapon Master and War Master require 5 weapon categories. It's the primary thing. You can never just run an open tournament. They also have a scoring that's locked into a particular method. They ran a melee tournament 2 years ago, and some folks got upsetty spaghetti, and wrote some Kapora changes.
Mm.
Yeah.
Was it me?
Yeah.
Did I change any of the Kapora? I didn't. I
My-
can't write Kapora
My
changes.
2v2 tournament was a Swiss, which is similar to round robin, which I think on a 1v1 scale could be really awesome. I mean, it's how Magic the Gathering runs tournaments. They do Swiss into brackets, like Swiss into top 8 placing brackets, and then but you could do it in 1v1. The thing is, you could run big tournaments really fast with it, but you'd have to have several Reeves. I wish the game had a better self-policing thing and there wasn't a pride, and we could just have fights happen, and then you could
Yeah.
have those cooler tournaments where it's like, yeah, we have 6 fights happening at the same time, so we can get through these in a reasonable amount of time and still have a regular day. I think that's why we've stuck to brackets, probably, is because they go fast.
Do you want
Sometimes.
to hear a terrible legacy thing that got people to get Orders of the Warrior?
Yeah.
Not really.
I think
Not
I have
really.
to now.
Oh,
Like
okay.
now you have to tell me.
All right. So very quick. Basically, you could challenge people. You get a Reeve and you fight. So you could go around on a park day and like, I'm challenging this person, and they would record the streaks, and then they would keep that as a record for your streaks or however long they wanted to.
We have this really cool underground fight club kind of thing going on with Northern Lights called the Borealis Flex, and it's Dogboy doing this, a couple of other people.
I
You
do
have
it.
to. Are you on it?
No, I said I would do it though.
Yeah,
I can already tell.
yeah. What we have is like it's a voluntary list, so anybody who joins up, you're setting in a random number. You're only allowed to challenge up to 5.
It's bag tagging.
I don't know, maybe.
I
But
tried to suggest my company do this.
And but you have to do it on a game day. You have to publicly announce that you're challenging a person. You have to travel to them, and then you have to like record with your cell phone and post it up. And then it's like the first best out of 21 fights. And it's done really well for those who are really interested in traveling. Haven't been interested in traveling very much yet until very recently, so I might go and pick up fights or two in the next couple of weeks or something like that. So.
Yeah.
But it's worked out really well for like the people that want to participate in that. But it's not for everybody. It's not like on the Kingdom page. We haven't really made it a big thing. But like, it's super fun to be part of like not an exclusionary exclusive thing. Like we're not kicking anybody out, but like you got to fight. Like you got to want to fight, and you're not getting any of the Order of the Warrior out of it. This is not one of those things. This is just for fights, just for our own little egos.
I think
to enjoy it.
The on the grind, the dojo did something similar. They're trying to do you wear a wristband and first to 10,
I
and
have
then
that
you
wristband still.
Yeah, I still have. I had it somewhere. I don't know where it is anymore. But they did something like that on a national level, and they were trying to do that, and that was pretty cool. I don't know. It's awesome that Dogboy is doing it. I know.
He had been
Ryan.
trying. Sorry, go ahead.
Ryan Graves' show. He was doing a camp out that was like a private invitation fighting camp out that was like 60 people round robin or whatever for the whole weekend. I mean, I thought that was really cool.
He's been trying to get this off the ground for a while now, and finally just came back out of COVID, and he was like, "I'm doing this. Who wants in?" So
fun.
like all of Inland Ocean is doing it, of course. And
if only IO was not that long of a drive.
I mean, you got people down south that are doing it, but yeah, you'd have to drive up into the Northern Lights, I'm sure, to go and do this.
Yeah.
So,
I'll go with you, Cam. I'll record them.
hell yeah. My ego needs more videotaping of me
You
fighting.
said you said you
There's
wanted
too
me to
much
get.
videotaping of me fighting. It's terrible.
You said you wanted me to get other people, and I'll get other people. Just you're in there a lot too.
I'm in everything.
It won't just be
And
you
I'm
and
not
Crit
good.
or something, or you and Odin.
I am
Enjoy
so
watching.
spoiled where I get to fight Crit all the time. And that's an ego checker there.
Man, I miss fighting.
I will say that getting to fight Crit all the time really it feels bad until you go fight other like warlords and stuff, and then you do well against them, and you're like, oh.
I gotta admit, like we had those torch guys show up, and that's Delos. Had
Oh,
Delos
yeah,
show up,
just
Sponge
super
showed
strong.
up, Marshall showed up, and another guy, I don't remember his amp guard name, but like Dave or something like that. And they went up to go fight Raph, and that's one of their initiates. Raph is a hungry person. He really wants it. He's up at like 7, 8, 9 or something like that. And he's trying to get into their company. Or he's like one of their initiates. And apparently they have like this super long initiate trial thing. But they came up there and it would like the fights. They didn't do legs. They did leg on death. So like that's what we do for fighter practice anyway. So we're just like, all right, cool. There's like 2 people who were like, man, I want to play amp guard. And like, shut up. Just enjoy this, all right, man. Just get out here and fight. And like fighting people like Dogboy, Oramus, some of the harder hitters up here when they're available. Justinius when I get the opportunity, and then going up against these sword knights, like they kick the crap out of me every single chance they got. But like I wasn't giving it away for free, so it makes you feel real good when you go and fight people and like they push you, and then you're like, all right, I'm feeling pretty good about this. All right. I may have lost, but I didn't lose because I didn't deserve to be here. So
I've only had the opportunity to fight Delos a few times when he's been up this way, but yeah, he's good.
Yes, he
He's
is.
real good.
It's curious. How is it to see someone that is short doing so well?
I'm sorry, what?
Critias and I are fine with being short.
That's true. Well, you're fine. You're not fine with it. What are you talking about? You complain all the time.
That's fine.
Curious. At one point, you were like, "I'm not tall." This is a long time ago.
Oh yeah.
And
The tall versus like short
yeah,
dilemma that
and then
I have.
seeing Delos being a short person, being able to rock
Delos is only
the
like
shit.
5'6" or something like that.
He'll
Yeah,
say he's 5.
It was never in
5'8"
like
or 9'9", but he's
it was
not.
never like being short makes it impossible. It's just like all people do have that small advantage, and that's all I was trying to say.
Oh,
Like
okay, yeah. Well,
I tried to get
you
this
weren't
through to
wrong.
Tony too. I tried to get it through to Tony. I'm just like, hey man, and I broke it down to him. I broke it down like, if you and I the same exact length sword, at some point we can have both of our arms fully extended. You will still be able to hit me when I cannot hit you because you are taller. He's like, no, it's not true. I'm like,
That
what?
sounds like Tony. That
And
fucking
so,
sounds like Tony. Jesus.
and that was like the only point I was trying to get across to him, because like his rebuttal to me was like, if there is a difference, it's such a minute one that it doesn't matter. And
It's
like,
multiple inches.
I'm like, dude, that's not what I'm even trying to say. I'm
I
just
mean,
trying
the
to say
height
that there
advantage
is
really is
one.
minute difference.
Well, yeah, like height isn't gonna determine anything if you really do like train and stuff. Like I I really honestly, my personal opinion is that anybody can get Warlord if they do want to like actually try and like train and stuff. It's just I think people don't want to put in the effort of like pelling or like showing up to as much fighting as possible, stuff like that. It's just a lot of like self-discipline on stuff that's not always fun sometimes, but it's helpful.
Or properly healing.
I mean,
Yeah,
there's
that's important.
it's like the natural talent versus the grind. Critias,
Yeah.
I don't mean this
Nobody
as a
can
defense.
natural talent
You are the
grind. I
grind.
can't.
Oh
Like,
no,
I
I
mean,
am absolutely grind. I
you're the
knew
grind.
that from
Like,
the start.
there's and I wish you had met him. Oh my God, Maurice, Sir Maurice. He's short. Actually, he might be shorter than you, but he was a fucking whirlwind, man. He would just go in there, he'd wreck it. He didn't really try. Like, I mean, he didn't practice like day in and day out. He just had this god awful or god wonderful talent to just fucking slaughter. And it's easy for those people, and then the people that are lower, they just have to put in more effort because there's natural skill, and then you can equal it out, and there's a grid, and
Yeah,
anyways,
you got to get a racquetball court.
I mean, I came in.
yeah,
Sorry,
racquetball court is important.
I came into Ampguard like knowing that because I've never really been naturally good at anything, so I'm like, all right. After like my first day, I'm like, yeah, this is pretty much the same as whenever I try something new. So that wasn't really an issue until I saw Tony come out and like shoot up, and I'm like, all right, this is frustrating.
Tony was very impressive. Like him and Bohemius. First
yeah.
day, they're doing the wild swings and stuff like this. I came up to them. They're doing their fighting their friends stuff, and I'm like, conservation of motion. I showed both of them like, don't flail, just keep it in, keep it tight, and almost immediately both of them picked it up, and they're like, holy shit, I'm not so tired because like I'm not flailing around, and that's just natural talent to be able to pick it up so fast. It's impressive and
I actually
very
owe a lot of
aggravating.
my grind to Tony because like
Hmm.
most of my grind was like I have to get better than him. I'm not letting this go.
Too bad he sucks.
That's good.
I once he like
He's
because he took that
plateaued.
break for a while. I think I don't remember when, but I know it was in the point where I wasn't like quite as good as he was, but like I was still using him as a stepping stone. I switched actually over to Cade because Cade was
Kid was really good.
yeah, Cade was good. So I'm like, okay, if Tony's not going to come out, I need someone else to do this because I realized like after a while having Tony there just like motivated me more to get better because it made me mad that he was so much better than me for no reason. So yeah, I
You
owe a
prefer
lot of my
Travis?
fighting to Tony. Then actually I owe a lot of it to Tony, Cameron, and Jacob King.
Oh, King
Like,
he's fucking solid, man.
oh yeah,
He's
and a
like
little
a
bit to
fighting
Calzar too.
rock.
Miss Calzar.
I miss
I
Calzar
think-
too.
I think
I haven't
he's
talked to him
pretty
for a
good.
couple months. I need to reach out. One thing that King told me, and I love this, was like when he was coming out and he's getting frustrated with everyone, and he just came up to me once and it's like, man, I appreciate you because you'll get fucking in there. Because like I wouldn't get back out. It's like, I mean, you're right, and it's like, but I felt really good because like King is demonstratively better than I am, and he was appreciative of the fact that I didn't back down and I didn't like fucking like back out of a shield to shield fight or something like that. But man, that made me feel good that he said that because he's so good. It made
Yeah,
me feel better about myself.
always a confidence booster.
Yeah.
Always good when you get some people like that telling you how good you are.
What's it like? I'm just kidding.
Shut the fuck up. You're
Right.
great. You're
Tell me
pretty
I'm
good.
so good, but whenever I tell you you're good, that just goes away. Is that how that
Anyways.
works?
Yes. But I'm spoiled
Also better than you give yourself credit for.
sometimes.
No.
Your baseline is better
Always.
than you gave yourself credit for.
Yes, exactly.
I need to fight Killian. He's been on the grind.
Everybody needs to fight me.
Yep.
Nobody needs
Everybody
to
needs to
not
fight
fight me.
everybody.
I
need
will
to go
fight
to
you.
the
better.
racquetball
I'll
court.
fight you. I'm worried about like traveling, but I'll fight you when I'm not worried about traveling.
Someday.
I can't fight COVID like that. That's not good. Can't do that. I'm vaccinated, but there's only so much I can do.
Yeah.
Chris
It's
ain't
perfectly
afraid of
reasonable.
COVID.
Yeah.
And like, I was so disappointed, like when COVID when it first hit, we're in lockdown, and I was doing all my
He
videos and
looked
stuff
COVID
like
in the
that.
eye and he grinded through it.
I did not. I was so lazy for like
I
okay
didn't fight at all.
for the first like maybe month or two. Yes, I still pelled and everything, and then I got super lazy.
I broke 3 weapons on my Pell through the year. I mean, one of weapons was like just on its way out, and the 2 other ones were like kind of ramshackle weapons. But I was like, oh, these things are gonna break my Pell if I continue this. So, it's because it's just core at this point.
Just start
I
wrapping
mean,
him in blue camp pads.
You should probably make special weapons for beating on pels and trees and stuff.
No,
More
like,
durable
like,
weapons.
Sort of, kind of. Like I did have some super durable weapons to use that on, and then I realized I didn't want to be over developing shots when I was going to be using a midweight weapon as
Yeah.
opposed to a heavy weapon or a different grip. So I just started pelling with my weapons that I used because that's what I'm going to use. I trained with what I was going to use.
You can
Um,
pell with a sword that's way more broken down than you would be willing to hit a player with.
oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Your
But I
pell
also
will
want
still survive.
my Pell is named Zip Tie Surprise Pell of Wisdom. It's a 2x4 with a bunch of foam on it, and that foam will break down, and then I won't have anything left, but I'll just be hitting a core on 2x4. And I don't want to do that.
Mine's
So,
mine's
and I
a
love making weapons, so like I got
mine's a
zero
4 by
problem.
4 wrapped in rope.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah, mine's it's something I put together. The reason it's called Zip Tie Surprise, we can't
I made
share
a
anything
cross
here,
out of
but
it.
like,
We can't share anything. What? We can share. What are you talking about?
let's see if I can find a picture of Zip Tie Surprise Pell of Wisdom.
Oh, if you can screenshot it and share it with us, yeah. Maybe you can't share that. Anyways,
I'll see what I can do. Hold on, give me.
question. Well, while he's looking for that. Well, so like I've always thought that training with a heavier weapon is beneficial, because while it develops the shot, and if you place it correctly, Killian said it's harder to place the shot if you overdevelop the muscles or the reflex, or not exactly sure which one you meant, but
So what I meant was the like it is easy to develop bad habits using weapons you're not going to use in practicality. You can take like I've got a tool over here and I will find it and I will show you. Hold on a moment.
right.
I've got arguments.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say I actually have the reverse problem. If I Pell with the stuff I normally use, I get worse. It's weird. I have a special
Yeah.
Pell stick out there that's like 3 times
Yeah.
as heavy as the one I normally use.
Like I'm gonna wait for Killian to.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Yeah.
Yeah. My dad's a truck driver, so I learned to have certain things in the house to check certain things, like tires. And when you're dealing with like semi trucks, you got to check tires with things like this. This is solid metal, like all the way down. Like this thing
Mhm.
weighs solid like 12 pounds. If I want to learn something to get my wrist and everything to move, like I'm using this to practice. I'm not hitting anything with it. I'm just doing a motion, but I'm doing a motion like this to see like where the points of contention are going to be in my arm. I don't use this for anything publicly. So yeah, that's what you can do, but then like when you're trying to train with something, you go out to the Pell, you use your sticks that you're going to use. These things are just foam and kite spar or foam and golf clubs. Like we shouldn't be afraid of breaking those down and just
Mhm.
making new ones. They're not that expensive, and if they are, man, you maybe go do a little bit more hustle on your real life work there, so you can
Yeah.
afford a couple new sticks. It's not that difficult. And there is some testing. Like, yeah, you do want to develop those muscles, but there's other tools that you want to use to develop your muscles, like actually going to the
Lifting weights.
gym or getting yourself a rolly, so you're developing these like massive forearms because we're using those specifically in our foam weapon fighting stuff. But
If it was effective, you would see fencers using heavier swords to practice. You'd
Yeah.
see, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like people don't go and play basketball, the heavier basketball.
yeah.
They practice with the equipment they're using.
They practice every once in a while with like a medicine ball, but they don't practice like throwing shots with that. They develop your muscles with that medicine ball,
There's your Pell.
But that's
which
a
we
workout.
also used at one of our fighter practices. We brought out like rollies and a medicine ball and everything to develop like those things. So this is my Pell, Zip Tie Surprise Pell of Wisdom, and the reason it's called Zip Tie Surprise Pell of Wisdom is because down here, I don't know if you're.
Oh shit! That's a lot of zip ties.
Yeah, like I used this 2x4 that was like 8 feet long, and then I cut, or maybe 10 feet long, and then I cut off and I put a whole bunch of foam at the top so I could focus on like shoulder shots and everything. This is about almost 6 feet right here, maybe 5.5 feet tall right there. And then I just had a whole bunch of extra foam that I used on it. But this 2x4 had been sitting out in the yard for like 2 years or something like that. So it was rotted to hell. So when I drilled in these massive bolts and screws through here, they eventually popped out. So I just like had all these zip ties because we would use colored zip ties to signify safe weapons at games for LARPy LARPs like Nerf guns and whatnot. We'd put zip ties around them. So I have like these giant tubes of, I don't have them right here, but giant tubes of zip ties. So I was like, screw it, I'll just use that. And I put some of my like weights on there and I just beat the crap out of that thing for a while. Sorry, you're muted, man.
Who's muted? What? Who? What?
Sploob. Maybe you're muted. I don't know. Anyway, that's.
I don't hear him.
My mic mutes. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna say like, I love it. I love it. The zip
Yeah.
tie. Curtis has got a fancy bob pel. It's like human shaped and everything, and I'm jealous. Mine's like a 4x4 made into a cross.
Yeah.
I mean, let's see. How do I show screen?
I guess now that you've shown that, and you're talking about the other part, but I guess my point was, when I did this a long time ago, heavier weapon allowed me to get the muscle memory developed and get the muscle developed at the same time, and then there was an adjustment period when I used a lighter weapon, but I felt that I had a better advantage because I was used to something lighter or heavier, so I could feel like I could move faster. I would snap faster. My form would move faster because I'm used to something heavier. And as long as I adjusted,
Gustav pointed out something very,
Oh,
very, very
well,
good that I strongly suggest, and that's these resistance bands. I keep these at my desk because these have done much more than training with a heavy weapon or anything like that for a long time. Like I just sit back here, you're using these, you're putting them in like these things are fantastic. I mean, they're like $15 a top at most. Like, and that's when because I live up in expensive Seattle land.
so I'm going to read.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm going to read Gustav's saying because it's actually really good. Not that Gustav doesn't do good things. Heavier stick makes you learn to add more vertical lift and different timing to your swing, so it's not the same. But like Killian said, it can be good to figure out if you're throwing wrong and going to cause repetitive motion injury.
Yeah.
That's both valid. Yeah, both valid.
I just like the idea of practicing with the equipment you're using. Like, I don't think from what I know of, Olympians aren't practicing things with heavier stuff. Even shot put people, they're not practicing with a heavier shot put. They lift weights to get stronger. They practice technique with the thing they're using.
Yeah.
Like using a heavier sword just seems like an easier way to get hurt. And pelling can already mess you up in so many ways. You can develop terrible habits pelling. You can develop repetitive injuries pelling. Like pelling's dangerous. Like you have to do it right. And to add heavier swords seems like you're just increasing your chances at failure to me.
Chris, you had a varying
opinion.
Chris, you had a varying opinion about the weight.
Oh, I just I noticed if I use my actual equipment to pel, I don't get anything out of it. So that's probably just me. That's honestly probably a mental block on my own part that I could just overcome. But yeah, I have a specific stick I use to pel with, so
that works for you, man.
Pelling has huge diminishing returns. I don't know if I get anything out of pelling.
I think pelling's actually more important for footwork than anything else, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I get so much more out of fighting, but I do pelling anyways.
You should pel your movements, even if you do it super slowly. If you just pel a move that you're gonna do, and you slowly work through the steps of okay, I need to step this way, then I need to position this way, then I need to do this. And if you pel that way, I think you get a lot more out of it than if you just sit there and smack the pel.
I get pel fakes now.
I get 0 foot movement practice out of my pel because I use my feet to move my opponents and then also get moved by my opponents and react. And the pel doesn't get to move very much. Like I hit it real hard sometimes, but it doesn't actually move where I want it to move. So I get what you're saying. I just use that less for movement of my feet. I use it for I need to break a sweat today, and I need my forearms to stop feeling like they're fine and that they need to be feeling some punishment right now. Less so since I've gotten the racquetball thing, because that's I'm sore the day after, and then I go to amp guard. So it's been really good, but yeah.
I can't get sore from amp guard.
Oh fuck, man! I wish. Oh.
Can
you just send me some of your blood or something? I could really use not getting sore from anything.
I haven't worked out in a long time, and I still can't get sore from amp guard. I don't know.
It's not that surprising given the amount of fighting we do at our park.
Yeah, I don't know.
Also, Darius
I
is
have
in the
this thing where I
chat.
try to get. Ooh. I have this
Beta
thing where I
Welsh.
try to convince people to do 100 fights with me, and people really don't want to do it. It's not that many fights, and I try to see how many people I can get to do it with me in a day.
We should start that up again, actually.
Well,
'cause I think
I
that
got to
was
heal,
nice.
but like,
Yeah, hurry up with that.
but I don't know, like endurance in Amp Guard has never been my struggle, but
Yeah,
being good has definitely been my struggle. And you don't have to have good endurance if you just win.
that's not true.
I mean, like, you need endurance to keep winning.
I won that fight. I'm good. I'm done.
I'm
Bye.
just saying it takes a lot less endurance to lose.
Not
maybe
compared to
that's
some of
it.
those newbies to flail around and shit.
But I don't know. Like so like I'll fight all day, and then I can sometimes talk people and do it. And I think the most I've gotten people to get up to with me is like among fighters. I think I got 700 fights out of people in one day. Plus
Only
the
7
rest
people?
of the fighting of the park.
Oh.
I got 7 people to do 100 fights with me. Yeah.
Well, tell you what, if my arm ever heals,
the next camp out I go to, I'm going to try to convince every single person until I'm dead.
Make sure I'm on like either the first or the very last, because I want to be there to like put you in that mood, or I want to be there when you're like, I said I would do this, but I can't move my arm. I'm like, no, bitch, you said, let's go.
and I want to document it.
I want to 100. Honestly, don't think there's a point where I'll be. I don't think I can move my arm.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
I want you like, how much swearing? I want you to directly fuck right off. Like, that's what I want you to do.
I don't know.
That is the correct amount of swearing, by the way. I'm just saying.
I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I think Brian can attest. Like I just don't. I don't know. I just don't stop.
It's really weird.
It's a good thing to do. I just noticed that like over the years, especially like later 30s, I was like, oh man.
Oh, I'm
this
sure
really
I'll slow
hurts.
down. But
And then like right after COVID, like I got back out there, and like because I'd been hitting that Pell, like I felt good. But then like I started fighting people who were a lot more athletic, or maybe didn't break during the COVID, and I had a hard time catching back up with them. But
I gained weight and everything during COVID. I'm still
Same.
But
I
okay, when I started
lost a
Amp Guard, I
couple
was 330 pounds. You know, I
Oh,
lost
yeah.
a lot of
all
weight.
right.
Yeah. And I fought in Amp Guard even fat. Like I didn't really stop. I had still had endurance then too. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a grit thing. This is the most positive I've ever talked about myself. But like, I don't know if it's a grit thing or what. I don't know. I just can keep going.
Good sign.
No,
Keep
it's
that up.
good.
Keep that up.
Yeah.
Don't break yourself doing it, but keep it up. Find out what's
No,
good for you, and
I
keep on
broke
doing it.
myself doing freaking down stick. I'm never doing that again.
I made myself my first down spear.
Well,
it's actually a longsword.
I
but
hurt
yeah.
myself the first weekend after making it.
Aha.
It was
I
so much
destroyed my
fun.
wrist.
I had so much fun with that down stick you let me
Well, now
use,
I've got a
dude.
fucking brace, dude. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Happens.
It was a lot of fun until the spear got pinned and then into my body and wrist twisted.
Oof.
By
No, you could
taking
have
it and
just like as soon as
let
it got
go?
pinned to you, just
Yeah.
dropped it.
Why would
Broken
I do
weapon's not worth a lost fight unless you're in a tournament. I mean, were you in a tournament?
No, we were just ditching. I hurt myself
yeah.
ditching with the down stick. That's the worst part.
So I did that too. So like, I was using. I'm one of those guys that has like a right glove because I'm right hand dominant. Like it's nice and thick and everything, has like nice padding. But my other hand is just a shield glove, like it's thin, right? But I made this down spear and I went out to go fight with it, and then like somebody brought out like a two-handed, greatsword and just cracks my hand with it. I'm like, ow, ow. And I went and got back, like came back, and I got my other, that matched the right hand one, and I went back out there, and then like I couldn't close my hand around it because I had never used the damn thing, and then I just lost like every single fight after that. I was like, not only is my finger hurt, but I can't fit. I'm gonna go with my shield. This is stupid.
I don't have a shield glove. My gloves are the same on both hands for every fighting style.
A lot of people do that. I just found that like this glove, I bought it from Vaughn like 1,000 years ago, and I love that thing, but like it doesn't fit my normal hand and gloves, so I was like, I gotta figure something out. So
I don't use gloves.
I use a punch shield, so like
yeah, same.
I don't have. Yeah, I don't know.
It's just a little bit like there's just a little bit less clearance there for the gloves that I've got.
No,
Anyway, so like I've stayed 20 more minutes than you.
Yeah, you did.
Actually did.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna go now, and
All right.
you have my replacement and my goodwill for that.
Yeah.
But It was a
Oh
pleasure,
shit,
guys.
Count Mesdick, thank you for
wow.
all the
Oh,
bits.
wow.
I don't know what that is, but that sounds good.
It's money. It's 42
Yeah.
cents. It's awesome.
Ooh, hot damn. Hot
big,
damn.
Big money.
Beer money for the night. All right, guys, I will catch you all later.
Nice
Good
talking to
seeing
you.
you, bud.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you for staying
absolutely.
later. Yeah.
Yeah, you're very welcome. I'll catch you guys later.
All right.
Peace.
So he's leaving. I could get some more beers. I could continue if you guys want to talk some more because it's actually been a pretty good conversation, longer than I thought it was going to go on.
Sounds
Otherwise,
fine.
or we
I mean,
could close it.
I took a nap, like a very small nap when I got home, so I'm like wide awake right now.
I mean,
So
I can
I'm good to keep
talking.
going
I
if you
still have
guys
Baja
are.
Blast left.
All right, yeah. All right, we'll go longer. I have to get some more beer though. So, Chris, you're in charge.
There you go.
He didn't like
Can we
that.
take like a 2-minute and I can go pee?
All right, you go to the bathroom.
Want me to be in charge?
We're taking like a 2-minute. I gotta pee,
Yeah.
and he's gonna go get some more beer.
Yeah. So, Chris,
Okay.
you're in charge of the chat.
Chris, you could just start rapping.
All right, I got a perfect.
twerking.
Give me the baby.
Rapper.
Oh my
twerk
god,
on
that is a good idea. Just kill everyone with cuteness.
Wait.
All right,
Hey,
be right
baby.
back.
Oh, I can't reach her. All right, I got her. Oh my goodness. Oh, hello, child. Hello. Looky, that's you. That's you.
I showed her you on the
Here.
there and she started
Look,
smiling.
looky.
So cute.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Look, that's you. Say hello to Twitch. Say hi. Nope, don't pull the computer. That's not okay. Whoa! And to fall on me? Yeah. What are you doing? I'm terrible at streaming, so I apologize. I hope you enjoy the view of my child. My pride and joy. Named her Scarlet after a Mortal Kombat character. I somehow convinced her mom to do it.
You didn't tell me it was a character until she was already named.
Pretty sure I did. Oh, she's going for the keyboard. Nope, no keyboard. Yeah, you see someone coming in, huh?
Hello, Scarlet.
Say
Hi.
hi.
Hi, Scarlet. Hi.
Oh, Luna and Amgar.
Stella Thug Nasty Luna at
No,
Amgard.
it's not.
Who's Stella Thug Nasty? That's her name?
This.
That's her sign in is Stella Thug Nasty.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's what I'm changing it to. I
Oh,
came up with it when I
wow.
was half asleep.
Oh man. How'd your fights go today in the bear pit?
I think I did all right. I don't actually know the scoring though.
In the first one, I actually did better than I thought I was going to. Like, but the one all it took was one swing to hurt my left.
I mean, I guess I should say that when the times I fought Big Mac, I felt good because I would either like not die immediately or win. So
That's nice.
yeah, you want to grab her.
Not dying immediately is pretty good.
I mean, I had one really good fight where we danced around like the ring for like 3 times before one of us got hit in. So that was really cool. Yeah, go for it.
Is there a way for you to zoom in on the
All
camera?
right, Josh is
Not
there.
on the stream anymore.
Yeah, I can turn it.
Okay.
Laura's been overseen?
She didn't want to be in the camera.
He was only in the
Oh.
camera for like a second one time.
I know. Okay.
All right, back.
Yeah, I got beer and everything.
Wow, I drained the whistle.
I also
Yeah.
whistled a little bit,
Can you guys hear the stream in the background at all?
mildly.
Mildly? Okay. I'll just mute myself when I'm not talking.
That works.
It's not. It's fine.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah. What are we talking about?
Shit, Killian left.
Yeah.
He is the talker. No, that's not true. Hell, what were we talking about? Oh, pelling and shit.
Oh. Totally about Pell.
I think that my conversation might have ended though. Gustav, what are we talking about?
We just. I mean, we talked a little about Pelling philosophies of like using our own equipment or like the equipment styles.
Yeah.
obviously do whatever Brian's doing. Like
I'll do whatever I'm doing. I don't
it's
always do the
working.
right thing.
It's working.
Because it works for me doesn't mean it's going to work for someone else, though. That's the important
That's
thing.
true.
Yeah.
I had both of you in the chat or in the Sploob and Cretius have heard about my production thing that I'm trying to do, the fighting stuff, and I have one person that has gone through the effort of making the character page, and so it's I can never remember how to say her name, Bianca, our Prime Minister.
Mm.
Miari.
She's in it.
Miari.
Miari.
Yeah, and they went through the effort and stuff like that, and but they're not the best fighter. And no one's really sat down them and talked with them about it, really. So today I got a chance to go and like do some basics class with fundamentals and stuff like that. It was really fun. I haven't been able to do that in years, and not like doing that.
I think that's an important thing that I guess I should talk about because something I struggle with. I see people that have like the drive to want to like get better and stuff. I don't know how to approach them about it though, because I don't want to be like that guy that's like, no, like you can do this to be better type thing. But I also want to help teach.
Mm-hmm.
How do you go about that?
Just ask them.
Yeah, it's basically you feel like, hey, like I got some advice. Would you like it? Like I do that to you. Like before I give you advice, at least in the last since COVID's been over, I like, hey, do you want some advice before I give it? So approach someone like that. Like make sure that they're willing and receptive to the information.
I mean, you can be like me, Crit, and just don't have any advice to give, and then you don't have to.
I always have advice to give. I really love teaching. I don't think you understand. I just don't know how to like. I've gotten better, obviously, but I still am not like fully comfortable saying like I could teach a full on class or something. Like one-on-one teaching, I think I can do pretty okay with.
Yeah, I think Gustav. That's how
Oh,
I would go about it. The way Gustav said, you should just ask them if they want advice, and if they don't give it to them. He
right.
said that someone was like, "I know you mean well, but butt out." When you try to give them advice without asking, and I think that's the key
Yeah.
is like asking, because if you don't ask, then people are gonna think like, "Oh, you're just trying to push it on me." It's like I don't care.
Yeah.
Like they might not care. They might not want advice.
Right. Okay.
Like Tony doesn't want advice.
Yes, I've noticed.
Tony.
I still tell him advice anyway. I do want him to succeed.
Sure, but like you can't push him.
I gave up giving him
Yeah.
advice for the reason you guys probably know.
Yeah.
I was there.
Yeah,
But
I'm done.
you know, it's like
So done.
yeah, it's tough teaching, and
It is.
yeah, like, and especially when it's like your fighting is not everybody's thing in Amp. So just ask.
Yeah,
Don't
and
ask me
ask is
to give me
important.
advice and trick me into it.
I
Trick
mean,
you into what?
I don't know. You just got to trick me into learning.
Told me to just tell you things.
Yeah.
How
that's a
do
trick.
you learn? I guess I should ask how you learn because that's probably pretty important.
I don't know. I don't think I do.
You
Interesting.
have to have learned because you got better, so you learned something.
Self-taught.
But you learned.
I learned through like hard, like being really hard on myself, and like through like the annoyance of wanting to get better.
I mean, everything that I've been competitive in, I got better by surrounding myself with people that were way better than me at it, and then competing with them.
That's definitely an important part, but that's like a third
That's
of it.
always what I've done. I don't know. I've
See,
never
so you got like I have
been
this thing where it's like third of it is surrounding yourself with people that are better, so you can learn from that. Other third would be getting like a mentor person, or at least someone that you have like constant access to. And then the other third is like the want of actually doing it, because if you have to like
Oh, you definitely have to want it.
yeah, there's like it's a special kind of want though, at least for me
Well, yeah,
specifically.
it's an improvement mindset, because you can say you want to be better, and if you're not approaching it with like a improvement mindset, you're probably not gonna get better.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good way of putting it. But yeah, so like you have, you have the want, right? Like get better. I've seen it. Like even if you don't think you do, you do. Like so you
No,
have like
definitely.
2/3 of it. You need to find you someone that's like teacher for you. But in order to do that, we have to, excuse me, we have to figure out how you learn.
You're
Like
supposed to be my teacher, Brian.
this is the way I'm teaching how you're gonna learn.
I don't. You just won't
That-
teach me anything.
I will absolutely teach you stuff. What do you want to learn?
Everything.
Very specific. Thank you.
I mean, I don't know. You can't ask a student what they want to learn.
You can. Absolutely.
I got ADHD, dude. That's not gonna work. I literally want to learn everything.
You gotta start somewhere.
We forgot to
It's
go
hard
over
for me.
shield stuff.
It's
Shield
hard for
stuff?
me to start with you because like you're already way past like beginner level. So it's like, well, where do I even go from here?
Hmm.
So that's why I ask you what you want to learn because like
I want to learn
that's
how
what
to win
Jesus.
you
tournaments. You know.
like the reverse Tony.
What do you mean?
He
Elaborate.
You want advice. You're not. I'm not able to give it to you because you won't be specific enough. Whereas he doesn't want it, but I could give him a specific advice because I see what he needs to improve on.
Hmm. Critias. Okay, so Gustav, Critias and I have the same body type.
Yeah, pretty much. I think I'm a little chubbier.
Yeah, but we're like same height, and you're barely like it's a minute amount of weight difference, right? So it's
Yeah.
like I don't know. I don't think we have the same fighting style though.
No,
Um,
I don't think so
I
either.
wish I could fight like Brian. Um, he's a much better range fighter than I am.
It was something
Um,
that I got complimented on when we went up to Day of Ditch actually. Like specifically my range control they said was much better than it used to be. I
yeah,
didn't even know that was a thing I struggled with.
by
So
far. Yeah, range for sure. Somebody was mentioning the other day about close fighting. Oh, Odin. I was talking to Odin about this at the KLE at OG. Was like he was saying he thinks it's a mistake to fight me close, like to push on me, which I thought was interesting because I usually push as opposed to getting pushed on. So I didn't know that it worked both ways.
You
But
can.
it makes sense that it does. It's just like he thinks it's a mistake to, and I didn't think I was like particularly good at fighting inside. It's something I did because like it's what I thought was cool. Um, but yeah, I don't know. He mentioned you too. He said he can't push you either. So I don't know if it's like you kill him before
interesting.
he can get in or
See,
what.
that's interesting actually, because I think of myself more as like a mid-range fighter. I like
Yeah,
to
me
be able
too.
to pick at things, and
I
I
think you're
like
very
people to try
lengthy.
and throw, so I can just pick apart. If I have to get in close, I know a few things I can do, but I don't think I excel at it.
You don't
And I
shy
wonder if it's
away
like a
from it. And that's a
I wonder
big
if it's a
difference.
defense interpretation.
Sir. What?
Because like you have a strong defense, so I wonder if that's like the interpretation is like he can't close on you because strong defense can't kill you.
Could be.
I mean,
Because like you're hard to kill. It's annoying.
Try.
the last time I fought Euclides in a tournament, it was before the pandemic. It was at Dusk Hollow, and I remember this distinctly because you apologized to me because like we were doing a best 2 out of 3. We were doing single short sword, which is what I enjoy, and apparently I must have given you a "what the fuck just happened" look because you're like, "I'm sorry," and all it was like I was really frustrated because you ranged me and I did a shot that should have killed you, but it was a half inch too short, and then you killed me. It's like I was so fucking frustrated, but you apologized to me.
I just like if I see people get upset, I just assume I did something wrong.
You did something right. That was the problem.
Mm.
It's like
I don't like people
outside
being
the
upset though.
outside the tournament, like I felt like I could have got that, but you were like you have a tournament mindset, which makes you make less mistakes. I think when you're in a tournament, from what I've seen, you're good at tournaments. You're a good
It's a di-
fighter, but
I struggle with that a lot because like on the ditch field, I'm like, oh, I don't feel like I'm as good as people say I am. But then I can enter tournaments and like I don't know, it's like a different switch just flips on.
Hmm.
It's completely different for me,
Well,
and
you
I'm
are
not.
good at ditching too, so I don't know.
I
You're
don't
not
feel like I am though.
you're not
I feel
terrible
like
at
I'm
ditching.
okay.
But ditching is
Just
different.
really bad at like team fighting, I guess.
A lot of people seem to be not so good at team fighting in our area anymore compared to what I remember. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Been
We
trying to
could
get.
be.
I know I'm trying to get our company to get a little bit better at that. 'Cause I think that's
we could
something
be.
we all struggle with.
I think it's simple.
Yeah.
I think like the amount we could improve our company at team fighting would be um easily achieved. Let's do that. I think you could put low effort and get huge results initially.
I
How do we do
agree,
that?
actually. I agree with Cam 100% based off
I think
watching
we
your
just
fighting
have to go.
practices.
We just have to go over a few tactics, and I think it would improve immensely. I
Crit,
think that team fighting is just understanding how to win a team fight as because like we don't have to there's no like you don't have to teach people shots for winning at team fighting. You literally like this is how you win as a team. Internalize that, and then that's it. Because we already are working on the techniques individually.
Yeah, I guess so.
I still think that the was it, a couple pages in the book that I sent you about team fighting is a very good primer. Um, Gustav and I learned from that book, and we applied that with our groups, and we're pretty good. I mean, part of it is repetition, practicing with your teammates, but it's also learning like if they don't know what to do, you do it for them. Like if they're going to like if they're not going to move, then learn to move around to the part that you're supposed to get at that they need to be at. That is the trick with ditching and working with people you don't know. But working with people you do know, it's a lot easier, and you'll get the gains. Like Cam said.
Yeah, I mean, there's things from individual fighting that basically improve your team fighting too. Like lateral movement will make you win team fights. If you literally circle your opponents in team fight, I mean, as long as you can force your opponents to like be a ball that you're surrounding, you're winning. And
Yeah.
I mean, like you have just such a geometric advantage over them. So like, there's just say you have like a 3v3. I'm going to try to visualize this here. And this one team, if they have one person that forces like a rotational step, you know, they've now committed this team to collapse on itself essentially. And the moment you do that, you're limiting their movement. They're stuck on each other, and you have more attack area. So it's like I don't know. It's just like simple movements with the team on the edges would be immense for us.
It really is. Like when I'm in a ditch, and you'll probably notice. I guess it's been a while, but if you watch me in a ditch a lot, I will be on the edges, and I find it fun to try to be the person that comes around and kind of pushes them this way.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fun when you get in one on one and you can run the line, but that's not my goal when I'm on the edges. It's to kind of just convince them to move in and squish their line, and it happens a lot because they won't necessarily engage like they're supposed to. So it's what he was saying is just movement off to the side, pushing in, moving around. I mean, it's yeah. That's what I try to do when I'm doing non-group stuff. Like
You could, yeah.
yeah.
You could literally wolf pack them. You could just start spinning circles around your opponents and win.
It's funny you bring up going at the end of the ditch because I've actually recently been doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, specifically the right side because I don't have to worry about like I have my shield there, so it's blocking whatever's coming this way, and then there's no one on this side, so I'm pretty much fine with that. And I've been recently doing that to see if like there's a difference I feel. Definitely a lot different. I definitely have a
Yeah.
lot more fun than doing that.
Well, then you're turning it, into 1v1 also.
Kinda, yeah.
And like
Well,
you're
it's,
I mean,
confident in that. You're
that's
confident in being better than the person you're fighting.
I
And
mean,
so
I'm like okay with it, but I'm always thinking like, man, one misstep and I'm dead.
I mean, it happens.
that's fighting. So, but
Yeah,
yeah, it's
definitely.
taking the singular approach on a group camp, like when you're ditching. to go on the side, like you're saying, you're fighting 1-on-1, but you're making a huge difference to the team because you're stopping them from surrounding you. You're stopping the flank. Like tactically, it's very sound as a group tactic.
I mean, the more you're surrounded, the less you can move away from your opponent, and that's the big thing. They can't retreat, so you got to run the whole fight if you're surrounding them. So, and it can be literally as simple as one person advancing off to the side around them, and team fights, I think, are that simple. It's like as simple as that. Like there are nuances, and obviously individual skill will come into it, but like I don't know. I think that one concept would make our company a better team fighting company.
I
It
agree
changes in
that it
battle
would.
games. In battle games, you can CC to force that too. So
Battle games, like I think we do all right with our teamwork because like we
I think we do.
understand.
I don't know. I think we do good in battle games because we have a lot of strong individual battle gamers.
I mean that's fair too, but
Our Phoenix
I
League was
mean
not a team event. Our one teammate
I'll give you that, yeah.
was Sativa and or Minerva. Sorry for the persona name. Was Minerva. She was the only team player, and everybody else was a hero. So
Yeah, I agree.
she won us that stuff, and that's it.
I mean, it was her getting the points, and then you 3v1ing people, 1v3ing people, and winning somehow. So
you just got to be annoying. But that's
Oh yeah, I'm just annoying, so I kill 3 people. Whatever.
I didn't
That's
kill 3
annoying.
people. I froze 2 people, killed another, and then killed somebody else.
Did you hit them to the point where they couldn't move?
Sometimes.
You froze them. That's hitting them to the point they can't move. So
Yeah. But I mean, I don't know. It's
in
like,
Phoenix League in a battle game, that's huge.
well,
You don't
yeah,
have to kill someone to make an impact in that
not in
game.
Phoenix League, no.
No,
But
did you
yeah,
do?
I don't know. But like that was, I mean, that was like a basically taking a team fighting tactic in your own hand. I guess that's the hero method, right? It's like, yeah, I'm going to give my team this opportunity to outnumber people by just trying to be annoying.
That is
somewhere else.
literally not the hero mentality. That is, I'm going to do these things for my team
But people will
survives.
say you're trying to be a hero, right? Because you're going off on your own.
Not
But it's like
necessarily.
you're going off on your own with a different mindset. You're not. I wasn't going off on my own saying I'm going to go kill these 3 people by myself, right? It's
That's a
I'm going to go
byproduct.
distract these 3 people.
Yeah,
And I can do that because I have this kit because I'm playing the most broken class in the game. I can do
Druid.
that. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like I can do that, and here we are, Paragon Druid. No, but you know, like it's without spells. It's the same thing, but
And yet,
to less degree, right? It's still you can take 1 or 2 people, and the bigger your team is, the more people you can have to do this cut maneuver to the side, this quasi flank, because it's not a true flank, because a flank is typically a tactic, right? Because this is line fighting that we're doing most of the time in team fighting in Amtgard. It's just all about breaking your opponent's line to become a V that the point is pointing at you, or a U,
well,
and
that's the opposite. That's the opposite. What's the word? You should start as a line. You should V, and then you should maneuver. You should end as a V because that is inappropriate. That is
in our tag game, you do not want to be the V that is like, if there's 2 Vs, you do not want to be. How do I do this? You don't want to be the bottom V. You don't. Not in our game.
No.
Because you have no way to retreat.
I think my favorite thing to do is the V with the side flankers or the middle flanker, where you have someone that goes off to the side. So there's the V, right? And then you got the someone that's like in the middle, like my thumbs, and then they can like come off to the side and they go around while the V is like this, and so they put pressure on the side, and that's flanking. That's pushing the flank while the V is going strong. That is, I guess, a step up above basic line fighting, I guess, but. And I try to do that as an individual.
I understand what you're trying to say, but I don't know if it applies. And I could have completely flawed logic here. I could, but I don't think I do. But um, the it's just so big to get an opponent's um to get an opponent's attention split in our line fighting with how fast you can kill people. They can't recover from getting hit. It's just it. So like if their defense is weakened by somebody popping off and making so that they now have to look 90 degrees to see things,
Yeah.
the pole arm on your team now gets to tap them in the back.
I mean,
And
that is the tactic. That is a
yeah,
tactic. Yeah.
and but
Absolutely.
that's all line fighting is tactics. There's no strategy in it.
What's the difference between tactics and strategy?
Tactics is individual like scenario, um like in that moment, uh misdirection and putting yourself in advantage. That's tactics. Whereas strategy is an overarching concept of defeat. Tactics is would be more than one individual battle. I mean, strategy would be more than one individual battle. Excuse me.
Okay, I would have to look up definitions. I understand that breaking, and those are definitely two different things. I'm not sure if I would agree with the
Okay, so like in
definitions.
chess, right? In chess, strategy would be like, so you start the game, your strategy is going to be like the Sicilian defense or something, right? That's your strategy. But your tactics is like, well, forking somebody's units with your knight. That if I don't know if you understand what a fork is. A fork is threatening two units at once.
Okay.
So that is tactics versus strategy.
All right, so tactics
Tactics is that guy
lead
hopping
to
off, distracting you,
strategy.
and getting. Strategy is I don't know. Strategy is an overall concept, and tactic is just like the way you go about achieving that.
So in my mind, how you explain it is strategy is the overall like plan, but tactics is how you go about executing the strategy. Provided
Yeah,
you
because
had
I mean,
pre-thought.
yeah, but tactics can be completely removed from strategy as well. It
How
doesn't have
so?
to. It doesn't require strategy. Like,
So strategy is like both teams overarching. Tactics is the one guy on the side going around and pushing someone.
I guess, but
Without
I mean,
the
like, tactics is achieving a small goal, where a strategy is a large. It's macro versus micro.
okay, like I don't disagree with the concept. I'm not sure if I know the definition of the words well enough to
Mm.
argue that. And I'm a very literal person sometimes. Um, analytical versus
Okay, so
political.
like
Yeah.
tactics in, I'll try to think of
No, I
warfare. I'm
understand
not.
it. I'm
Oh,
just
okay.
not sure if I can agree with the
Because like I'm not
definitions.
so big in warfare, but like tactics would be moving your units in war, as whereas strategy would be like we're going to siege.
Okay. I think we're almost doing semantics.
It's not semantic. I don't know. They're different.
And it's not semantics, you're right.
Yeah.
It's different levels of the same
Yeah, and
equation.
then each thing comes down like each individual fight within your team fight also has its own tactics, right?
Yeah.
Like when you're fighting a one-on-one, there's a tactic that you imply. There's like feints is a tactic, right? So it's it's hard. Yeah, I would say it's all tactics though. I don't think we ever have really a true strategic level in our line fighting.
Well, theoretically, the strategy would be to like Was it War Master where you do the battle game?
Yeah.
So the War Masters, like the strategy would be the War Master is like, hey, this is what we're doing. This is what we're trying to do, and then individual would be the tactics to achieve it, like on
Yeah,
the
exactly.
individual level.
Yeah. So
Okay.
like your battle game, you're playing your capture the flag. You can say your strategy is like, hey, we're gonna have Steve do this while this group goes and does this, and then so that this person can go in and get the point and run it back or something like that, right? Um, that is a strategy. A
All right.
tactic is then each individual portion of that.
I
So
don't
like,
know how I would normally define that, but I understand the definition that you're giving.
yeah.
And I haven't looked at it in that perspective before between strategy and versus tactic. But I've not in those words.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
So
of strategy as almost. This is incorrect, but strategy is almost the theory of your victory, whereas tactics is the application.
Okay.
the application of your strategy. But it's just too individual and it's ever changing. Where your strategy, you don't usually change strategy mid encounter, mid bash.
So
It can
you
change. Don't get me wrong, but it
yeah.
typically doesn't.
So generally, the strategies tries to be the same, but the tactic you use to achieve the strategy might not be what you started out to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Critius, where do you land on this?
To be honest with you, I don't have a big opinion on it because team fighting is just not something I'm good at or like taking the time to practice and stuff. So I don't really have an opinion on it.
All right, well, Critius, sometime, someday, when you see me, pull me aside when you're ready, and like, let's talk about this. Let's do this, and we'll do this, and we'll talk about it and see if you understand it, and if we can. I just like teaching what I know, even if I don't know
Yeah,
the definitions of what I know.
it's fair.
So now I'm getting excited.
About what?
That trying to show people stuff like I can't, like, I have to lose like 90, 80 pounds or something like that to be able to get to the point where I could demonstrate the stuff that I think I know in my head. Like, I don't know it by muscle memory, but like I can explain all these things and I just can't do them. And so I want to be able to explain it to people that can in fact fucking do them. Creus is one of them. Sploob, you're one of them.
You could be
Arcana is a group that I could explain group tactics that we used to use back in Silvermoon Fen. So it's just, those things are fun to me because it's all I can do now.
I mean, like, Huber's Legion's like a team fighting company. Like, they're good at that.
They have not fought together ever.
They used to.
They
No,
were Templars.
Yes.
they were Templars. They weren't Hyper's Legion.
Well, yeah, but this you know what I mean.
I
Anyways,
yes.
that group of people, they fight together well, and they've done it enough that they're ready. You know.
Yeah. I mean, they're the
Yeah,
people that are
there's stuff to
in
describe it.
that. Oh, I'll read that in a second. Hyper's Legion has a lot of people that have gone through lots of different experiences where they've had to do group fighting. Arcana relatively is a new company, even though they've been around for a couple of years. They haven't
Oh,
done a
we're
lot
new.
of group fighting.
We're super new.
Right, so Grumpus Gus says, for Fierce League, strategy is which players will play with classes. Tactics is this dude is going to go forward to draw aggro with that dude is going to flank the casters.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That sums it up pretty well.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
like that's why I was saying, like, when I think of fighting, I think of it as more tactics than strategy when it comes to just that stuff.
That's good. I never thought about it in those terms. You and Gustav are right. I should think about it as tactics.
Yeah. You play Magic, right?
I have.
Yeah, your deck has a strategy to win, and then you implement tactics by how you're using your spells within the fight.
That's a really good analogy for people that have played the game.
Yeah.
I understood that immediately.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, I don't know. The team fight thing has probably run its course, but I think most companies, not just my company, could benefit greatly from it with very little effort. And it sucks that it gets ignored. Our game probably needs more ways to show off your team fighting.
It does, and hopefully I got this point across when I was saying it, so I'll just say it more succinctly. If you learn how to fight as a group tactically, you'll learn how to go into the situations where like you're just ditching, and like if this person's going to do this to fight that person, then I should probably do this to help them achieve their goal.
Sure, yeah. Supporting them, I get that.
Support, yeah.
That was why Cade and I worked so well. We just naturally knew how, like, what to do to help the other person.
Yeah, that's the
Communicating.
kind of thing you need to instill in your company, I guess.
I don't know how, like, because
You
it's
know what
never
I think it
something we
was?
discussed.
I think it was you guys just both killed everybody, and that was
No, I promise you, like, we actually had like legit things where we would like afterwards, we're like, how'd you know how to do that? And the other person would, I don't know, it just occurred. Like, it just worked out.
Oh, your brother in arms, yeah.
Anymore.
You're
Not anymore.
Yeah, he dropped his thing.
I know.
He's a free agent.
He's not
Currently,
playing
as
the
far as I
game.
know.
He's
Yeah, he's
moving.
also, I don't know if it has moved yet. Last I heard, he wasn't sure if he was going to move, but it's a possibility that he'll move to Bend.
Oh,
So
he's
Oof.
not sure. Oh, I thought he was definitely going. Oh,
I thought he was too, but he's not sure.
huh.
I had no idea.
Job
Yeah.
opportunities, but
Yep.
huh. I mean, I'd like to fight more Cade. He's really good and very
Yeah.
he's super solid. I used to get frustrated by him, but I think I've improved enough now that like I could learn a lot fighting him.
I've
I
had
used to
some.
get frustrated because of his reach that he had on me. I'd be
Mm.
like out and like not be able to kill him. I'm like, all right, I'm safe. And then I get my shoulder sniped or something. I'm like, gosh, dang it.
I don't know. He used to just kill me so fast that it was like I couldn't learn from it. It was just like I was just dying so easily to him. It was like whatever. Um, but now I think I could actually get fights against him. Like I fought him 100 times. It was fun.
I've really enjoyed fighting him short sword. I usually enjoy fighting lots of people short
He
swords.
fights
But
really different than a lot of people too, and it's crazy how well it works.
Yep.
yeah,
Because like everything people teach in fighting from every video I watch is not what Cade's doing. Uh, but he makes it work. It's frustrating. Like that is like the natural talent guy.
Yeah,
he
I agree.
would do so much better if he'd learn
Oh,
his
he can do the.
fundamentals and
Oh,
then
he can
go.
do it though. That's the thing. He can do the fundamentals. That's what's frustrating, but he doesn't.
I think that's probably summed up really well by a video I watched with Warlord Glenn of like to paraphrase what he said, it was something along the lines of like once you know the rules, you're allowed to break them because
Mm-hmm.
then
Yeah.
you know you know what you're doing at least. Like,
Yeah.
so
Exactly.
it's funny because like I remember talking with Baelnorn about it. I'm like, I don't want to teach certain things because they're technically against like how you're supposed to do it. Because I was telling him this. It was after I taught Miri for a little bit because there was things that I like held off on. I didn't want to teach like bad habits. And then you told me like pretty much the exact same thing. Like teach them the basics first, and after they get that down really hard, then you can start like
The basics
teaching
are
them the
boring.
weird stuff. Yeah, and then like quote unquote not correct stuff.
Yeah.
All I do is the basics.
The basics will take it really far. Like Gustav, I don't know if he's still. He's like the basics fucking king. Like
Good fundamentals.
the fundamental exactly. He's just he knows how to block. He'll block your shit, and then he'll fucking kill you because he blocked it, and he can do that. And
Gustav's
it's just,
not just fundamentals. Don't do that to him.
no, but he knows his other things, but he doesn't. He doesn't flourish. He's like chop, block, chop, block. I mean, he doesn't just chop and block, but I mean, he's. I wouldn't call him basic. That's not the right way. He just does his fundamentals, and those can take you so fucking far. Sometimes it's crazy.
I don't flourish really. Like you're gonna say, oh, it spins, but I don't do that like seriously. But
No, like the last time I saw you do spins with the video I was editing, and you're like, I'm tired, I'm spinning, and like Critias like fucking owned the fuck out of you on that spin that I was watching on the video. He's like, oh, you
it didn't
spin? Wow, what?
it didn't go well.
Yeah, it was awesome. Fundamentals sound better than less basic bitch. Yeah, exactly.
um, yeah, I don't know. Like my friends or fighting company, which is the same thing. Um, they there was always getting on me about, or specifically Tony's like, all you do is chop, which he's wrong. For one, he's incorrect. He said all I did was chop, and he said I killed him with a chop when it was a wrap, which was hilarious. But
He
I
doesn't
don't
know
know,
what he's
like
talking about.
I try to follow like fundamentals. I'm not the best by any means, and I don't think everything I do is fundamentally sound. I have a habit of liking to snipe outside, which I don't think is terrible all the time. It has its place. Brian does it a lot.
That's funny because you guys used to be like, "Why are you throwing on the outside? You're supposed to throw on the inside." And I'm like, "It works. Like, why would I
Yeah,
not
no,
do it if it's working?"
well, there's specific setups that let you do
Yeah,
it, right?
there's
And then,
definitely like that, but still.
yeah. Um, but I think that I got this thing from Tony, where he's like, all you do is throw chops and fundamentals, was because like I'm really weak when it comes to like feinting and faking. Like that's a big hurdle for me right now, and something I'm trying to actively work on. And I think that's for Tony's like, if you're not faking, you're just fundamentally killing people.
Well, if he
Which I
does
guess
because
is
of it,
true.
then yeah.
I
If he
used to be
does
very
because
bad
of
at
it,
faking. Like I figured out like pelling does help with it, but a lot of it is also finding which fakes just kind of naturally work with you. That's why
Yeah,
I do the ones I do,
you gotta
because
have.
my body just works that way for some reason. Because
I
like
haven't
I've
figured
been
out what.
shown that
Oh, I was gonna say I haven't figured out what shots I have that are threatening enough to people to fake them. But yeah, you were actually gonna make some good points here. I'm sure.
yes I was. Now I forgot them.
Fuck. You should have just kept
uh,
going.
I don't like to talk over people.
I
Um,
stopped.
what was I saying? I'll probably remember.
Faking fundamentally.
Yes, yes. Like what works with your body? The reason I throw the fakes I do is because like my body just will naturally move that way. Whereas I've been shown different ones and I've tried them and I've pelled them and I've like put work into them, but the success rate of them is just not nearly as good. And I don't think it ever really would be. They do work sometimes, just not as much because my body feels like
You can't
there's like
sell it.
yeah, there's something in my body that's like this isn't what we're supposed to be doing.
I
So.
can't sell a fake for the life of me. And when I watch video and I remember a fight where I'm like, oh, I faked here, and then I see it in the video, I'm like, you didn't fake. You like you twitched. You know, it's like you didn't sell anything, Cam. Like it's like I can't tell in the moment if I'm actually giving enough.
well, a twitch and a fake. The difference between a twitch and a fake is the twitch is they didn't notice it. If they notice the twitch and it's a fake.
Yeah, well, the twitch is very minor, and I only know it because
Yeah.
I was the one that was doing it.
Should
Gustav
Go
has a
ahead,
really
Bonner.
good. I'm going to read Gustav's paragraph here for a second. If fainting doesn't work for you, then use combos instead. You still get the end result of pulling someone's guard when you want it, but you can also actually land the initial shot anyways.
I mean, that's it. That's like that's all I do.
Yeah, and I think
Throw
that's
combos.
perfectly valid. If you
It
fucking
works
kill
against
him, it
Tony.
kills him.
Let me tell you about combo fighting. All right, combo fighting kills the fainters.
Yep, does.
Because they're too busy
Torg
faking.
figured that out on me for a little bit because I would throw something and he just immediately like pop at my shield or something and it would just stop me in my tracks. I'm like, and then later on he's like, I figured it out. If I just hit you, you can't follow through with your stuff. I don't have to like actually hit you. I just have to stop you and like scare you. I'm like, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I think the thing that's put me from, like, that's raised me in skill recently is actually like improved blocking though.
Hmm.
And it was just one concept, one blocking concept changed my life, and
What's that concept?
so, my blocking used to be, because it's what everybody always said, you know, like they had the the they had like this defense house that you could build, right?
I call it a
Like
box, but
yeah,
yeah.
well, it was like it had like a triangle roof and then like
Oh, okay.
side walls, right?
Slightly different, but
This
yeah.
this house of defense. Um, turns out that doesn't mesh with my brain. They'd be like, "Oh yeah, you cock your wrist out and you can block this thing." Turns out the only thing that works with my brain is move your body out of the way of the shot,
That
and
is
then
the
block
best
it.
way.
No, but it's like
You're welcome.
so it's
Anyone that
like
tells you the wrist is
it's just
wrong,
it's
I
just
think.
I don't know. So like my I'm gonna try to demonstrate this in a shitty way because this sword doesn't show up very well. But it's like, so when I was fighting single, it's like my blocks used to just be like actually moving my arm to block. I'm like
Okay, yeah.
camera right now, right? Well, now it's like move my whole body to do the same thing. Like I get farther away from the shot, and my hand's in the same spot that I was moving it to, but we just done this, and my legs are now loaded to return. And so when I just move my arm, I'm not like loaded to fight.
That's a really
That
good
one-
tactic.
That one
Sorry,
concept literally has changed my defensive fighting, and it's improved my single big time.
The next
Um,
part of that is to actually step after you get that block. So you step into them, so they can't like
yeah.
get out.
Oh yeah, no, stepping in is the same thing, right? Though, because like, let me take
Stepping moves your body.
So yeah, so,
So-
like different sword now. So like,
The other one fell, so yeah.
so yeah, like I'm gonna. I was in so little space here, but it's like you can do the same thing. You can do that step, turn the body too. I've just advanced and I've blocked. Moving the body is slightly slower than moving the arm, slightly, but I think the difference in speed is made up for the distance that you get away from the shot.
I think a combination of both
Yeah,
would be best.
and I don't know, like my blocking has improved a ton from that, and then my success after blocks has been a lot better.
I gotta figure out the video I learned that from so I can
I learned
actually
it from
show it to you.
Bakhtar video.
I think that actually might have been. Yeah, it was. That's where I learned it too.
Yeah, it was a
Um,
Bakhtar video where he was going over offensive defense, I think.
Yep.
Um,
Yep. That was it.
and yeah, I don't know. That's where I learned that, and immediately started applying it, and instant results. Yeah, I
Grubbiest
don't know.
Gus, Gustav says, I find turning the hand or wrist can take less effort than the whole body.
It does definitely take less effort.
If
It
you're
also
good at
puts
it,
you.
but I don't know. I would miss blocks a lot.
Yeah.
Or would
That
you?
I had that problem
I would
too.
get hit, and like I would catch blocks and still get hit because I wasn't out of the way as much. It was like,
Interesting.
do I want to cut it close, or do I want to just definitely get this block and put myself into a position to kill them? Is like the major difference, and I'm sure it doesn't work for everybody, right? I'm sure, and there are times where it backfires too. You know, you can get faked more because you're moving more, and you've now
Yeah.
maybe opened yourself up to something else. But I don't know. That's like the single most effective change that I made in recent time, and even with sword and board, it's like it doesn't just affect my single. Like when I'm blocking sword side, I'm now like my body turns into the block more. I'm just guaranteeing myself more to not get hit by that shot.
Today I was teaching, like, I didn't think about moving the body on the right hand, but like, if they're going for the left side, taking a step back to move out of the way and then return an attack. I didn't think about doing the moving with your right and then turning.
Well,
Does that
assuming
make
it's
sense?
a right-handed fighter and you're fighting single and they're fighting sword foot forward, which most single fighting happens, like that's almost
Yeah.
like 95%, right? Occasionally people will do off foot hand forward too. I think that's to throw people off, but
That's why I've done it. But
if
yeah.
it's the left side, yeah, like you can probably just retreat, miss, and then hit them in their arm when they're missing their swing.
Yeah.
They're swinging at your far side. I don't know. It's really hard to hit somebody that way.
Well, if you're circling to the right, it's less hard. Unless they move. It's...
I mean, you can't circle somebody without them facing you again. Like, I mean, you get these minor.
Well, you should fake to the
angles.
left, to the right, and
I don't think
confuse
you have
where
to
they're going to
fake it
move.
either.
But
But
there's lots of things you could do.
ultimately, though, I think their sword arm is still closer to you.
I try for that a lot, yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe Fundamental King Gustav can enlighten.
I'm sure he could.
Yeah, I want to fight more Gustav. I haven't fought him in a while.
Yeah, I miss my
I feel
Gustav.
the same way. Yeah.
I don't know if I want it as like a barometer of if I've improved or not.
Not.
But
I
then
don't know.
like
It's been a couple
that
years.
would rely
so-
on Gustav not improving either, so to be able to tell.
well,
That's,
maybe
I
we,
guess that's a good point.
That's tough, right?
if we can find a time where Gustav feels comfortable, maybe we can get him up to Salem sometime. If
I
they're
mean,
listening.
you're probably making the right choice, Gustav. But
Oh, I completely
I'm an
understand
idiot.
everything that Gustav has said to me. It's not I don't disagree.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe a couple people at someone's house or something. All right, so you, me, all right, so all four of us plus everyone is listening. It's at Critias's house. Day after Thanksgiving. Let's do it.
I don't know about that.
I do.
Do you?
Nah, just fucking around.
There is no issue with being cautious, Gustav. No, no issue at all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're-
absolutely.
They get sick all the time, and even though they've been vaxxed, they don't want to risk it, basically.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Darb actually messaged me not too long ago saying he was gonna like not stop coming out, but like come out definitely less because of that reason. So
Mm.
I mean,
like yeah, that
I've had
completely
this too.
yeah.
You know, with my mom and everything, it's like she's immunocompromised. Now I'm living out here. It's like, am I endangering my family by going out? Maybe.
I
Hmm.
had that problem too because I like you've been over here, you know who I live with, and a lot of my mom's immune compromised. My grandpa is also, so it's like I struggled with that for a very long time, and I talked to them about it. I'm like, you know, I don't ever want to put you guys in danger, and they just kind of told me like after a little bit because like for the first like 6 months or so when it hit, we were all like really cautious, and then they told me like it's not fair for me to not go and do certain things
Hmm.
because if they get it, they're gonna get it, you know.
I mean,
And
you're wearing masks. You're masked up the whole time you're
yeah, and
playing.
like I told them, like I'm not just gonna go out there and be stupid about it. I'll obviously take precautions and stuff. But yeah, I definitely understand the fact of like it's more scary for me to give it to someone than for me myself to get it.
I'm in
So
the same boat. Yeah.
yeah, so
I'm
yeah,
not.
I
I'm
understand when people are like,
immunocompromised,
yeah,
I guess.
I completely understand when people are just like, yeah, I'm gonna stay away for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to let you guys two talk for a few minutes. I have to go relieve the pressure.
Have fun.
Be right back.
Were you, Brian? Were you watching Wild Divide with you?
Kind of. That was like kind of when I had my nap.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Well,
so Sativa came in. I
we were
was like,
talking about the conversions and stuff, a little bit about the awards,
okay, yeah,
with Warrior,
yeah.
and he was like, he was saying because he got it when he got his ninth, I think. Is either his ninth? Because does he have 10 now? No, he's qualified for 10. He's won 2 tournaments since. But he was ended up being told it was for something else and not for the conversion. But he said he made the comment of, well, I'm just gonna I plan on just winning every major kingdom tournament in the Northwest, the next 2 years or something like that. Is what he said. It's like awesome. We get to see more DeVry fighting down here, so that's exciting.
Yeah, that'll be sweet. He's a lot of fun to
See him
fight.
next month on the 12th.
It's cool. It's especially cool because like he fights a lot different than anyone down here. Like he's a very aggressive fighter, whereas most of the people down here like stand back and throw, maybe pick something.
I don't know. Why do I always have to walk at everybody? Why does nobody ever walk at me?
That's just how this kingdom is, man.
But you don't walk at me either.
Yeah, because I know if I just sit there for a minute, you'll get annoyed.
I'm kidding. People do walk at me sometimes. In less than I don't know. I walk at people more in sword and board, but in single I make everybody walk at me.
I think
I
that's
don't.
the move though. Like, cause single is like one, like you you have to be like on it or else you're gonna die. You know. So if you
I
can
don't know
pull
why people
someone,
they'd still walk at me. Except for Tony, he wouldn't walk at me today.
Tony has turned into a counter only fighter when it comes to,
Yeah.
especially with single sword.
Yeah.
But yeah, that like
God,
if
we
you can
fight a
pull
lot of
someone
single
towards
sword.
you, it's definitely better than if you have to like go towards them.
Arcana fights too much single sword.
No, I don't fight enough single sword. I don't know
We
what you're
fight
talking about.
primarily single sword.
I love single sword. It's so much fun. I don't know why. It's just so much more fun.
I'm so bad at everything else though.
You're not.
At board though, everybody's so much better at board. It's so
Just-
hard.
No, shut up.
I knocked over Nomi.
I don't.
Oh no.
I may have like been a detriment to myself in board by fighting
Why?
with a small shield for so long.
Really? I think we tried to tell you that.
Yeah, but like I don't I don't know. Maybe like, I don't know if it stalled my board.
Are you talking about the 4-inch little motherfucking thing that you used to fight with?
No. I'm with my 24.
Okay, well, there is a person that started with a B that was an expert in that did pretty well.
Yeah, there's
They're no
one.
longer an Amparter.
Oh well, I mean, there's another person that's name starts with
I
a
know who
B.
Yeah.
There's another person whose name starts with a B that also used a small shield that was really good at it. So, but no, I know who you're talking about. But
Okay.
But there's another one that's actually still plays the game. Well, he's a
Oh.
Kratos gamer, and he just became a warlord, right? Bell.
There is no Warlord in
Oh
Bell.
yeah.
No,
Oh,
warlord
his name's
Bell.
Bell.
Yeah.
Oh shit, well, fuck
He's a
me.
dagger here player primarily.
So, he's named Bell, plays... got Warlord in
Well,
his
he's a
card,
cross
but
gamer.
plays...
He plays, but yeah,
But plays Dag, okay.
he
Alright.
came from Dag, but he plays all of them.
That person doesn't sound real. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, you can see
There's
many
video
videos
evidence of him
him.
existing.
Lots. He fight. Well, I don't know. He kind of switched. He switched up to a medium now.
Yeah,
But he fought with a
I
small shield for a long time.
can tell you that the small is a detriment to you because there was a time when I didn't have a medium and I just had my small. It is absolutely a different thing. Like you,
I mean, I had a medium, but it was a low strap, and I was using a small punch, and I liked it better.
yeah, because small punches are amazing, dude.
No, they're fun.
I
Yeah.
need to remake my small punch. I had so much fun with that.
I was busy being the best druid I could be, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I would run Bard with a small shield because it was just way better. Just run Dervish with a small shield and a sword.
The
I
activeness
remember
is
him
your
as Bell from Dag. Yeah, exactly, Aaron. Yeah, exactly. Bell from Dag.
Bell from Dag.
Yeah.
Warlord and
Very good.
Amtgard. Jesus.
He's good. He's a good fighter. But yeah, I don't know. I wonder if that ended up being a detriment. I don't know.
Oh, I gotta call out Heron for a second. Tyrannosaurus X. You've been with us most of the night. I appreciate that a lot.
Oh yeah, Heron.
Thank
has
you.
been here.
Gustav, you too, buddy. And Minerva, if they're still listening, if they didn't go to bed.
Yeah, she's still here. She's hanging out with the baby.
And I'm sure there's probably other lurkers that are still listening, but they're the ones in chat. So that's
Hey,
awesome. Thank you.
I looked over once, and I think we were up to like 11 people watching. That was pretty cool.
Hey.
Yeah, we're.
Awesome. And then Killian left, and we lost all the homies.
That probably.
Julian's voice is so smoothing. So T was in bed listening to the stream, and I would just slightly doze off listening to his voice.
Yeah, I know. And every time I talked, I was like, "Fuck, I'm ruining everybody's time."
You're really quiet, actually.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was quiet.
Yeah. To me, at least, I don't know.
Oh shit, DeVry threw it out. That's nice. Heron said it's been dope. I usually forget to tune into these, but Ryan posted the link everywhere.
Oh, thanks.
I'm gonna have to give Ryan a thank you tomorrow.
Yeah, I wish he was able to be in the thing longer, not tired and doing stuff. But
it's kind of nice when he fixes
so many grinds.
It's kind of nice when he fixes Mike.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It didn't really cut out whatever he did, like the suppression or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, man, I gotta put covers on arrows for tomorrow.
Oh shit! Yeah, I don't have a bow or arrows. You're gonna have to give me everything.
Well, there's a loner bow and arrows for that.
But I don't borrow anyone else's, so I have to just take someone's, and they can't loan it out to anyone else. I have to pretend it's mine.
That's not how that's gonna work.
I can't do that.
It's a loan for everybody.
Okay, what if I bring out Little Sue?
I think Brian, you said that you could loan one.
Yeah, I have
mine,
and then I have a loner one.
There you go.
I have my arrows.
Yeah, I don't know how many people will get in that. It's looking like most people are probably gonna end up being at the Dragon's Forge thing, but
I need a fucking turkey.
Oh, there you go. Well, then just win.
Like giving up more than turkey? Is it the whole fixins? What's going on?
The first place is turkey and fixins, though. I mean, they're instant fixins.
It's quicker. That's fine.
I like that mentality.
Are you gonna do it, Crit?
Uh, maybe. I'm awful at archery.
So
Mediocre. It's not my best.
there's only gonna be one Reeve, and it's gonna be me. So
Oh, it's a PvP thing, isn't it?
yeah, it's PvP.
Fucked. I'm fucked.
So,
Well,
are you
single
doing it
elimination.
to where it's like, if the bow breaks, you're screwed?
No,
Or do
you
you
can't.
have like,
The bow doesn't break.
That's
okay,
nice.
can
That's
you
not
block with
normal.
it then?
No, if you get hit in the bow or the body, or the hand that's holding the bow, the opponent gets a point.
Okay.
Um, face and foot on ground don't award points. You have 6 arrows, and once one of the archers has fired all 6 of the arrows, the round ends. Whoever has the most points wins. If there's a tie, the person that fired all their arrows first, because only one of them is going to be able to, because it ends when they fire, wins.
If they fire them both at the same time.
Yeah, they can fire multiple arrows at the same time. I don't think it's going
Oh,
to be
like
effective.
what if both people fire their last arrow at the same time?
Um, I'll I'll have to make that call on who's came out first.
Okay.
But yeah,
Curtis, we have
I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue.
Chris, we have very different opinion or like thought processes. Because my thought process was, what if I just shoot my 6 arrows faster than the other person? I don't aim, I just shoot them, and I won.
Well, you have to. Oh, like if you just shot them all and had 0 points.
Yeah.
I would call that not being within the heart of the rules, and I would deem that probably unnecessary.
Well, that's a big fuck you. Thank you. You're doing it the
Yeah.
right way, by the way.
If somebody decided they wanted to knock all 6 arrows and fire them at the very beginning and then win the tie, like that, I would say, get the fuck out of my tournament, and then we'd continue to have fun.
Well, that's good. I'm one of the people that would have
I
thought
didn't
of
think
that.
of
I
that
would have do
loophole,
that.
and you just brought it up. I'm going to now say that at the start.
Well, you're welcome.
That firing all 6 arrows really fast into the ground is not going to win you the round.
All right. You know, there will be like 1 out of 20 people that will fucking do that too.
Well, I don't think we have 20 people signed up, so.
All right. 16.
I think there's like people that said they were going was only like 8. So
No, okay. My bad. 1 out of 5. How's that?
we have a company practice before that. I wonder if
You do? Tomorrow?
yeah.
I could record that and get all the YouTubes, and it's like 12:30. What time is the meeting?
I don't know. So I
You're
might have to
supposed
bounce.
to start at 11.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Which I'm
I'll,
gonna do.
well,
I'm like doing my best to get there at 11 because I need to start actually getting places on time.
yeah.
Minerva
So
just gave you the shit.
I
Yeah, I know.
actually probably should bounce out of this too. Now that I'm thinking about that, I should probably make arrows and get sleep. But
It's about 12:30.
yeah.
It's probably a good time to call it. I'm
Yeah,
gonna drink my beer
yeah.
with my brother in the other room, but
There you go.
then go to bed.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna try to get there at 11 to record your awesome fighter practice, the best company in the Northwest.
Yeah. What are we doing?
Yeah, what are you doing?
That was a
Uh,
great shout out, but it might not be true. But
It might not
That's a
be,
good
but
question
challenges.
actually on what we're doing.
Do you want me to organize your fighter practice? Because that'd be
No,
ridiculous.
I can do it.
I
that's
can
his
do
Just
it.
job.
hadn't
That's literally
haven't
his job.
like really because like what we
$5.
do now I actually really enjoy.
$5.
So, but I don't know if it's like effective in helping us or like uneven ditch thing that we do.
Oh,
I don't know.
it's different than
I
regular
enjoy that.
practice.
I'm
We
trying to
have
think of like
too
other
many
things to do.
too many thick-skulled people that don't want to do some freaking.
Yeah. It's the problem. Like most of our company doesn't want to do like intervals and stuff. So like that kind of training is.
It's like any drill. Please just do a drill.
I mean, I could have us do that, but only like 2 or 3 of us are going to do it, and at that point, it kind of defeats the purpose of the practice. So
I mean, the
Turn
only
it,
way
not
to do it is
sure.
to do it, and then we can shame them for not doing it.
you could
That
try
doesn't
to
work.
do
You know who
group
you
things.
realize who you're trying to shame into doing something. He's too stubborn.
He probably
They're
won't even
both
be there.
both of them are too stubborn.
I don't think he'll even be
Both?
there.
There's more than one? What?
He was talking about homework. I don't think he's going to be there tomorrow. So
Tony's not going to be there tomorrow.
yeah,
Okay.
he's got a calculus project or some shit he's working on.
Lame. Child?
Your child is very vocal.
She is.
That's awesome.
All right,
Yeah, it's funny. She just started doing that.
I'm gonna go finish this Netflix League of Legends TV show and
Oh,
finish
shit,
it.
yeah.
Put
All right.
covers on these early.
Well, thank you everyone
remember-
for participating. Thanks for Critias for joining in later and for
Thanks for letting me.
yeah. Maybe if you want to next week or next month, I'm going to do it again. I'll reach out to you if you want to do it. Thanks for Sploob.
Depending on the day, I'm definitely down.
That's probably going to be December 11th. It's Saturday. And Heron, good night. Friend, I thank you for being in the chat. Gustav, Minerva, and everyone else that was in chat. I will be back on Tuesday at 11 a.m. if you're available. I'll be writing. I will not be drinking, doing art. Otherwise, I'll see you all next month.
All right.